person's desk and you're like, yeah, tell me about this application. It's nice. It will give you some information. You will update your fact sheets or update Linux with all of that. But how is that benefiting your business if nobody will look at it, right? So how do you engage all of these people? How do you make it easier and easier for them to go through all of that? So I'm gonna go on, and hopefully Brad can join me. Whenever I brought this question, and this is a very big question that we go through, and I go through personally with all my clients in the beginning of onboarding with Linux. Oh, Brad is joining. Brad?
So, Brad, oh, there we go. Hey, Brad, everything okay on the stream?
Yeah, using my phone.
Awesome. Well, we're sure sorry that you had such a hard time getting in. We're learning. So, Fabiana has done an amazing job. So, thank you for joining, and we'll let you guys keep taking it from here.
That's great. Way to go, Fabi. Thanks, everybody, for letting us join in today. Sorry that I had the difficulties, and I'm on my phone, so I'm actually holding it that way. And thanks, Fabi, for bringing us all the way to this point and posing that first question. And I'll go ahead and take it from here. And since you have the presentation up, Fabi, I will go ahead and get to the same place in mine and put it into play.
Yep. And Brad, if you want to give a little bit more context, because I skipped through the first one about your journey, but if you want to talk a little bit about the journey that UCare went through, not only to think about business architecture, but also that whole thought behind all of this, how you saw this journey happen.
Sure. Yeah, actually. Would you like to go back to the innovation slide? I'll start from there.
Yeah.
Okay. There. Thanks. Yeah, we have been on a journey. It's been a great journey. It's been over 3 years, and we have had the opportunity to recognize as an architecture team that we had a lot of energy and a lot of passion, and the architects wanted to really go fast with implementing LeanIX and beginning to see our first enterprise architecture solution. But we realized that this wasn't going to be a sprint, and this was going to be more like a marathon. And that's really where the story begins. And as Fabi is showing, we've got the Boston Marathon that is represented in the pictures here, and we're going to be making this presentation out in Boston in a couple of weeks. And there's a lot of parallels of the Boston Marathon and what we have been doing. So it's not a sprint, and this definitely is a marathon. And if you would please indulge me a little bit, I'd like to weave the Boston Marathon into the story that we're about ready to share. There we go. And the next slide. Thanks. It is all about the preparation. You know, runners face many challenges in their marathon training. And that's why runners will actually have a plan. And with a plan in place, you can actually come to realize you can run 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, 20, 26.2 miles. You can. And a plan helps you to realize that. And what we recognized as a team at UCare is we had a number of challenges to overcome in our training before we actually got to the point of beginning on our marathon journey. First off, our architects know Sparks EA, and we could use that as a viable option. Our data team knows Irwin, and that's another enterprise tool, but it doesn't quite fit. We had needed to overcome that challenge, as well as ServiceNow. We have ServiceNow, so why not use ServiceNow? And we already have it. We needed to overcome that challenge. And in the end, we saw that using the sandbox and visualizing our enterprise in a proof of concept that we could start to see the future. We could start to see using Lean IX. And this truly was the beginning of us setting the foundation of what was to come. Over on the right, you'll see that there's a picture. Our account executive at the time, Tiffany Harrington, she was a runner, and we got to talking about running, and I expressed at the point of beginning the proof of concept, I'm thinking about running down a hill in Seattle, a mountain. And she signed up, and I signed up, and here you see the picture of us on the morning of the marathon in August of 2019. After we'd spent about 7 months in the proof of concept, and we were about ready to start using Lean IX. And we did about 2 weeks after this picture. You can see the smiles on our faces at the beginning of the marathon. All right, we're ready for the next slide. Thanks. Now it's marathon day. And marathoners know that it's all about pacing well and being ready for the challenges. Over on the left-hand side, you'll see that that's a wristband for the Boston Marathon, and runners will put these on their wrists, look at each mile marker, and know if they're on pace to achieve the goal. In 2018, there was a lot of inclement weather in the Boston Marathon. Here we see a runner from 2018, and she's striving through that cold rain on that day. And similar to overcoming those challenges, we had challenges to overcome in our implementation. And as you see in these different bubbles, first one was business application. What is it? And how do we determine who the owners are? The business leads had limited availability, and we wanted to address the time that they had. Our tech leads as well, they had a limited availability. We've also seen another challenge that people are using spreadsheets, Word documents, well after we've implemented Lean IX. And why is that? And we'll delve into how to overcome that challenge. The broader IT community and the broader business community are our current challenges and how to reach out to them in the most effective way. And we'll get more into that. And Fabi has nicely put into red font on this page the bubbles that really apply most closely to business architecture.
So I can even jump in here. One of the challenges that we talked about, right, and I was even mentioning that this is a question that every single client goes through during our onboarding or even down the line, expanding that use to other people in the company. So how did you define a business application, or what was the thought process of going through all of that?
Yeah, thanks. This is a great question. It was actually one of the first questions that we needed to address. What is a business application? Because our developers and on many different teams, they had their own view of what an application is. Our software architect, our enterprise architect, the data architect, and the business teams all had slightly different views of what an application is. And that's so critical in coming together in a consensus and deciding what will be a business application for us and why. And the three criteria that bubble to the top for us are something called the circle map in Lean IX. And within this visual, you see the handoffs between one application and another, or one application and an outside party. If we wanted to see those handoffs with this application, that was a top criteria to meet. The application UI and do business teams use it, a secondary criteria. And the third, if it's an external partner and we want to see those handoffs, we're going to turn the name of the partner into an application. That was a real milestone to come up with our list of about 130 applications at that time. And the next challenge for us was determining who are the owners. Who are the owners? The IT owners of these applications. And we wrestled with that, and that's been something we looked at for the first time. Oh yeah, actually back on the previous slide. And once we did, that really was our great success criteria for helping us form a good foundation for all of our applications and for our project moving forward implementing. The second half on the right-hand side of this slide, you'll see that the next step in our building blocks was to determine where our source of truth is. And we have an enterprise application service now where we have the CMDB, and we have now LeanIX. And where did we want to originate the applications? And when looking at the rigor of the process that we have in place for bringing applications into the organization, it was determined ServiceNow is the best place for us to bring and introduce applications. We'll integrate those back to LeanIX. At the same time, we're going to add, for the first time, the value stream stages that we have in our single value stream. We'll associate those, one or more, with each application. And in the result, for the first time ever, we have our enterprise view of business applications by value stream stage, which they in part automate. And we're able to show that with certain metadata. How well do they meet our functional needs? Do they meet our technical roadmaps in several different ways? What's the life cycle of each of these applications? So now we can start to understand the portfolio through this particular lens. And our CIO at the time didn't say, you have 2 months to implement all of this and just go ahead and get it done. Rather, each time we came up with a milestone to achieve, he said, show us the value, show us why this is important. And that's what we have adopted at each step of the way. So we've been set up for success, we think, right from the beginning. All right. Thanks. Now we're on to addressing our business leads, and they have a limited time and availability. So we wanted to come up with 2 different approaches based on how much time I might have available. And you'll see we're at mile marker 6 in the Boston Marathon. Well, we start over on the left with a classic SIPOC model, and we're looking at, with each department, who are their direct customers, whether it be departments and or external third parties, and who are their customers, their direct customers. Who do they give handoffs to directly, internal or external? And on the lines in the SIPOC, of course, are the handoffs, and that's the level of abstraction that we're giving to this SIPOC model. That informs our first enterprise business capability model, and it informs our high-level business process as well. And with that information, we align them with the applications that are being automated and the business capabilities that are being enabled, and bring those into LeanIX. That's level 1. The level 2s and level 3s, if the departments have more time available, we'll dive further into those details in order to get more rich information out in the visual reports that you see on the right-hand side. So those are visual representations of the application matrix and the application landscape, just to give a sense for why we're doing this. And we'll walk through these 2 approaches with business teams. Okay, now we're at the midway point in our marathon. And there is a secret to running a marathon and to running it well. And that is to increase pace at the midway point, which seems counterintuitive, but when you do, it shows that you've both trained to be able to do that, and you're likely setting yourself up to have a personal best, personal record at the end of that marathon. So that's the marathoner's secret, and now you know.
And so going back to the people, and we've talked about this, you implemented 2 ways to get them, or more ways than that to get them, but how was to get people to invest really, not only time, but really a lot of effort into getting good things into LeanIX, moving away from all those documents, notes, spreadsheets into LeanIX, and not making them go back to those every time they need something?
Yeah, thanks. There's been different approaches we have tried with different teams. There's the business teams and the IT teams. This next slide addresses reaching out to the broader business community. And our organizational change lead at UCare guided us in wanting to ask these 4 different types of questions because we knew that we were going to be asked, so let's find the answers ahead of time. What's in it for the department? Why are we doing this? And why are we doing this now at this time of the year? There could be some seasonal differences for the different departments that we're working with. We wanted to be mindful of their time of the year. And how is this related to our mission and to our vision? So these are key points, I think, that have helped us when addressing and working with each of the business teams. And when they've been able to see why this is important, they've been better able to spend the time, invest the effort, while seeing those potential outcomes. Here we are, mile marker 16. And moving forward, we wanted to be able to help business teams see the future. We wanted to help them see it in one screen, if you could. And so here's a visual that illustrates business capabilities at the top of the organization, high-level value stream stages, application, data architecture, and infrastructure architecture. And if you take one particular use case, let's say we're making a change for how we enroll members into our plans. That could involve these 3 different departments and high-level business capabilities. The first 2 value stream stages will be impacted. You see the application architecture and the data architecture parts that would be then impacted. And then towards the bottom, what servers are supporting all of those IT components, and ultimately what OS is involved in case there's any changes needed there. So when our business teams see that this is what we're now going to be able to do, and be able to see the downstream impacts, they're more inclined to invest the time and invest the effort to help us understand what those impacts are, better be able to plan for and mitigate. Thanks. So why do teams continue relying on the MS Office suite, spreadsheets and documents and OneNotes? Those are really good questions to have answers to and to know why. And so we've found 3 good examples that I'm going to walk through and share with you how these 3 examples represent champions and our change adopters. The first one is Linda, App Web Dev Supervisor, and she and her team were working through recognizing what are all the servers that our on-prem SharePoint applications were on and how are they being supported. The developer notes were all stored in spreadsheets. And as I worked with the team to put the relationships between applications and servers into LeanIX, this kind of visual came up. And when it came up for the first time, the teams could then see the interdependencies of the apps on different servers. They're better able to plan how they're going to move to the cloud this year and go off the on-prem applications. And that kind of planning efficiency was a huge aha moment for this team. Our next example is Natalia. She's a tech lead, and she received the benefit. Of course, she wants to understand how systems all relate as a solution architect, a technical lead. She was set up for success because of a previous solution architect had put all of the relationships of the consuming applications, interfaces, and all of the different producing interfaces out of the applications involved in the area that she was going to make some change. And she was able to, with just a little bit of instruction, see those interfaces and better understand her solution space. She was a believer right off the bat. She was able to come up to speed truly in a fast way because the person before her had taken all the time to put that information into LeanIX. We're promoting this as a great example for how new team members can become much more efficient more quickly and better understand and better be able to ask questions by putting those solutions into LeanIX. Next example is Josh. He's an ITSM lead. And of course, Josh is concerned with understanding the upstream and downstream impacts when there's an incident that's called in. He's interested in all of the information that other people have put into LeanIX, might have been in OneNote before, and the relationships in LeanIX, as noted by those red ovals, are brought over to ServiceNow because of our integration with ServiceNow. And Josh works in ServiceNow primarily. When he brings up an incident, he'll say, "Oh, well, this particular server's down. What else is on that server?" And he can then quickly see who he can call proactively. Maybe there are user groups to reach out to. And in this way, Josh is a good example for change adoption. He just had one win and saw how important this was. And so even though he's not contributing the knowledge into LeanIX, others are. So he's encouraging others to do that, put that effort in, put in the time.
Yep, and when we're talking about people still, it's always important to know not only how they can contribute, but also like all the personas, or because we're not talking about one individual, we're talking about their role in this whole organization part of it. And so how did we, or how did you, the team, identify the personas interested in which content or report or whatever we had in LeanIX that interested them specifically?
Yeah, this is a really nice question. Thank you for asking it, Fabi. It really tees up the stakeholder persona story. And the visual that Fabi is currently showing it's about a 12-foot wide visual if you were to put it onto paper. I'm going to break that down. We're going to take a look at the left side, working our way to the right, and really share with you what we were trying to accomplish, and ultimately then how we're using it and how we're increasing our pace in our journey. The first slide delves into where does the story begin. We wanted to show the contributors after they are starting to invest their time and efforts. We wanted to show them who's receiving the benefit of what they're doing. And one of the first steps is to identify that small group of contributors, which fact sheets within LeanIX they're updating, and which reports are primary beneficiaries of their efforts. So first off, they can actually go to see the reports that they're contributing all of that content for. So that's the first way that we can show them the value that they're bringing the organization, not just their project teams. Now they're sharing it. That's where it begins. We're at mile 20 now in the marathon. And as we go to the next slide, we start to ask ourselves, where's the value? Ultimately, we'd like to look at these specific enterprise architecture use cases, more strategic towards the top, and as we move down, more operational, sort of a mix in the middle. And what we did is then identified all of the stakeholders at UCare that would receive value from each of these EA use cases. So this is very specific to UCare, but I'm sure it can be utilized by other organizations in a very similar manner, trying to find out which reports are going to best serve these people in these roles. And we're at mile 24, and you can start to feel the pace pick up.
Yeah, and then when we talk about those reports or things, we also go back to how LeanIX did that for you too. I think it's easier to understand, oh yeah, this reporting is important for someone, but also how LeanIX made it easier for that person to get to that report or get to that information too.
Yeah. And that's a nice way to describe the value that the LeanIX has provided us while we were creating this persona story. And Fabi, I want to thank you again for that. It was a great aha moment the day that you helped us to see the opportunity to use these collections. I'll talk about that in just a second. And the stakeholder personas you see in this matrix that Fabi is presenting, over on the left, you have the executive teams, and you can start to see in that matrix, see the patterns of reports, some that are would be benefiting certain stakeholders and others not as much. In the middle, we have some project team members, and on the right, we have the different disciplines within the enterprise architecture team. And that represents the different ways we can group these reports for the individuals and make it real for them. And as you go to the next slide, here we are at now mile 26. And I guess there's some animation in the screen. And I'll describe it even though it's something overlaying.
I think it's, when I uploaded, it kind of lost the animation part.
It did, okay. No worries, I'll speak to it. Over on the right are all of the different personas. And over on the left are the enterprise architecture use cases. And the particular example that we're highlighting on this page is for a project manager. And there are 3 use cases that are noted for this persona. And when that use case model disappears, up would pop all of these different reports that are very important, we believe, to help project managers begin to go into discovery, help them to see the areas of the organization that their project is either making change or the areas of systems that they're making change, and ask more informed questions. So it's at this point that when each one of these roles over on the right as personas, when they can see themselves in the tool, and when they can see themselves in the tool, they begin to see the tool as their tool. And we really are starting to see adoption across our business teams and our IT project teams now that they can see themselves in the personas on the right. So this has really helped us a great deal start to speed up the process of user adoption across the organization.
Yep, and just if I can add a little bit on that, I'm going to even go back a little bit. When I remember when you showed me this gigantic, let's say, diagram, we came up with solutions to put it in LeanX, and in collections is part of it. But also this view, getting to this view is also important. So for people that are not familiar with LeanX, this is not a LeanX page. This is a bread diagram, but it's made of every single little box that you might see in the middle. They are reports in LeanX and associated with each persona. And going back to the other one, the collection, so the right side and the left side, both for use cases and for the actually personas, those are what we call collections, or folders that you can rearrange your reports to show up. So just want to explain a little bit what was the idea and what we did in LeanX.
Mm-hmm. It's been very helpful for us, and it truly, we have several examples of people seeing themselves this week. Matter of fact, we gave a demonstration to our whole PMO, our project management office, and we used the project manager example. And this was a big aha moment for about 20 people. And it caused energy, it caused questions, it's caused 3 follow-up meetings that, in the coming days since Monday. And they want to see, now, how can I use this on my project? And that's the kind of momentum that we've been looking for. And the use of these collections for these personas has really been advantageous.
So getting to the finish line.
Yeah, thanks. In wrap-up mode at the 26.2 mile mark, you'll see, look at the smiles on these faces, and look at Tiffany. That's one of the biggest smiles I've seen. This was her first marathon, and she rocked it. And there was a lot of excitement. It doesn't look like we just ran a marathon, but it's true. We did run one. So I will throw these challenges out to everyone that's on the call today, to really celebrate each one of the mile markers on your journey with your project teams as you're implementing, and to challenge yourself to increase your pace.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and I think our next slide is mostly for questions, and I ended up doing a few questions before you got in, but I also just wanted to thank everybody for having us, and Brad, for you to join me in this presentation. I really appreciate that. And also, we do have our Linux Connect Summit happening in the Americas. It's going to be in Boston and virtual. It's free for you to register. We have some really good people presenting, including Brett again. So please join us if you can. And if you have any questions, we're happy to go through them.
Brad, Fabiana, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for such a great talk and for all of your patience. We're so glad you made it here. Paul, did you have any comments or questions you wanted to ask?
No, I wanted to thank you for working through those issues with us. I do want you to know that everything got recorded. We now have 4 live streams going, and so we actually have quite a number more viewers. We're working on making sure that the questions can get funneled through to you. Something with StreamYard and LinkedIn just decided that they didn't like each other for this time, but it was an awesome presentation, and I actually have some questions that I'd like to talk to you about some other time. But thank you so much, and just wanted to make that announcement. The YouTube channel and the Facebook channel are in the chat and posted all over the place. And sent via email to all the attendees. So I'll get off now, sorry.
Awesome. Well, we have 2 minutes left, so maybe I'll ask you one quick question and then let you share any final words. But, as so much has happened in our world, and architecture has had such a journey and such an uptick. So when you think about the clients that bring you in and the reasons that they bring you in, how has that evolved over time, and sort of what is a snapshot of that today?
Yeah, and Brad, if you want to take that over, or I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Enterprise architecture has evolved over the most recent 10 years. What I find in the business architecture space here at UCare, it's a privilege to introduce for the first time what is a business capability model. What is a high-level business process, and what is a high-level value stream, and why is that important for us to differentiate? Now, I'll leave this one golden nugget. As I work with the different business teams, and for the first time, they start to be able to speak about true business process without mention of systems, then they can start to speak the same language across their departments and lift up out of applications, out of systems, out of integration, and begin to have those conversations about how they can better improve their handoffs, their relationships with external partners. And I've witnessed an elevated kind of conversation by the business leads across the organization. That's what I've seen as a real benefit of introducing business architecture to the organizations.
Yeah, and if I can just add a comment, I feel like for me, seeing from multiple clients as part of a company that offers a product related to this, I think it came clear to me that the business side is talking a lot more about architecture or IT in general than they were before in like 5 or even 10 years ago.
Okay. Outstanding. Well, thank you so much again. Congratulations on your achievements, and we'll see you again real soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. We're going to bring up Mike Clark as our next speaker. Welcome, Mike. How's it going?
Very good, thank you. Am I in? I'm in, yes.
You are in. You're on stage. And go ahead and share your screen and get everything ready as you like, and then I'll introduce you.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. System audio. Okay. You want to go to the end? Okay. Hopefully you can see the screen.
And how's that?
Yep.
Got it?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right, you're all set. You ready if I get started?
Go for it.
All right. Well, it is a great pleasure to introduce Mike Clark. Mike, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, but your title, VP Global CTO, MasterCard Data and Services. Mike is an incredible human. He is an architect, a business designer, an innovator, a data expert, a technologist, and much more. So you are going to really stretch our thinking today in the art of the possible with architecting the multiverse. So over to you.
Thanks, Wendy. And thank you, everybody. So yeah, we are going to take you on a journey to the future today. So as Wendy said, I work for MasterCard. I primarily work in what's known as Labs as a Service. So we have a privileged position within MasterCard. We get to work on the leading edge capabilities, but more importantly, we help our clients turn science fiction into science fact. So as a group of people, we span virtual reality, augmented reality, the metaverse, through to bank as a service, open banking, and beyond. But rather than talk to what we do, I thought I'd show you a video that describes much better than I can some of the things that we've been doing and some of the things that I'm privileged to get to work on and use business architecture and other elements in my day job. So let's see what we can take with this.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could, for example, have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which is not under control. Then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. Finally, you would dream where you are now. The ultimate reality.
So you could say I get to have some fun every day. So you probably guessed this is going to be not like many talks. So we're going to be taking you on a journey to the future. I'm going to take you from how we move through the generations of payments through to what we know as the metaverse, but then ultimately, what does that mean for our role as architects in this new world? And then what is beyond that? So before we even get there, it's important to understand how we got to now. So I'm sure all of you in your industries are experiencing disruption or have been disrupted in some shape or form. That's either because infrastructure has been modernized, commerce has become digitized, but we've also had to battle probably with an increase in cybercrime. Ultimately, what's happened over the last 10 years is that we've literally gone through a digital and communication revolution, which has changed the way that we all interact and think about the way that we engage products and services. And the reality is there's been emerging technologies and approaches that have pushed us in this direction. You could argue even before the finance industry. The most prominent one in the UK, which has now become a global thing, is the emergence of open banking. So this was a big thing from a UK standpoint, particularly when we started to think about how consumers would now start to interact with their bank. And the question is, as architects, how do you design these experiences, particularly when the change has come from an unlikely source? So the origins, for those unfamiliar, came from the UK government and the regulator. Nearly every market in the world now is attempting to be involved in open banking in some shape or form. And it won't surprise you that the business architect and the broader architects are heavily involved in this space because businesses are having to rethink and redesign the way that customers are going to interact with their finances going forward. So it's more relevant than ever. And also, you know, at a very simple level, this model works by giving access to third parties on your behalf through APIs. So guess what? Those interactions need to be designed. And the capability model, and my favorite model, which I use all the time, which is a capability interaction diagram, become more important because now all of a sudden you have to understand responsibilities of data and who is actually playing what role as consumers' data moves between new processes and capabilities. That seemed like a very short period of time. It was long if you were an architect because it was very painful moving the bank into that model or any financial institution. But we moved out of it quite quickly. And we suddenly moved into the world of platforms, which again has to have us rethink how we architect. Because the simple reason being is that the businesses we're all involved in now are looking to no longer manufacture capability. They're looking to assemble it from ecosystems to accelerate the way that they deliver services. There was a great quote by the chairman of Kroger during the pandemic where he said that they were able as an organization to stay ahead or if not compete because they realized they didn't need to build it themselves anymore. So as architects, we now need to factor in how we tap into ecosystems to assemble the capability rather than build it. So again, that role of architect and the role of capabilities and accountabilities and responsibility becomes even more important in this model. And this is where life gets really interesting. So for your organizations, all of this openness starts to change the way we think about engagement. All of a sudden now your organizations can either own an entire experience. So we take the moving home journey. Who's to say your company couldn't own that whole experience and orchestrate all of the APIs and all of the services needed to own that journey like Uber? Or do you actually not want to do that? And would you rather just appear in somebody else's journey as an embedded finance experience? Which means as an architect, you have to know how that capability is going to show up, what data needs to be there, what's the regulatory constraints, all of those things. And you're combining the journey, the business architecture, the whole caboodle to understand how your organization is going to appear in an adjacent industry. So the model is changing. The way that we think about how we show up for our customers is changing and will change. But fast forward to now, we're now in this period of convergence, which is a thread that I want us to carry through this conversation, is that the power of 6G or 5G, I should say, the power of connectivity, computing power, pervasiveness of data has all unapologetically come together at the same time. Because all of these things have matured, either our ability to adopt them or the ability for them to scale. But ultimately, we now have a jigsaw that brings together all of these things. But the question is, what can we do with all these pieces now we have them? Which is where the big changes are starting to occur. And we're starting to lean towards a new reality, a mixed reality. So you saw in the video, and by the way, this is real, what we're showing you on screen. We've worked with partners who are building shopping malls of the future, where we're starting to blend in the digital and physical worlds. And you imagine now as an organization, even more than ever, you have to understand how that user is going to transverse between a physical experience and a digital experience. And how do you architect that in a new world? And what are the diagrams and what are the views? But also, what do you need to know is going to become even more important. Take it even further, take that convergence concept. I can maybe pick up an item in a virtual world. I can look at it. I'm able to launch a live video where an influencer is telling me about the product. And all of a sudden, I need to inject a payment component where I pay for it and it gets fulfilled by Shopify or someone else. So who's going to piece all that story together? Because the business person isn't going to do it. So the need for the architect to be involved, to understand those touch points, those capabilities, but all of a sudden your identity, your data, how are all those things navigating between those touch points, which were previously just a very simple omni-channel journey, is now a metaverse journey, or even a multiverse journey, which is many metaverses connected. So all of a sudden, we have to rethink how we engage and what that means.
Hey, Mike.
And just to throw, more issues in the mix, we also now get tokens and cryptocurrencies, which all of a sudden changes the way that our customers can interact transverse the internet, but also make payments. I truly believe one of the biggest things that will change are the concept of social tokens, where organizations or even individuals will become their own communities. Those experiences need to be designed. What about the regulatory constraints, the reporting and everything else? How are we going to design those interactions? And who manages what, and what security needs to be in place? This is a emerging world. It almost feels like Web 2 in the year 2000s. And I think we have a bigger role to play than ever.
Hey, Mike, sorry to interrupt, but there's a message on your screen. Could you just hide it?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, thanks. Awesome.
Let me just get rid of it. Gone. Okay. This is a diagram that no one's going to show you. But ultimately, none of this is a surprise. Over the last 10 years, all of these disciplines or trends have been talked about as individual things. The reality is they're now all converging together, and they are giving us what we now call the metaverse. Through the combinations of open banking, computing power, real-time personal data, 5G, all the way through to interactive commerce, is giving us the basis of what the internet is going to be. And the big question is, what is the metaverse? Which is probably what you all want to know. Well, the reality is, the metaverse as a concept is not new. The reality is, it's been around for a very long time. To give an example, my team, the team I work in, have been doing virtual reality and AR for nearly 3 to 4 years. There's people in the team who've been doing it for 8 years. The reality is someone famous called it Meta, their company, and all of a sudden people started believing us. But the reality is, if you look at the market size, it's enormous. Every company in the world now has a point of view in their role in the metaverse. For example, we work heavily in Saudi, different parts of the US now, different football teams around the world, all looking to have a name or a presence in this space, to be relevant, but also rethink the way they start delivering services. So it's a big mental shift. And it's not new, as we said. The first ever metaverse was created in there.com, which went beta in 2001. Most of you are familiar probably with, if you're old enough, Second Life. And now the modern day versions of these things are the Roblox of the world, and what we now know as Decentraland and Sand and very others. But this is not new. We are also this history repeating moment. And gaming is driving a lot of that. MasterCard now has a presence in gaming. We've seen a lot of acquisitions in this space. But your segments and your customers and how you model your products are radically going to change. You no longer are designing for the customer. You're now designing for developers, gamers. Your whole outlook in terms of your revenue model is going to radically change. If you think about 82% of people attending in-game events made a purchase because of the event. And then 65% of those purchased digital goods. And if you want to take that further, platforms like OpenSea turn over around $3 billion with no physical assets whatsoever. So it's not something that's a passing phase. This is for real. There'll be digital versions of you. So, how are you going to design an avatar, which is a representation of you, but your identity is going to change as you move between worlds and potentially bring products into the real world. Some of this may sound absolute fantasy, but the reality is we are building this for clients. There are organizations looking at legal practices, new frameworks, new ways of thinking and designing are starting to emerge. How are you going to shop in the metaverse? So we've already, I'm sure all of us have been through the period of architecting chatbots, where they need to show up. But we're now taking that further, where now we're having a human representation of that conversation in the digital world. And what do those interactions need to be, and how do they need to work? So here's the question, and why you're all here. What is the role of the multiverse architect? And what does this mean for you as architects? And how can you play a role? I've been fortunate, and I've worked with Wendy a long time, in the sense that we've always tried to push the boundaries of what we think of a business architect, and how not only the profession, but the individual stays a constant and evolves. So they have a presence as we move through digital, through mobile, to extended reality now into this new world as we know to be the metaverse. So the architect of the multiverse, which I'm calling it, is because there will be many metaverses connected. In my view, this individual will sit at the intersection of the physical and digital world, shaping those capabilities and experiences that businesses need to stay relevant. So in essence, I've always believed that a good architect is multidisciplined, but also now bringing in the concept of partners and ecosystems. That toolbox of your disposal will allow you to shape the metaverse and the real world together. Never before we've needed architects to actually shape and design how data is going to be used, how users manage their identity, and ultimately how individuals and their personas going to be managed as they move between these spaces. And what does it mean for an organization to suddenly appear in this world? Because clearly, if you're a bank, the last thing you want to do is build a bank branch in the metaverse, because let's guess what, we didn't want them in the physical world. Why do we want a queue in a metaverse? So we have to rethink the way that we want to design experiences and brands and how we start to think about those. Even M&A, how do we want to think about companies we want to acquire, and how are we going to do due diligence on them, knowing that they're going to go into a space that is still forming, and none of us really know how this is going to play out. You'll be architecting different layers of the metaverse. So there's different diagrams emerging around the world. This is a really good example of one of the different layers that you're going to face into. You know, some of you on the technology side will have to start thinking about the infrastructure. Some of you are going to have to think about the interface. So we fully expect Apple to release AR glasses at some point this year, early next year, which probably will be the biggest move that we see. As we start to move to edge computing, and some of you might be in industries that are doing this already, but we also now have to start thinking about microservices and how they're going to show up in blockchain. Some of you may have to think about how we have to think about multitasking, which tasks need to show up in a VR environment, and what capabilities do we need to design? How are we going to pay people? So from a creator economy, what tools do we need to give them? How are they going to make a payment? How is that going to flow through our systems? How are we going to differentiate between a payment in the digital world and the physical world? If it's on a blockchain, how do we know that individual is who they say they are when they're off-chain? Are we going to use the mobile? Are we going to use IoT? What are we going to use? And what's the experience we're designing for? Is that a game? Is that an esport event? Is it just shopping? But ultimately, how does that flow through all the parts of the organization? From an operating model design perspective, are we going to have a different department that manages our metaverse experiences? Or do we just blend them into one, and we now need to figure out whether Mike was Mike in physical form or Mike was a virtual version of himself making that payment or having that experience? And here's the crux of it. So I always like to be a bit controversial. In my view, the customer experience is dead. We are now designing, and you could argue we have been for some time, but it never really had a name. We're designing total experiences. We are blending together different types of interactions to deliver an outcome. The reality is we have to consider the role a machine plays in a journey. We have to consider the role the customer actually plays, the employee, the developer, machine-to-machine interactions. There are so many different actors now that we need to cater for when we're designing an end-to-end value stream or a journey, and it can no longer be about the customer experience. It's whoever is receiving the end experience and all the parties involved required to deliver it, which is the outcome at the end of the day, we have to factor in and design for. You know, if you're doing a developer experience, then that implies you could be exposing your services from a monetization point of view on a developer portal. But what does that need to look like? And how does that flow through? How do you know which developer took what API? And how do you manage the curation process to make sure that the people you're onboarding into your systems are people that you want on there, and they adhere to your internal policies? So all of a sudden now, what was simply, oh, we'll just put some APIs in the developer portal and people can use them, is now just a really bigger task, because you have to figure out how all that links together. You're going to have to focus on journeys that span the physical and digital world. And, you know, I've teased things into this talk, and this is real. So this actually isn't a make-believe diagram. There's a company that is on our program. We have a Start Path program where we have accelerators for fintech and startups. This company have created a model where I can go into the metaverse and buy a t-shirt for my avatar. I can then leave the metaverse, take my headset off or my browser. I can convert that from an NFT into a QR code. I can then find the nearest store, walk in and scan my QR code and just pick up the t-shirt I just bought in a virtual world. So guess what? We need to architect that experience. We also need to think about what else we could inject into this experience to add more value that our company may offer. So for example, if you're big in the loyalty space, could you start embedding your loyalty services into this experience? Could you bring data insights to give extra information to your customer? Could you start integrating other forms of commerce? So all of a sudden, all of those capabilities that you've got inside your organization, guess what? You can now start embedding them into these experiences, which start to really bring more value and also then take you into this digital world in some shape or form. This could be your entire journey, or actually this could just be you embedding yourself in the journey into a completely adjacent industry, which drives new revenue. So from a propositional design, from a business architecture design, you now just have a full suite of Lego bricks in your organization to play with. The question is, what's the best way to design them and what's the best way for them to show up? This allows us, when we start doing this, to create new viewpoints. So, we can build these journey maps linked to customer life cycles. So before, begin, during, and after, or in this case, interested, decide, buy, and share and use. I can then start plotting as someone moves now between the physical and the digital world, what capabilities and abilities they're going to need as they traverse a metaverse layer, a digital channel, and the physical world. So you've got so many different actors at play. You've got the avatar, which is you, but the question is, which version of you is it? If you're a doctor, is it Mike the doctor? Is it Mike the patient? Is it Mike the guy on holiday? Who is this person? Is someone helping them? Is there a metaverse assistant that needs to provide the product advice? Is someone then going to visit the virtual store at that point? Do they need to take it back to mobile? Are there sensors to dictate where I am in the physical store so I can start that conversation? And then do I go back into the metaverse and buy it? And eventually, do I share that with my friends on my social channels? So all of these experiences need to be designed, either through, and more likely through collaborative teams, but the architect should be the one that has all the insights as part of that helicopter view of the organization to piece this story together. We're going to build familiar viewpoints. So, it wouldn't be a business architecture event if I didn't show blocks and squares. But you're going to use these viewpoints, but the thing is, the things in the viewpoints are going to be different. So you can see here, data management and governance, crucial. The foundational elements of your blockchain, your tools and standards, through to your governance model, which is now going to be smart contracts. So here's the nugget. In a smart contract world, in a data sharing, your customer or your user may now be responsible for their own data. So the question is, again, how are we going to architect that flow of information, manage that consumer's consent, or in fact, we might not even know who they are because all they're presenting to us is credentials that have been authorized by a third party. So we now need to design services that allow for the acceptance of Mike, as in, I may not even know it's Mike. It may just say that I'm a certified individual who can access the service. And if you want to use my data, I'm going to govern that based on my smart contract. So again, I have to think about these things, but also the different apps that these are going to show up in. Again, it's omni-channel, but taking it to another level. And we talked about partners. So I think one of the big shifts over the last 2 to 3 years, if not a bit longer, is this realization, mainly come out of the tech giants and some of the more nimble fintechs, that you can't, and you don't have to do this on your own anymore. We've spent the last, all of us modeling capabilities for so long. A lot of the metadata that we capture is around whether these capabilities are leading edge or whether they're just a utility. Now, if you have capability gaps today when it comes to digital, there's so much opportunity to partner with people who do it better than you. Now, if what you've got is your USP, then you may choose to manufacture that capability. And guess what? You can become your own platform at that point. And you may choose to lend that to other people at a price. So, the business architect with the product team is now architecting API as a product or some form of capability to lend to other people. But in our case, when we look at this slide, we're considering who do we get our capability from? Because maybe it's just a utility that I don't want to build. I'm never going to be good at it. So where can I get it? So I can either get it from the traditional players, which is more the incumbents. Think of that bank as a service example. Or I can just go to platform and data partners. So people who will just give me those jumpstart open marketplaces. Or if I'm in the healthcare space, or I want to get in their space, can I maybe take some of their data? Or if it's a local market opportunity, who's in the market? Maybe I need to do a digital wallet, or I need to do something of the like. Big tech is always an option if I want to start merging data and bringing other aspects into my organization. I may need to work with local regulators to understand on-soil requirements and various other factors that I need to consider as terms of cross-border. And system integrators, maybe we won't do the work, but as architects, we need to shape and direct the people doing the delivery. So the whole model is changing as we think about not only how we design, but also how we deploy. But I've always felt that the role of business design and business architecture is the intersection between these things, shaping these interactions, designing these capabilities, driving us forward. And I think it's even more important than ever now as we start to think about the complexities of designing for almost multiple different interaction places and points. So as we said, all of us now become assemblers. We manufacture very little. So we work across ecosystems to start to standardize our capabilities, which can be a mixture of business and vendor. Core functionality could be provided by your vendor. You know, the digital platform itself includes everything to run the experience, which could be vendors, or it could be us architecting and bringing all that together as one container for us. We can then start building propositions with low code, no code. So again, which capabilities do I need to bring to bear? Which ones are candidates for APIs? And ultimately, how do I turn those into products? And then how do I then identify the candidates that I'm going to expose to the outside world? Is that through a marketplace, a platform? So all of a sudden now, if the business becomes a platform business, you now have to design for all of these interactions, the onboarding capabilities. Are you going to follow an Apple model? Are you going to follow Google Play? How are you going to design the modern digital business and how it wants to appear in all these different multiple ways it can appear in a digital and mobile world or even the metaverse? So again, big things for businesses to now start to think about, which I think is why we play such a more prominent role even more today. And I mean, Wendy mentioned data, which is kind of my big nerd, if you like. Organizations are sitting on a gold mine and very little take advantage of it. We're seeing more and more organizations now looking at data as an actual product. Growth of data exchanges, sharing of data for monetization purposes, using data to drive business performance, using data to improve product and identify gaps, using data to create new products. So as we start to capture our value streams, we start to look at our capability interactions, we also need to consider what data is passing through those interactions and whether that data is valuable or not. And is that data that actually we need to destroy, or is that data that we need to keep? Bearing in mind an interesting fact, there is only 2 zettabytes of storage in the world when it comes to data. By 2030, we will use about 20,000 zettabytes of data. So currently, there's not enough storage in the world for the amount of data we're going to be needing or using. So the value of data becomes incredibly important. But it gives us the ability to have real-time analytics, data-driven loyalty, personalization and behavior. We're seeing lots of customer lifetime value, location market intelligence, as we say, data as a product. But there's a complexity to chuck into the mix. Over the next 5 years, we will see the emergence of digital self-sovereignty and identity. We're already starting to see this race to create country-level self-sovereignty. So the US market is leading away. EU has started the Gaia X project, which again, if you're not familiar with that, I would recommend you do have a look at it. It's where users will start to be able to access their own data in hubs. So you'd end up having verticals, data for financial services, data for health. So how we design consent and digital identity and how we use that across the physical and digital world is going to be massive. And if we start to throw in blockchain and smart contracts, as we said, we'll have that new revenue model. So as you're designing capability now, you also have to think about what you can and can't do with that data. How much of it is owned by the consumer? What insights can be derived from that data? And where is that value and where are the gaps? So when you're doing your capability analysis or your gap analysis in a business area, you're also now looking at data. If you're not, you should be, because it's incredibly valuable now to businesses, because the value is no longer what you deliver, it's actually what you add on top of what you deliver. So understanding those elements and architecting those in your capabilities or any other supporting diagrams of interaction are going to be crucial. And ultimately, if you bring all these pieces together that I've just described, the store or any form of merchant or any form of retailer or any form of your business becomes a platform. We bring all of these elements together, which allows us to create smart buildings, next generation finance, all of these individual components. And I haven't even talked about ESG. So, for most organizations, carbon footprints, the road to carbon neutral is becoming even more important. So identifying those opportunities, providing that information to your customer is massively important. And again, all of these things are a bridge between the physical and the digital world, which for me is incredibly exciting. And I think the other thing to take away as you sort of navigate all these different roles and all these different things you're going to need to think about is we're ultimately now also designing for ecosystems and open networks, which almost means a completely different perspective, because now you need to look at it in different lenses, different viewpoints. So we've already started to see in Brazil, open insurance, the PIX network for payments. We've seen, if you haven't seen this, I definitely suggest you do, ONDC in India, which is the equivalent of Amazon on steroids, which is basically an open ecosystem for commerce. You apply that with UPI in terms of the payments and data infrastructure, and all of a sudden, that is a lot of flow of opportunity and capability. The reality is, as an architect, we are sat in the middle of that mixed reality and those ecosystems. Almost all of these Lego bricks that are floating around in this space are opportunities for us to grab them and piece them together and help our organizations design what that future looks like today. I spend a lot of my time, I may not have the title of business architect anymore, but the business architecture tools are very much part of my toolkit. And I use them and I bring them out to solve some of these problems around designing some of the things that I'm describing to you today. Digital twins, humans, AI, all of these things, we can't escape the fact that the traditional models still work, but with some blending, by bringing them together and staying relevant. When you start to piece it all together, I can now start to do my heat maps in a very different way. So again, going back to our journey, now I can start to go, okay, well, maybe is there data here? Is it impacting? What about someone's identity and consent? Is that to be considered? What other capabilities do I need? Do I need partners here? What about haptics and interactions from a VR and AR perspective? And what are the technology? Many other dimensions you could apply to this. And by the way, this is just one of many viewpoints you could create, but it just shows how keeping some of the traditional elements, but blending them with other disciplines starts to give you the insights that you need from different angles and dimensions, which is why I think the role of a business architect is so powerful, because it allows us to bring these pieces together and tell that story, more importantly, that helps guide the business through the decisions that they need to make, and also be that bridge between technology. But I truly believe, and I've always been this person, for us to be successful, we're going to have to become lifelong learners. For us to have an awareness of blockchain, we have to be ahead. Our role should be to guide the business and be that trusted partner that's one step ahead. We need to be critical thinkers. We need to be able to communicate. We talk a lot about capability models, but I'm a huge believer in not showing them, because actually I truly believe there are workings out. The question is, how do we use the capability model then to provide an answer to the business and a communication that they understand? How do we collaborate as teams, and how do we create community? So Wendy does some great things around cultivating a business architecture community. How do we create that in our own businesses? How do we become embedded into agile squads? How do we become all relevant into the parts of the business? And how do we become creative in our thinking, in the way that we present, and the way that we think about the opportunities by combining capability? So it's no longer just about doing gap analysis and recommendations and creating product, but can we be innovators as well? Can we look at those capabilities and go, well, hang on, if I combine those three, maybe I could create this. And then ultimately, how do we become continuous learners? looking at adjacent industries, keeping a track of what's happening and understanding what does that mean for us as either architects or the businesses that we sit in. It's going to become a crucial area for us to evolve. And the reason for being that way is it sets us up for the next wave of computing. I guarantee in the next 18 months, we will all have access to AR glasses. We may not be able to afford them, but we'll have access to them and they will be there. So the question is, when they are there, what does that mean for your business? What does that mean for your customers? What impact assessments are you going to make? And ultimately, how are you going to piece all these jigsaw pieces together? And you know what? The exciting part of all of this is only the beginning. So for the last 12 to 18 months, I'm a naturally curious human being, and I've gone down the rabbit hole of 6G. So if we take what we've seen, which is, designing an experience based on convergent capabilities, when we move to 6G, all of that will be brought even more to life. So these are things that we've built from the ground up using artificial intelligence, allowing for localized sensing. You'll have smart cities and smart lives. You'll have full capability industry 4.0, and all the stuff that you saw in the movies will be real. So interactive haptics, teleporting, which Microsoft are doing already, and full global coverage for mobile services. We talked about data. With so much federated data in this model, that what value you put on data is going to become incredibly important, including the economic value of it, how you sell and share it, but ultimately how you build products on top of that data. And we talked about storage of data, but we also talked about asset management. So I'm sure everybody has tried to buy an NFT. I'm sure, you don't be afraid to admit it. It's difficult and painful, but it is going to get better. And eventually we'll see organizations providing you asset management capability to manage those NFTs. And even the data that you're selling to organizations, all of this will need to be created as propositions. And guess what? Someone's going to have to orchestrate those capabilities and define them. And all the other angles and elements that need to be considered. And we talked about data storage running out. So there are already examples in the world of IPFS, which is spelled wrong on this, notice that, offering the ability to store data on other people's devices or machines. So in the future, you will see cars, and we've already seen examples of this in the IEEE, where the car itself doesn't need any data other than to know how to drive. So when you go on your morning commute, I'm going to be looking for data in other people's houses to say, I'm going here, or maybe a car in front of me is going to give it to me. At the end of the journey, when I've captured new points of interest, I might get given different choices. Do I save that data because I'm doing the same trip tomorrow? So again, I'll look for someone on the network that can store my data locally. I may get the option to sell it because it's valuable to somebody because I picked up new points of interest. So someone's going to acquire that data. Or I might just destroy it because I'll just get some new data tomorrow. But all of these interactions, all of these capabilities, all of these new pieces of technology have to be architected. This, the simple of getting from A to B hasn't changed. The way I got there did. It just became a whole lot different and needs to be thought through around what needs to be reused, what partners are going to give me what, but ultimately, how is all this going to show up into the consumer's life? Big changes. I think I've got a video after this, which brings all this to life. So again, when you watch this, it's more to sort of nudge and think about what this means to your profession as we move forward.
We are hurtling towards the ultimate period of convergence. The emergence of 6G promises to blur the lines between the virtual and the real. We're on the cusp of a new connected intelligence, which will change the way we engage, pay, and work, bringing a new horizon in innovation. 6G will bring intelligence close to the end user while building bridges between physical and virtual spaces. Avatars will guide users and be on hand to be the personal companion as people navigate their way across services, creating truly immersive experiences. Payments and services will become even more personalized, thanks to rapid data analysis, which will provide a better understanding of consumer needs. Absolute position systems will be able to provide services and experiences to users regardless of their location. It will enhance the navigation of autonomous objects such as vehicles and drones, bringing orders to you and facilitating payments regardless of location, giving rise to drone delivery, asset tracking, and healthcare monitoring. Front-facing business services will be accessible from the comfort of your home, thanks to first-time holographic capabilities and teleportation. These fully connected networks will allow constant access whether on the ground or in the air. Smartphones will be replaced by fully XR services via wearables like headsets, glasses, and implants, moving us into the world of science fact and merging the physical and digital world into one. How we manage and store data will change forever. 6G networks and convergent technologies will allow a better sharing of data. For instance, cars will only store basic driving data, but will search for additional data from other cars who have taken similar trips. Fully immersive AI can also manage future journeys by pooling together vast amounts of data and making it available to the user at the click of a button. A new era of sharing and owning our own data is here. Users will be able to store their own data in fully interactive wallets managed by digital personal asset managers. These assets can be tracked and traded via XR capabilities. Users will no longer need a proof of identity, but instead will need proven and valid credentials. This will allow users to protect their identity across the physical and digital world. 6G will enable constant network access for all users, from holographic teleportation, deep-sea communication, attending concerts in the Metaverse from distant locations, remote location access to vehicular communications. 6G will truly make us a globally connected planet across the digital and physical landscape. 6G will usher in a new era where everything will be sensed, connected, and intelligent. This will lay the foundation for a fully connected, distributed, and intelligent digital world, taking us forward towards the next horizon.
And the reality is, if you see all of that, and that's just to get you thinking, there's some great videos out there I recommend you watch as well from Huawei and others who very similar thinking to ourselves, if not pushing the boundaries even more. But the reality is we're creating a mixed reality. That's where we're heading. And I think for the consumer, whoever that is, we as organizations now are giving people that 360 view across their life, connecting their health life, their utility life, communications. And if you think about your roles today, you're going to be at the intersection of this. It's almost like a sweet store where you're going to have access to all of these services. The question is, who's going to piece them together and how are they going to be brought to life, which is where I see the role of business architecture going forward. And I've always thought that way. A lot of the things that you've seen today are real. We've either built them for customers or we are building them. And organizations are starting to think about these things at board level. So there's a huge opportunity to really get involved in this space if you're not already. I didn't want to leave you without giving some nuggets in terms of, well, how do you prepare for this? So the first thing I would do is help people identify the value in their data. You know, ultimately, what should you be storing and what not? You know, as architects, you know, even more and more than ever, you know, digital used to be just a channel, another channel. It's now digital first and only digital in the thinking, and API first as well, and any other technologies that come along beyond that. The biggest thing I notice that people don't do, and I think it's, you know, as a community of architects, we're in the ability to influence this, is treating APIs and data like products. They should be treated no differently to any product that the business launches, and they should be looking at it as a revenue generator. As architects, we need to think platforms and ecosystems, using those capabilities and decide then, working with the business and technology teams, how that business actually wants to show up in digital. What role do they want to play in that new digital world? Test and learn, you know, it's used a lot as a term, but it's so important. It's a case of not being perfect, but helping the business, giving them the guide rails, giving them the capability guide rails and the architectures to allow them to have that agility and that confidence that they can fail safely You know, as architects, we need to design from the end. So we need to start with outcomes and problems and think about the total experiences. Be the trusted partner, asking those really awkward questions, and ultimately shaping that total experience, but not creating solutions looking for problems, starting with outcomes and working backwards. And I only wish I had for you all is what I've lived my life by, is just I'm just naturally curious. And I think becoming lifelong learners, and more importantly, turning all that knowledge that we gain into wisdom, is going to allow us to be successful in the metaverse and beyond, because there are so many things that we now have to think about. Everybody has talked about how exciting it's going to be in the digital world, but there are so many regulatory and security and governance aspects, people's identity, their data, you know, all of these things need to be thought through. And I think that's where all of us can come to the fore, because we have that experience of having that mindset of thinking of the awkward questions that no one wants to ask. And I think that puts us in a really good position to help businesses get ready for what this new world is going to be. So hopefully that hasn't freaked you out too much and has given you thought in terms of what this all might mean for you, and some of the viewpoints that you can start to create. But clearly this is just, you know, a drop in the ocean. I think for all of you and myself, this is probably the next phase of our careers, in terms of how we fit all this together. But I think it's really exciting. I truly believe that business architecture has a even more prominent role in this space than it has done in any other spaces before it.
Well, Mike, thank you so much. That was inspiring, visionary, insightful, amazing talk. Really appreciate your thought leadership and leadership. So if you are ready for some questions, we'd love to chat for a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. And everyone, feel free to share questions for Mike. You covered so much. I don't even know where to start, but I love that experiences, total experience and capabilities are still the currency. They're still the building block. And just wondering, you know, to go to your point about assembling capabilities from ecosystems versus building, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you work as an innovator and you're working with organizations that are innovative, but how do you get people thinking that way? How do you get leaders thinking that way? Because it's a bit of a different paradigm and it's a lot of change for a big organization.
Yeah, it's difficult. We're very fortunate that a lot of the organizations we work with are a bit more forward thinking, but we do, we think of ourselves as, my boss uses the term Sherpas. So our job really is to guide them. So we have the value of being the tip of the digital spear. So our role really is to not tell them the answer, but guide them through the process. It's almost, first of all, we focus on the problem rather than anything else. So we start from the problem and work backwards. So we start with the problem that the customer is starting to solve, because partners at that point are irrelevant, because I don't really know what problem you're trying to solve. So from an organizational standpoint, it's okay, what the problem is, and then how are you currently performing against that problem? So we can do like a current state assessment, a diagnostic on how that business is running, no different to how a business architect would today. The difference is, once we know the capability gap, then we can actually have the question internally to say, well, look, we could potentially help fill that gap with our products, or if actually we can't help you with that, we've got an ecosystem of partners that we can pull from that will actually fill that gap for you. So ultimately what we then deliver them is a way of accelerating the problem, but their digital transformational journey. And then longer term, we might end up helping them then think about their partner strategy if they don't have one, or how this would then fit naturally into their broader digital transformational journey. Bearing in mind that every organization is at different phases of that journey. Some will be at the strategy phase, some will be thinking about digital products and digital journey design, or some will be thinking more of the crazy stuff that I showed, which is around AI, machine learning, or even different digital channels, because they're that more mature. But everything starts with the problem, and then we literally look at their capability to solve that problem based on the performance of their capability and all the other elements. And then based on that, we can then identify what needs to change and what doesn't.
How does this and I know you're involved in university a bit, so how does this type of thinking, I mean, does this change the way we educate in university and business education younger than that? What are your thoughts?
It's really funny you say that. So I'm reading an interesting book at the moment. I told you I read a lot. I'm reading Charlie Munger's Almanac at the moment. So he's the partner of Warren Buffett.
Mm-hmm.
So he uses a great quote that he said, in nearly every room that he's in, he's not the smartest person, but he can outthink everybody because he's got more mental models in his head. So his belief is the same as mine, and I can't take the credit because he's more successful than I'll ever be. But the reality is, for us to be good at what we do, we have to have many mental models. So it's almost, how can you pick the right tool from your toolbox to solve the problem? Because the old adage is, if you've only ever been taught with a hammer, every problem to you looks like a nail. So the reality is we have to have that multidiscipline approach, because not every problem is going to be a nail. And we need to think what we need to consider to address that problem. And that becomes even more important when the problems of the physical world don't really relate to the digital world, because a lot of those boundaries go away. But when we think about something really simple, let me give you a real example. So in the physical world, or in a 2D world, we just consume content. So I'll put content on the internet and I'll read it and I'll consume it. In the metaverse, I participate in content, which is completely different. So what do you do with someone who's got a disability and accessibility needs when they're in the metaverse? Because something that I do in the metaverse that I think is cool could actually generate an adverse reaction. And what does that mean from a governance standpoint and a regulatory aspect? Because that could be the same interaction that I would try to do in the 2D world, but it amplifies itself in the metaverse or that type of world. So the way, going back to your question, university, I think it really stems from, almost treating university as the start, not the end. Mm-hmm. And whether or not, you span out into multidisciplines which make a difference, or once you leave university, you accept that that's just the first step on your learning journey and it never truly ends. And you're really keeping abreast of all of the important disciplines and then figuring out how you marry those together in terms of how you want to work.
Yeah. Well said. A thread that you mentioned multiple times, maybe we could dig in a bit more, but how can the business architecture or the architecture underpin the transparency, ethics, and governance that's needed in this digital world? How can it help?
I think it's the word you use is foundation. So if you think about, like, I shouldn't say this, but I'm not really excited by the user interface of the metaverse, really. I'm more excited about how we make it work. So I think the business architects have a role to play when we think about the fabric and how things need to appear and how things appear in that presentation space. So the business architect has a role to not only identify where things need to show up, but almost having a 360-degree view on the capability that's showing up. So, if I'm showing something up in a particular moment, what's the data constraints with that? What's the regulatory moment? Who do we need to collaborate as business architects within the business to bring into that conversation? So do I need to go and speak to external legal counsel? Do I need to speak to my internal legal counsel? Do I need to speak to people in data privacy? It all comes back to asking the awkward questions that no one else will answer and ask. Because it's like, look, you want to launch that capability in the metaverse, that's great. But did you know that in this market, you can't do that because the customer's data can't leave on soil? Did you know that you can't do that because now the customer has the rights on their data and we have to pay them every time we access it? So we have to ask those awkward questions, and we must factor in these lenses when we look at the capability. And I think the more we show value in guiding the business, the more relevant we'll become. And we won't be a standalone. I think this is the other thing to mention. I touched on it briefly in the talk, but we won't become like a standalone role. We'll be part of an agile team. So our role will be part of the agile squad, and there will be stories attached to us. And that way, then we become embedded in any change or any particular area of the business that's looking at a particular value stream or a particular focal point.
Right on. Well, maybe one last question, then we'll give you some closing words. But I like that you shared, and I think this is so interesting to watch in your journey, how your architectural thinking has underpinned what you do.
Yeah.
And I also like that you said the traditional models still work, they just need some blending. So what do you think it is about your architectural thinking or experience that helps you be successful in other roles?
It's a really good question. I haven't really thought about that, actually. I think deep down, I've always looked at the viewpoints in business architecture as my toolbox. So I've always looked at those as my fundamental analysis tools that I can use to articulate problems, solutions to other people. So I think that the constant throughout, as I've learned different technologies and different industries and stayed abreast of how things have moved, the constant has been that mental model, if you like, of how I think and look at the world. So business architecture has given me a way of abstracting all of the complexity and allowed me to get down to what these things really mean. Because there's so much hype around all of these things. But when you go back to first principles and you look at ultimately what are the capabilities that they provide and what they do, you're still back into that thinking mindset. And I think when I say the traditional models still work, like I still use the Mickey Mouse diagram of interactions, which I shared with you before. I still use that. I've just made it look different through the years. Mm-hmm. So the models have stayed the same. The only thing that's changed is I've blended them together sometimes with different disciplines. So I've combined service design with business architecture to give me different views altogether and heat mapping. But the outcome is still the same. I want to know how the business is performing or not. I think the only thing that's changed through the years is what I show people and what I don't. That's what's changed. So the capability model is my tool because nearly every business in the world has run without them for the last 40 years. My job is to use that model as a means of identifying gaps and then figuring out the best way to present my answer in the way that the business can understand. So whether that's in a table, whether that's using icons, but still using the terms from the capability model, but in a way where I don't have to teach the business what capabilities are. I'm just using it as a means to solve my problem. And then the question is, how can I present it in the way that people understand? So I'm using the models, but they've become more personal to me because they've become my toolbox of solving problems. I'm spending half my life now figuring out and being more creative in terms of how I sell the answer.
Outstanding. Well, we just have less than a minute left. So Mike, over to you for any just final closing words.
I would really say that we're in a really exciting space and a really exciting time to be alive. I truly believe that because I think we're in a cusp of where we are designing the new future. I'm sure we were all involved at some point in Web 2 and we saw the dot-com bubble and everybody thought it wouldn't come of anything. And now we all use Google and we all use Facebook and everything else. The beauty of where we are today is we're actually in a position where we can design this. So we can actually help our organizations figure out how they want to play and how they want to be in this space. And I think that's just an amazing opportunity. I think it's an amazing opportunity for the business architecture profession. I think it's an amazing opportunity for individuals with their careers. I think it's an amazing opportunity for businesses in terms of how they get an opportunity to jumpstart their brand and how they think. So I think I would look at what I've shown you today as, this is happening, this is real. And I would also think of this as, my God, how do I take part in this? And how do I shape what I want to do? Because I think there's such an opportunity for everyone to participate, drive direction, but also reinvent, which is what we always want to do.
Well said. It's a great time to be alive. Thank you so much, Mike, for sharing all of this with us. And I know people who will go back and watch this later will very much appreciate it as well. So see you soon. And thank you so much.
Good to see you. Take care, everybody.
So Alan is going to take over moderating from here. So Alan, I will let you take it over from here, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. So my name is Alan Stewart. I will be the moderator for this portion of the day's events. Before we begin, I'd like to review a few housekeeping items. This is a live presentation with speakers from all over the world. So you may experience a slight delay when we click between slides. There are many people on today's call, so all lines will mute it to avoid any background noise, but we will welcome your questions to the comment section and your questions as well. Each presentation will last approximately 45 minutes with 15 minutes of Q&A. If we can hold, we'll answer all the questions at the end. The comment section will be open, so it'll be live during the presentation, so please put your comments in, but the Q&A portion we'll like to save to the end to give the presenter an opportunity to present their details. Okay, so it now is my pleasure to introduce Tanisha Fitz, who will share with us the session on how we advance accountability using business architecture. And Tanisha Fitz is the VP Director of Business Process Optimization. Tanisha, are you there?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. There you are.
Okay.
So without further ado, I'd like to turn over the floor to you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Alan, for that warm introduction. So let me first just start by sharing my screen. Okay, let's see. And you're not seeing anything come up, correct? Just making sure.
Nothing yet.
Okay. Okay. Let me just.
Using the share button on the bottom? Share button?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Let's try this. Here we go. Okay. It's just saying, let me try a different screen. So give me 1 second.
Okay. You probably have those multi-screen setups. So it's
yes,
I
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your patience. So thank you, Alan, again for the introduction. I am really honored to be with you today to speak on how we advance accountability using business architecture at T. Rowe Price. I will start today by, in terms of our agenda, by providing you with a little bit of background about myself and then also our firm. And I will cover our business architecture story. So how did we get started in business architecture as a team? And then spend the majority of our time on how we advance accountability. And obviously close out with your questions. So with that, as Alan stated, I serve as the Director of Business Process Optimization. I have been with T. Rowe Price for 16 years. Where majority of the roles that I have focused on has been primarily in leading and driving change within our distribution operations side of the business. I currently serve as the leader of our architecture team and focus on capability scaling and efficiency across our global distribution. A little bit about our firm. So if you have not heard of T. Rowe Price, we are a global asset manager serving the needs of our clients. We have been in business and founded since 1937, so a little over 65 years. We are headquartered in Baltimore, Maryland, with offices in 17 countries around the world. We service clients and shareholders in over 53 countries and employ a little over 7,500 associates. So let's talk a little bit about my team. Currently, my team is called the Business Capability Modeling and Architecture Team. I will first start by just sharing that business architecture at T. Rowe Price was not a linear, well thought out business strategy to create a business architecture practice or team. We literally came an overnight strategic necessity. So business architecture was the necessity as our firm doubled in size and expanded to serve clients in over 53 countries in the last 4 years. We were established in Q4 of 2019. under the value proposition of really driving capability ownership. There was a strong desire from our leadership to create capabilities, a greater discipline, and more direct accountability for our business capabilities, which would enable us to more efficiently and effectively manage our growing complexity as a $1 trillion global distribution organization. Our mission as a team is to enable and accelerate global distribution's ability to deliver excellence at scale through capability planning and management disciplines, and connecting strategy to execution with business capability models and blueprints. We spent quite a bit of time together in our first few months as a team, really building out our team. So in terms of relationships and really grounding on the core components. In addition to talking about and establishing our mission statement, we also established the operating principles that you see represented on this slide. These 9 principles really is set and establish our rules of the road, and they serve as our guide in helping us to make sound decisions, build trust, and enable greater innovation in the work that we deliver. So in terms of where does my team sit within our organization, we currently have a centralized team structure. We sit within our global distribution side of the business under a shared services group called Enablement and Operations. Global distribution is responsible for the distribution to and client service of our financial institutions, our intermediaries, financial advisors, individual investors, and retirement plan services globally. Over 50% of our associate base at T. Rowe Price sits within this side of the business. The head of our global distribution also serves as our sponsor for our work and has been a wonderful advocate for business architecture, which has been instrumental in our adoption and the success of our practice. I have an amazing team of 3. So combined, my team has over 30 years of asset management experience. All of my team has worked within the business throughout our careers at T. Rowe in various change leadership roles. We all have learning and application backgrounds in Lean Six Sigma, change management, and project management. A huge benefit that I have found of residing and sitting within the business is that my team and I, we all have deep expertise in how our global distribution business works. We've built many years of leading change and projects, and we've built those trusting relationships with our business partners, which has played an important role in the adoption and the advocacy of business architecture and the work that we deliver. One unique thing about my team that I will share is that when we came together, we did not have a business architecture background. But the one commonality that we all shared was that we know how to lead change. But now we had to learn to really leverage this discipline called business architecture to enable the change. So we rely heavily still to this day on studying and looking at industry guides such as the BizBock, a really wonderful tool called BizArc Mastery, and various other learning resources. And we attend the wonderful annual Business Architecture Guild to really stay on top of industry best practices and standards and reference models for the financial services industry. So we coined the term of voracious learners because we are truly voracious learners in business architecture, and we are passionate about what we do and the value that this discipline brings to our organization. Let me start by setting the stage for the history of business architecture at T. Rowe Price. So this slide represents a brief roadmap of our journey. So during 2019 and the second half, I would say, of 2020, we focused on 3 primary key areas. The first was educating our global distribution leaders on what business architecture is and how we leverage it. Number 2 included identifying single points of accountability around our capabilities and establishing beliefs and behaviors around what does it really mean to be accountable and responsible for our business capabilities. Number 3 we begin leveraging a capability-based planning lens within our technology planning cycle. Towards the end of 2020, going into 2021, we really focused on building out our capability assessment frameworks. And we've ran several pilot engagements within global distribution to test and learn, and to also ensure our leaders were learning and what we were doing was providing value to what they needed. And we also finalized our service offerings in our stakeholder model year. So we currently have a model year that really represents our stakeholder engagement plan. So how will we engage with our stakeholders on an annual basis through a suite of services to serve their needs using business architecture? Today, we continue to service our clients through service offerings and are viewed as trusted advisors and consultants. So I wanted to take a pause and really just give you a visual representation of our business capability model. Our model was built in 2015. We do have one enterprise model for our firm. It has 6 primary capability areas. The primary focus areas for our global distribution side of the business is really found in number 1, our distribution, marketing, and experience space. Number 3, our operations space. And also number 5, our business cross-cutting area. We do have a 3-level taxonomy that you see represented here. And prior to our team being established, we primarily used this within our technology business. So our model was being leveraged to really identify total cost of ownership and to tie those costs back to our business. What I have shared since we've been established as a team with our stakeholders, and we still talk about this, I often coin business architecture and the business capability model specifically as being the superpower. And that superpower is that it actually aligns us to a common language. And it's one mental model in how we see what we do as an organization. So the fact that we can all speak the same thing has been such a huge adoption point for our stakeholders. And then we've also talked about the power behind it of enabling strategic conversations. So let me spend some time talking about the first activity that our team performed outside of educating. Was really begin to lay out our objectives and framework to establish accountability for our capabilities. We have 6 main business units that make up our global distribution organization. And the overall goal was to really create 6 business unit specific maps utilizing the firm's capability model and adding in key accountabilities and responsibilities. Our 4 objectives really consisted on identifying single points of accountability for the business unit capability, identifying who is responsible for planning and delivering those capabilities, so partners that are helping to mature the capability, and then gathering current state observations from our leaders. So what are the ownership gaps that they're seeing? What are the risks and imbalances that we may need to talk about and raise up? This work ultimately serves as a foundation for a number of our capability planning and management routines. So this accountability identification was really core to us running additional services and supporting our stakeholders across the suite of offerings that we have. We established 2 roles that you see here for our business capability model. And those 2 roles are called executive sponsor, so capability executive sponsor, and capability owners. On the left side of this slide, one of the things I will start by saying is that we do believe that a single point of accountability is required to manage the life cycle of a capability. And that role we coined as the capability executive sponsor. This was a mindset shift I will share for our leaders, because we came at capability ownership from an enduring perspective versus a program project where you have a start end date. Our principle that we established early on is that accountability must exist at the top of the house and had to be declared at the senior most leadership team. We spent many sessions with our 6 business units declaring those accountabilities. And as an executive sponsor, if I'm wearing that hat, I am responsible for understanding current and target state. I'm accountable for understanding the outcomes of the capability. What am I trying to drive to? What is the future vision that I want to paint and the picture that I want to paint for the organization for this capability? But I'm not working alone. I have a village of additional partnerships throughout the firm that are really helping to support the development of the business plans and maturing the capability. The right side of this slide represents the capability owners, who we coin as the responsible parties. We recognize that, of course, that village, again, it takes to really work together to execute against various capabilities. And we sort of coined this as an umbrella role. It can include functional managers, product owners, technical owners, or leads. And these individuals are really coined with working with the executive sponsor to help plan, execute, and govern and manage the capability. The benefits of this that we saw as we start to think about initiatives and strategies that are really cross-cutting. So the cross-cutting priorities is a term that we coined here, that really require us to look horizontally and assess impacts and architect solutions. What are the impacts of our strategy? And having that horizontal view, we now know who should have the seat at the table. There's no ambiguity around who needs to be involved with setting the foundation of capability ownership. What we have learned over time in our 2 years is that a maturity progression in the capability is actually evident in the relationships between the two parties that you see here. So do we have governance, stakeholder routines, and interactions for collective responsibility and accountability? And we do believe that over time, the relationship continues to progress from not just awareness, but it progresses to partnership. Where can we work together to mature the capability to full integration? This represents a summary of the mapping process that we took. So what you'll see to the left is the first step that we took as we started to talk to each of our BU segments was really just by pausing to ask the question, what capabilities are core to your business unit strategy? That was a different question that had never been asked before. And so, again, I point back to the alignment of common language now. And so that was a really insightful question. So we asked, what were the core capabilities that were important to your strategy? So what capabilities do you really own? So you have the majority of people and process that sit within your business unit. And then what capabilities do you influence? Meaning that majority of the resources and processes sit maybe within a shared service function, but you really rely on those key partners to really mature those capabilities. And so this produced a visual representation that was really eye-opening, almost of a mini operating model for our leaders. We declared executive sponsors as well as capability owners. And this, again, as the foundation, really helps us to activate and start to integrate capability-based planning into business routines and governance. The one key learning that I will share is that we operate in a highly matrix environment. So what we were able to see is that we, in most business units, we were actually rely on our partners 65 to 85% of the time to really bring that business capability into the business. So the matrix piece really came to light in this visual representation of sort of a mini operating model. In terms of the outcomes, so on the left-hand side, it's just a reflective of, when you're established, a new discipline within the firm, there's a lot of educating that we recognized that we had to do. And so although we had a great sponsor, great advocacy for it, trusted relationships that we built, still making sure the leaders understand what is business architecture, what is a capability, what is a business capability model. Those are really core to really enabling that awareness and adoption as you move forward. So you'll see there's a lot of one-on-ones, socialization meetings, a lot of leadership team presentations as well. On the right was really the value delivery and the ultimate outcome of this work. We had 6 BU-specific VCM maps delivered, as well as identified our total count of executive sponsors and validated that as well with our capability owners. This is all a new way of thinking and speaking. So establishing accountability was just a new way of thinking for our organization and is a muscle that we're still continuing to mature in. In alignment with the 4th objective that I covered on the previous slide of really pausing a moment to really identify what are the accountability observations and the gaps from our leaders, what we heard right away was, what does it mean to be accountable? What should I do differently? What types of behaviors should I exhibit if I am a capability executive sponsor and I sit as the accountable party? What does it mean if I am a capability owner working with my capability executive sponsors? And so we took that feedback to our global distribution executive team, who spent several hours laying out beliefs and behaviors they felt were important to be reflected for each of these roles. So the blueprint that you see in front of you is something that we revisit regularly with our leaders and has started to be infused within performance objectives. So on the left side, as I think about a capability executive sponsor, what this really means is that you're owning the objectives and the outcomes. You have the ownership mindset, regardless of the reporting line or hierarchy. You're advocating and you're collaborating with stakeholders and capability owners. And you're not just collaborating, but you're building advocacy and coalitions across various groups and bringing others together. You're creating trust with discipline. You're encouraging people to share problems. You're responding to those problems and encouraging people to manage discipline and rigor and helping to support these structures, which really gets into the measurement. On the right side, capability owners, this is the deep expertise area. So these are the leaders that have deep expertise in a single dimension, such as data, compliance, or technology, or multiple dimensions. This is where the group really comes together and your expertise is valued. And you're even more valuable when you understand not only just the current state, but you understand it from a not just from a vertical perspective, but from a horizontal perspective. And that horizontal awareness is specific in a dimension, or it could be across groups as well. These folks really thrive most when they have partnership models and true teamwork that exists between the executive sponsors and teams to not only just understand where we are, but where are we pointing to collectively? What is the one view we are trying to get to in terms of target state? And lastly, communicating. One of the questions we often ask our executive sponsors and capability owners is, how often are you in conversation? We've heard everything from having lunch every quarter to we have formal governance and we meet monthly. So one of the things we emphasize is none of this is possible without communication and relationships amongst the different groups. Of course, we ended with gathering feedback. That gathering feedback for us is really important. As I mentioned earlier, we all have a background in continuous improvement. So we are always asking the question, what can we do better? What did you learn? How can we make this a better experience? What are things that we can grow to continue to develop our business architecture practice? And so architecting empathy and active listening into our conversations to understand how we can best serve our clients' needs was really what we wanted to drive home to really close this out. So we asked our clients, what would be of most benefit to your business unit as you think about the next steps in using the business capability model? What you see here represents the voice of our clients. So there were 6 key themes that really came to the forefront. The first, again, no shocker, was around accountability reinforcement. How can we continue to talk about it? How can we continue to use the frameworks and really embed them into performance objectives and having a really great conversation around coming together and having that accountability around our business capabilities. We also heard how can I objectively really assess from a maturity perspective, where am I current state in my capability in terms of maturity? I need to understand my current state so that I can build out, okay, where do I need to be in terms of future state for my capabilities? And then the third I call the powerhouse, which is honestly my favorite, is really integrated capability planning. So last year, we started to integrate capability-based planning into our annual business planning, and we're still maturing in that space. But this, to me, the power that this brings, the framework, the insights and analysis to the conversation to help our leaders make better decisions in our planning, I get so excited about that, and the value that's delivered with doing that. And then the next two, process data, maturity, and ownership and operating model, baselines and impact, are two specific areas we're still developing, and we look to target more so within the next year. And then lastly, we've started investment prioritization conversations. So how do I really use the business capability model as an objective mechanism for investment prioritization for foundational capabilities? And so are we investing essentially in core capabilities that are really important to our strategy? How do we show that alignment, that where we're spending our money is in alignment with the vision we're trying to go in terms of our strategy? That was really important to our stakeholders, and we've started work as a team within that space as well. So after listening to our stakeholders, that is when we came back and started to formalize our suite of services. And so what you see represented here is a direct outcome of listening and architecting empathy for our clients and listening to what they desire. So the first obviously is around the business capability model. So we have an annual process that we go through with our executive sponsors because we anticipate leaders, move throughout the organization. So revisiting those accountabilities and making sure we do have those names accurately is important. We have, in number two, we've developed essentially an education program. Although we sit within global distribution, we adopt an enterprise-wide viewpoint. And so we have seen, although we've educated more so in our global distribution space, over the last year, our education services have really expanded outside of global distribution. So we've had services, really education services with our enterprise change office, our risk office, our HR office. And so that has, to me, been the most exciting part, because we've proven the value in global distribution, and now our stakeholders are starting to say, hey, Tanisha, what's going on over there? And that's, just the highlight as a leader to know that, your team is really delivering something that leaders are excited about, and they see the value and they want a piece of the pie. So that's been really exciting for us. And then 3 and 4 are really around the strategic reviews. So what are the blueprints we need to build as a team to help our leaders make those better informed decisions as they move forward? So I'll share a few key learnings with you. So after 2 years of being resilient and committed to this work, because we truly believe in the value it brings, I would like to share 4 key learnings that my team has really grasped onto. And the first really is investing in your team and team strategy is really important. So it sets the foundation. So coming together, getting to know one another, building the rapport, understanding personally and professionally more about your team is important, and working collectively to establish the vision, to establish the mission, to establish how you want to operate. It's truly, if you skip that step, it's not a good step to skip, in my opinion. It was truly instrumental and valuable for our team as we grew together and partnered closer together. Number 2, prioritize where you start. So what we learned earlier on is that there's a balance between building business architecture versus using it. And so starting out earlier on, as we were learning, there's a lot that you're learning and a lot that you're coming up to speed on. But where I believe the majority of the time is really around using it. that requires a balance when you do have a small team. And number 3, deliver the value that really matters to your organization. For us starting out, it was really establishing those single points of accountability. And as we've continued to mature, our stakeholders, I mentioned, wanting to know more about assessing the capability. And then starting now to really integrate into capability-based planning. And building partnerships is really important. So as I mentioned, we sit within the business, but we have really strong relationships with our enterprise architecture partners. In fact, anytime we meet with them, it's a joyous occasion. We always start out with questions on what we call, how are the humans? It's just a personal catch up, getting to know how's life outside of work. And then we talk about work most of the time. But having that time and those relationships, it's just invaluable. It's just the most important thing for us. So having those partnerships in our technology space has been really crucial. And then the last but not least, being a humble, courageous leader. So honoring and respecting your legacy. I do believe that our role is to lead and catalyze change with empathy. And the one most important thing that I've learned is that you must maintain the courage of your convictions in order to persevere through the business as usual headwinds that you will inevitably encounter. And I will end with one quote that my team and I currently go to quite a bit when we start to encounter those headwinds. And that is a famous quote by Nelson Mandela that says, "It always seems impossible until it's done." With that, I will thank you for listening, and I will happily take questions.
Excellent. Thanks, Tanisha, for that great presentation. So we have a few questions in the queue, and I'll start out with a question from Lucy. And her question is, at what level of capability are your single points of accountability typically established?
That's a great question. So we established executive sponsor, we establish at the level 1. And capability owners are established at the level 2. And so when I say that was a bit of a question that we had to go back and forth on. So the executive sponsor is typically seated over that level 1, but we recognize in some of our business units, we did have to go down to the level 2, depending on the makeup of the business unit organization.
Excellent. So actually, we have another question from Lucy. So
okay.
The question is, how did you navigate agreeing single points of accountability? What if each department likes doing things their own way and believes their own approach warrants a special approach?
That's a great question. Anytime I think you say or use the word accountability, I think just as a human, you sort of are going to run out the room like, I'm not it, right? Mm-hmm. And so there was a little bit of resistance in the beginning, but I will say that the importance of having sponsorship at the top of the house really helped us in this space, because the mandate was, this is what we must do really to grow and enable as an organization. We're scaling and growing so fast. We need to understand who we point to for that accountability. So I will say that, although we did have a little bit of resistance in the beginning, one of the things that really helped us get over that hump was our sponsor really sending out communication and really advocating for this work, and really not just advocating, but talking about the why. Why is it important to do this from a business point perspective as we're continuing to scale and grow across our organization?
Okay, excellent. We don't have any additional questions, but there's one question I would ask.
Sure.
You mentioned that you have a good relationship with your enterprise architecture partners.
Yes.
Was that always the case from the beginning, or was there deliberate things that you did to foster that partnership?
That's a great question, Alan. So yes, it was that way from the beginning. And so what I'll say with that, as our team formed in 2019, one of the ways we pitched the formation of business architecture was in partnership with enterprise architecture around it. And they are huge advocates for the value that this brings to our business side. And so the passion that they know that we have in driving this was really crucial. And so they've been on the journey with us and on board from the very beginning. And so I've been really blessed to have that strong partnership in our enterprise architecture space.
Okay. How often do you guys get together in that combined meeting that you have? Is there a formal plan around how often you get together?
Yes, so we meet with our enterprise architecture partners bi-weekly, and I also have monthly touch bases with the head of our enterprise architecture practice at T-Row.
Excellent, excellent. So any other questions from any other folks in the audience? We don't have anything else in the queue, but Lucy did comment on the questions that she had. She had great answers, and you have decent change management. So
thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, great. Tanisha, I'd like to thank you for sharing your expertise with the audience today. Excellent presentation. And for everyone else, stay tuned for the other BILT presentations that are coming up. We have a presentation starting in June 10th, Small Architecture, Big Challenges. So look for more information from us. Thank you. Thanks, Tanisha.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Alan. Hey, Alan. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Paul. How's it going?
Well, good. I just thought since we were in between speakers, maybe you and I might chat a little bit about the exciting work that we're doing with the CITAD community, the working groups, the value management components, and heck, just
Absolutely.
talk about business architecture in general.
In general, absolutely. Definitely. Let's do it. Yeah, I know we had that Gar and Loudon, we had a conversation about like taking it further. Loudon gave us a presentation of all his materials. Looks like he has a ton of experience and actually IP that he's put together. Lots
Yeah,
of ton
yeah.
of IP, right? Some
Yeah,
really
so
good
that
stuff. He
we're
walked us through it, and we agreed that hey, this should be a working group. We should put together a working group. Him and Gar agreed to kind of lead the working group, and also Loudon agreed to like some of his materials to share some of his materials as well, which is
so
amazing.
this comes up in business architecture all the time. What is value management? It comes up in all architecture, and I guess it comes up in all aspects of all sides of business. But boy, do we talk a lot about it in architecture. What do you think that that you took away from that? I know that for those listening, Lawden is one of our CITA distinguished architects. It's a board certification. Alan is the chair of the board certified research committee leadership of the board certified architects, who is helping us out on the built event. But what in your mind is this value management? We're hearing a lot about that in this conference, and I'm curious. I'm curious as to your thoughts. I know you work on some really big things yourself.
Well, a few things. One area I got out of it, I didn't know it was such a nascent area with a lot of material, and until Lawden actually, pushed me down, and it said, and he asked me, he says, "What, value management? Don't you guys do some of that stuff?" And on the productization side, we're always trying. We think we eke value out of the initial scenarios we put together, right? All right, there's some PM goes out, gets some customer scenarios, and it says, here's the value of what a customer would want. And from there, we think we eke some value out of it. Customer wants it. There's some valuable stuff that we can get out of it. And we thought we started the first part of the value chain from that exercise. But from talking a lot, and one, it should start long before that activity. Two, it's a little late in the cycle. And three, we're not using the right tools to go about eking value out of the conversations that we have.
Okay, so let's talk about that because we hear this term thrown about. We have this concept of business architecture, and then we have, and I think Daryl Carr put it best earlier, right? He said that there is a structural structural ownership in an organization, and then there is a change and dynamic and innovation organization activities inside of an organization that in sometimes that overlap. And we hear this term value all the time. And there are a lot of tools we use in business architecture, business capabilities being one of the big ones, value streams being the other. We talk about value chains, which are kind of nuanced. They're very different. They're different, in fact. One being more of a SIPOC sort of business model canvas almost. And another one being a kind of dynamic capabilities connection. But out of all of that comes this notion of value extraction. What is a value? A lot of us work on with business people where we talk to them about improving a measurement. The number of cogs that are generated out of a portion of a manufacturing line. I don't,
right. Some business, some valuable, measurement, right? Yes.
Well, but it's where do you bump into these in your work, and how can business architects work to capture that value? What was y'all's takeaway in the core of the working group? What's the idea in terms of benefits realization, value methods, and active being able to give some active techniques and tools to business architects around the world?
Yeah, and this is an area where, in my data job now, I've taken over incubation and innovation team. So in thinking about this, and even in the context of that, being able to eke out early value or to express value for an executive to want to invest in a project early on, right? And literally, we literally have, as a part of, I'm responsible for now putting together an incubation and innovation process, the ability, a process that takes technology, puts it in a funnel, and then gets it out into products moving forward. And even the lean canvases that we developed. Hey, tell us something about your product. What's the target market segment? What's the value to the company, etc. Just those questions alone don't eke out value streams or other areas that we should be kind of focused in on. So we even asking the wrong questions to be able to
I see this a lot as we go into organizations and we help them with their architecture practices. We're starting to do more. We're being requested to do more architecture practice development, and that is, there's a connection. I'll be talking about this later in the structured canvas approach and the business to solution architecture. But there's this notion of investment, right? Even most people call it budgeting, but it's still a kind of investment. You're deciding to invest in something. I read a report recently that said only about 20% of companies track value in any way, meaning out of their internal investments in any real way, right? They have $20 million on digital innovation, and then the 3 years later, or a year later, or 6 months later, or they don't necessarily have a story or a set of measures that they come up with that say, hey, we did that, this is how well we guessed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What I've seen is this is how well we've guessed, right? And also the measurements are they're general measurements, right? So if you're a cloud provider, maybe it's cloud ACR. You invest in something with the whole goal that this generates some turning cogs on the other side of it, right? Those measurements, they don't always get to what the true value was. Maybe there's additional business insights that informed, or another process that it changed. Most of the questionnaires, the way to eke out value, never get to that sense of value. It's always around a monetary gain and kind of stops there, without understanding how the blast radius of value is pretty broader than just one area, right? Or one point of
it's, in some ways I've been describing architects as kind of as sort of the archaeologists of value. We're digging out all of these nuggets and then putting together the story for people, right? Where we say, oh, well, this manager thinks that this key result is important to this, to this objective, but they've never even put it in that term. And then what do you think, though, between the relationship then between those and, say, because we have a lot of internal measures. It's wonderful to think about everything being, sort of, a customer gives us $5 and we give them a cup of coffee, but a lot of our value measures really tell us are more about storytelling in a way than they are just about the some direct revenue thing. So how do we where do you see that skill coming into play in business architecture?
Storytelling, right? I've literally, I have a personal experience with storytelling, right? I literally thought I was a good storyteller and able to tell good stories around, hey, I'm doing this, I'm integrating this new piece of technology, and I thought I had good stories around it, until I actually started hanging with people who actually did business architecture for a living. And they said, hey, you need to tell a story here. And I said, hey, I'm actually telling the story right there. And they're like, you're missing critical aspects of it. I was good to tell a story from the technology enablement perspective, but not from the business architecture, the other blast radius of value, which I like that term for some reason, like the blast radius of value, because we perceive value like this, very small, but the blast radius of value is pretty broad, right? That's what makes it tricky to kind of measure. moving forward. So
yeah, was David a slide on the call, because he is a master of the BDN, of the Benefits Dependency Network, which describes that, which is a technique that any of you guys can look up, or you can look it up on the Bitterbox, but really describes how you can link. It was a tool from the Cranfield School of Business. But it's one of the things that Lawden has played with, where we talk about leading indicators and lagging indicators. But we also really, what I love about it is, often people who are in technology will say things like uptime. Oh, this is going to improve our uptime. And then you as a business owner, you're thinking, well, okay, but why do I want uptime? You said $1 million for more uptime, and I'm saying I've got, I can process 100% of my orders in Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So why do I need 1 a.m. uptime on Saturday? It's like, it's that cost, it's that relationship between that business outcome, that tangible key result value measure that I think business architects really tell the story about, right? So our customer, and we get into that. I loved the metaverse thing. That was just, I was just like, oh yeah. So now
unlocking the value in the metaverse is an exercise, right?
What really bothers me about this, though, is now I have to buy, a pair of Reebok shoes in 3 different worlds.
Absolutely. Look, or think about you own your home in the physical world, but somebody else owns it in the virtual world.
Yeah. And if I keep thinking, well, are they going to sell me the digital version of a painting if I buy the original, or does somebody else get the NFT, or how do now I got 6 worlds to live in. And
there's going to be rest assured there's going to be something to verify if you're confirmed in living in that world, which means that you have to have some property, you're doing transactions, and maybe you have that pair of Reeboks in 3 places as well.
It was an interesting. What I loved about the presentation was, a long time ago, I was my ex-wife and I were gamers, and we had a couple of friends that we played in our guild or whatever, and they actually got married online.
Oh, the ceremony online?
And it was literally everybody gathered around, and it was a virtual thing, and it was, and they were super, super dorks, but they were super dorks together, and they were perfectly happy, and that to them was like the coolest thing ever.
It was the world's first metaverse marriage.
It may have been. I don't know. It would be fun to go find out what the world's first metaverse marriage was. We actually had an ISA conference with Grady Booch, who had a digital avatar in Second Life in 2007.
Right. Yeah.
And 2007, 2008. Yeah. And it was very hard to put on then. So I'm kind of excited about that part of it, because, it is so wonderful to be able to get people.
It's funny that you mentioned Second Life. Second Life has been a metaverse for years, right? They
get
very little comments now, but they didn't require you to have Google glasses. They weren't doing AR or VR. It was just a place where you can go and live and transact. Right? Literally, right? So
I went back because ISA had a building in Second Life for actually some time, and we were I was planning an entire Second Life chapter, basically. So now we're working on the whole how do we do a CITA board, or mentoring in the metaverse. It's going to be really interesting.
Literally where you can have a board that's physical and virtual at the same time, right? You can mix those concepts together. So the modalities in the metaverse is just what's going to make it amazing, right? Because unlimited possibilities on how you want to actually transact. Businesses will have to have a new think about the effect on businesses moving forward, right?
How are you seeing this? And I mean, that's why I love conversations with you. Is like, because then we kind of go, okay, yeah, but I'm trying to get, my executive of marketing to understand that we need to do social media. Like, and now I've got to have a conversation with them about how we have to buy advertising space in a virtual world.
Yeah. Oh, right. Exactly. But what you should quickly show him after that is the transaction profile of a person in the metaverse and what that's going to look like, right? They're starting to build what a transactional profile for somebody in the metaverse, because that kind of brings it home for people, because people are like, where do I buy stuff here and there and everywhere? Yeah, you do. There's going to be a whole transactional profile for businesses that are on the metaverse, right?
Well, I just think and I think that goes back to this whole measures and effectively being a repository of measures related to business and digital strategy, right? A digital advantage.
You're right. There's new measurements, right? Yeah. Something like screen time, right? Screen time you bought advertising space in the metaverse. If somebody's spending 2 hours of screen time there, that's victory, right? So
that's very interesting.
Think about it, there's not a monetary transaction after that. The fact that they spent 2 hours in your location is an opportunity for you to monetize. But getting 2 hours that screen time is everything, right? So
yeah, I mean, when you think about the length of a TV commercial and what it costs, I mean, And now
you could get that level of contact with your users for nothing like a Super Bowl commercial, right? The cost of a Super Bowl commercial, what is that? $75 million.
Now, see, I feel like, don't you feel like though that we as architects even are now we're kind of splitting on these same lines, where it's sort of like, oh no, I understand the technology of all of that, but I understand the measures of all of that, and that we really have to have us at least be able to speak the transactional profile and how that gets implemented in our CI/CD pipeline for 3D models and digital merchandise. And
for architects, it's not optional anymore for us to be able to describe the business architecture and value of something like the metaverse, where it's a new concept and we're trying to break down technology walls, and people's like metaverse don't want to touch it. So we're trying to break that down while we're trying to also explain some of the business opportunities for folks, and being able to articulate that. And you're right, the metaverse today is high on enthusiasm, very low on how does business architecture and how does value translate into the metaverse, other than some of the obvious things, screen time and etc., where people are saying, hey, it's about co-opting the user and having them live part of their life there. Because if they're living part of their life there, then they're transacting and doing stuff that they normally do in the physical world in the metaverse as well. But that's just theory right now.
Yeah, I wonder what the numbers will tell us in 10 years, so to speak. Because we did have these conversations with Second Life. Obviously, there's real money there, and there's real value there, and there's real physical purchases, as well as virtual purchases. I mean, I think
Second Life was a little bit before its time, right? I think what happened, social media has broken down the walls that Second Life, the Second Life had to live with, right? They didn't have the social media openness now. Everybody's, social media kind of broke the flood dams, right? For people being online, and
there's real physical purchases, as well as virtual purchases.
Michael joined. Okay.
I mean,
we're at time right now for our next session.
We just
Paul got lost in our conversation there. It was really good. He has broken down the walls that Second Life Second Life had to live with, right? They didn't have the social media openness now. Is it
Michael? We probably want to get you to not have the replay going at the same time, because we can actually hear the broadcast.
We're at time right now for our next session.
We just
Paul got lost in our conversation there. It was really good.
So if you're watching it on YouTube or something, it's perfect.
Right.
I'll let Alan introduce you. I just I saw an opportunity for us to
No, that was great.
Yeah, thanks so
I'm glad
much.
to stay on. I was just getting ready to go off for a while and think you guys on. And I heard Paul in the background. I was like,
I know
Can you guys hear me okay?
Got an amazing speaker, so I will leave you to it.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. Hey, today, welcome everyone to the session. My name is Alan Stewart. I'll be the moderator for today's event. Before we begin, I'd like to review a few housekeeping items. It's a live presentation with speakers from around the world, so we may experience a slight delay when we click between slides. Kind of bear with us. There are many people on today's call, so all lines will mute it to avoid background noise, but we do welcome your questions in the comment section. So today, the presentation is for 45 minutes, and we'll have 15 minutes of Q&A. Please add your questions into the comment section, and then during the Q&A, I'll read your questions. So it's my pleasure to introduce Michael Arulfo. Michael is an enterprise architect at United Healthcare in the Office of CTO, and he'll be presenting our session today, Leading with Business Architecture on the Product Transformation Journey. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Michael. Thanks, Mike. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alan. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good, because I'm doing my live mic off my PC, which sometimes is not very reliable. So I was actually asking for an audio call in just so I make sure the audio is good. But if you guys can hear me okay, then all's good. Okay.
We can hear you great.
Cool. And
Perfect.
Then I would like to do the session sharing, even though I did send a copy of my slides to the event manager.
No, you
so
should definitely share.
I've never done this like live in this Macintosh before. So but if it crashes, then we just go to plan B, which is
okay. Perfect.
So I just do a regular share.
Share, yes. Share your slides.
Okay, let's try that. From my computer. Okay. Support. Okay. Okay. So it's asking me to do an upload, which is interesting. Okay. So how will this work? It's not. I'm used to doing this in Zoom, you know.
Yeah, it works pretty much the same way.
You can just share your screen if you want to do that, Michael. If you just click on the button share and share screen, you'll be fine.
I did the share, and let's see.
Yeah, do share screen.
Got it. Okay, so
you did slides before. Yeah.
It is both ways. You're in the show. Okay. Okay, so let me just do the share screen. And just a sec.
There you go.
Did it work?
Your slides are live now, Mike. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do the entire screen. I just want to do the build presentation. Okay, did it work?
Your slides are shared. We can see your slides, Mike.
Oh, you can see them? Okay.
Yes.
All right, now I go to full screen. All right, can you, is that, you guys can still see my slides now?
Your slides are still there, yes.
Okay, so if I switch to the first one, let's see this. Okay, did that work? Did it switch?
It didn't switch.
Uh-oh. That is interesting.
We saw the share just now when you just tried to share. So I think you can just switch between slides.
Whoops.
It's sharing now.
I think it's because there's a delay. That's what's screwing me up here.
Okay. We'll just,
all right, let me try one more time. Because I did do the upload. Share screen. Show the window. Sharing now?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, there's just a slight delay. Okay. So now I'm going to flip to the presentation mode so I can do this. Okay. All right. So just tell me if it's switching because I'll do the switches and then we'll know if it's working because I can't see you guys now.
Yeah. It hasn't switched yet in the presentation mode right now.
I'm sorry. Is it presentation mode?
No.
Oh. What's going on? What if I, because it is on my screen.
On our screen, we just see the slides individually, not in presentation mode.
That's weird. No, it's flipping it.
If you have a multi-mon setup, you might have to find the right monitor that has your slides when you put it in presentation mode.
I'm just doing the single monitor, so I'm gonna check. Let's see. Oh boy. Okay, we can just do this from. Let's just do that from this mode. And I like to. Let me know when you can see the share.
You can see it.
You can see it. Okay.
Yeah. It's a little small, but yeah.
It's a little bit small. At least I know that you guys will be able to see it. I'm trying to expand it as much as I can. I don't understand why I can't expand that. Because if I go, the way it works is if I go to here, does it make it any larger?
Well, click on it. Let's see.
Okay.
Nothing changed on our screen. Still the same size.
Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. All right. Now I figured it out. If I when I do the share, what if I share my entire screen? It won't let me do it though.
You had uploaded the slides already, you said, Mike?
I did.
Yeah. You should just be able to share your screen. You shouldn't have to upload anything.
Just go to share slides. You were actually showing slides. You'll just have to hit next slide on the actual StreamYard. Yeah, see, it says slide 1 here. I can even change it to slide 2 for you.
There you go. Yeah.
See?
Oh, okay. So how do I switch it then, Paul? Like,
you just roll over the shared portion. You roll over the presentation, and you should see slide 1 and a little next slide button in StreamYard.
In the StreamYard.
If you want, you can just tell Alan to go next.
Yeah, it's gonna take a. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Okay, because I'm gonna get started.
Alan, you have that next button.
I do not. I'm looking for that. I don't have it. Just have the option of going to full screen.
You just all you have to do is roll over the.
I see. There we go. I see. I got it.
You got it.
I got it. Okay, sorry. I'm like, which are you talking about? I'm sorry. I'm not used to this. So okay. All right. So let me start. So what am I going to talk about? The 3 main concepts. So why architecture is a team sport. Show how enterprise level architecture is evolving within product transformations. Answer where architecture is most effective within the popular transformation, product transformation initiatives, and within the transformation model. I will also take this opportunity to tell the story about myself and in my previous role on my previous architect team, because I feel like that's a story worth sharing. It really formed the backbone for this presentation, as you will definitely see. So a little bit about myself. Again, I'm Micah Rulfo. I'm an enterprise architect. I support the United Healthcare line of business, which is the other part of UHG. So UHG is split into 2 main companies, and that's Optum and United Healthcare. And I support the United Healthcare, which is the traditional health insurance payer side of the business. But oftentimes, especially when we do these public presentations, we represent Optum as well, because technically I'm an Optum employee. Okay. So a little bit about United Health Group, just to give you guys some context of the type of environment I operate in case you haven't heard of the company before. We're the largest healthcare organization in the United States, very large in terms of ranking on the Fortune 500 list. We're ranked within the top 5 on a regular basis. with approximately $287 billion in earnings every year and over 340,000 employees. So that really forms the challenge from a business standpoint for my story is how do we align business and technology within such an immensely large and complex organizations with multiple chief architects, multiple CIOs. So that is the type of environment that I operate in. Okay, so the beginning of my story. So in the beginning, let me tell you the story about an architect that was recruited from the big data platform. He did not much experience as an architect. He had a couple of years, but mostly his background was in consulting and in product development. But he's had a couple of architect roles in the past. So when he was asked to serve on this new business architecture team, he definitely jumped at the opportunity from his previous role serving on the Optum side of the business and on the big data platform. Now, keep in mind that this architect is very, very new to the enterprise business architect role, has not really held an architect role at this time at that level, but he was full of energy and full of enthusiasm and willing to learn. And in the beginning, in about the first 6 months, it was great to be on a new team. And in fact, this was a new business architecture team. So if you know anything about serving on brand new architecture teams in corporations, everybody wants to be your friends. Everybody, especially if you're now holding the fancy new title of business architect. You're kind of like the favorite cousin of everybody at the enterprise level, because the enterprise architects, which come from a traditional technology background, they want to be your best friend because they can see you can help them with their solutioning. The product team on the business side wants to be your friend because guess what? You can help them on strategy. The business analysts want to be your friend because you can help them work with the business. So it's a great big love fest in the beginning, and the experience is just kind of highlighted here in this slide. It is an awesome place to be and an awesome place to be in. Well, then things got interesting. The CIO suddenly launched a product transformation that was enterprise-wide across United Healthcare. And that brought about all new changes because we have to adopt this new product model, both on the business and on the technology side. So the product transformation hit us pretty hard. I remember the day we got this email in my inbox, and suddenly we have this new product model that we didn't create, that was created by consultants, and we had to use it. So we have this new product model, and the product leaders that were newly appointed into the roles, most of them didn't even understand product management. And so they're all brand new, trying to learn their new roles and trying to function within the new environment that's set forth by the product transformation. So then what happened next? Well, I sort of had this Spider-Man moment because I was sitting there thinking, oh, wow, I had this great new job on this great new team. And suddenly, once we got these emails and things started to roll with the product transformation, I started to get the sinking feeling that, wow, we have to create this product model, which nobody on the architect team, period, had any kind of experience doing ever. And nobody had created a common model for the entirety of United Healthcare successfully in the past. So it was brand new territory for not only myself, but my entire team. So I suddenly started to get this sinking feeling. And I remember the day I was talking to my mentor. I was like, you know what? Suddenly this job is starting to feel hard, and I don't know how I'm going to survive this experience. And she basically told me, you know what? With great power comes great responsibility. And so that made me think about, hey, this is kind of like the step up or step out kind of moment within my new role at the time. And the fact that this business architecture practice didn't really exist within the division that I was supporting within United Healthcare before, the new CIO, who eventually got promoted and became the CIO for all of United Healthcare, So our personal CIO and chief architect, it was part of her vision to establish this business architecture team that really focused on business strategy. So we were a new practice. So in some, the stakes could not be any higher. And I remember that first year vividly. It was very white hot. Every day was exciting. And every day I logged in and looked at my emails, I remember like, wow, what's going to happen today? Well, you could say I sort of got my wish to live in kind of exciting times and seeing what happens because, well, predictably, once this new product transformation rolled out, the clash happened. So I recognize, my job is on the line here, right? And we have this new version 1 of this product model that we didn't create, and we started to use it. And it proved to be very awkward, and nobody really liked it. I remember there was lots of debate internally within the architect team. We were debating on what the definition of product was, capability was, and the product managers didn't like it because, again, they're learning the roles, and they're also just trying to understand, what this whole definition was of product and capability. So there was a lot of new learnings all around. And on top of that, the CIO was giving us brand new projects like every day. So on top of dealing with the regular product transformation efforts and the challenge of creating a new product model, we were getting special requests for the CIO to figure things out. So that's kind of the setting the environment of what we were facing as a team and what I faced personally as a new business architect. So then how do we deal with it, right? You're seeing all this change, all this chaos amongst both the business and technology side internally within the architect team. How do we deal with it? Well, the first thing we did was, okay, nobody likes this product model, doesn't make sense. It's kind of clunky to use and leverage for our purposes of creating roadmaps and aligning strategy, all the things that business architects have to do, doing maturity assessments. So let's create a new one. So we started with this. This is being the first step. And this is an example, version 1.1. This is a version, redacted version of a 2.0 model, so it's more advanced. But I felt that this model better illustrates the framework that we're leveraging now successfully within the company than version 1 does, because for a couple of things, it's showing some very important pieces, which is there is the concept of the big P, or the large products, the actual commercial products that are launched and sold by the company, and what we're calling the small P, or sometimes people call it micro products, which are essentially the capabilities bounded together that support the big P, which is the large commercial products. And then obviously the underlying capabilities that support those products. So this kind of 3-layer framework that we applied to this style of our product model was one of the first things that we did to get us off on the right foot and to move forward with the transformation efforts and the things we had to do as an architecture team. So then the other thing that we learned was important was we quickly became the guides of the architects at the enterprise level, and also with the business as well, even down to the engineering solutioning teams. So in this slide, I'm just trying to show you guys like the 3 kind of main partnerships that we formed. One, as a new business architect team. The first one, obviously, forming a strong partnership with our enterprise architect team, which worked on the technical solutions and had been around for years and years. Forming a strong relationship with them, recognizing, showing them the value the business architecture does, and how we can work together to do solutioning and to align strategy and business. We also formed, and this is a critical relationship with the product leaders that were, again, newly appointed, help them learn how to understand products. And that means starting to join up with the product management councils within the organization. I came from previously holding a product manager role within the Optum business on the big data platform. So it was, and previously I'd been consulting and doing product development for over 15 years. So it was kind of a natural fit for me. And one of the reasons why I was recruited in the first place to the business architecture team is the strong knowledge I had in product development, which helped me immensely in the new role as a business architect. I'm seeing this trend a lot in companies, either former architects becoming product managers or product directors, and also inversely, individuals like myself going from product roles into architect roles, particularly business architecture. So that is something that, you know, is a personal story for me, because it's kind of the path that I'm on. But on this note, working with the product teams, and I'll get back to, you'll see this, why it's really important in the next couple of slides, is you have to build that trust. And for business architecture, or any architecture for that matter, to work, the folks that you're trying to work with and hear your message and partner with on specific projects, they have to trust the architectural framework that you're setting up, particularly if it's impacting business capabilities. That is an important relationship. So having that strong partnership with our product leaders was a key piece. And then the last piece here is forming that strong trusting relationship with the delivery teams. Particularly, they were the ones that were very much impacted by the new product transformation efforts. So having them trust and work in building that relationship proved to be very key. Next piece is we learned quickly that architecture is a team sport, and that particularly was important to me, being a new business architect on a new architectural practice team. I had a lot to learn, so sharing the knowledge across the board and experience was key. Collaborating on strategy and solutions, again, particularly with the enterprise architects, working through the strategy, working on together, sharing knowledge, learning from each other, which is key to me, and helped me really accelerate my learning joining the new team, and communication within the team, right, to build the trust and rapport that's necessary to work together. What I've noticed is in a lot of organizations is architecture, it sort of has a solo culture about it, right? So typically, meaning one architect handles the work end to end for a particular project or program. Collaboration between architects, at least at the level that was being requested at this time, there was definitely growing pains both within the team and externally, also like between the business architects and the enterprise architects. So there was definitely a path there that we had to go on and travel on, that we did successfully. And so, but again, learning sort of the lesson that you can't practice this alone, particularly in a large company and with the complexity that we have. We had to learn that lesson pretty quick. The third piece was adopting the view of, and this coincides with the previous slide of working as a team, was adopting the platform view of architecture, right? So consider the fact that we are leading product transformation projects, which are large enterprise wide. There's not really a single architect that could kind of manage the whole program at that scale, right? So we learned quickly that we have to adopt more of a platform view of it, and that means understanding that there's going to be different architects with their different strengths that need to be brought to the table in order to work and deliver the artifacts that we had to deliver traditionally as architects, but also just working through the solutioning process and the strategic alignment process. So adopting sort of that platform view versus looking at just like the data architecture or the business architecture or the technology architecture in and of itself wasn't really going to cut it. So a lot of time spent basically jointly working as a team. Myself, I know I worked regularly with 2 other architects on virtually every project that was attached to the product transformation. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the collaboration. I mean, obviously in the beginning, there was some challenges, but again, once we learned how to work together, I really like this sort of shared kind of team view of architecture, which carries forth even today. One of the pieces lessons we had to learn and establish as a practice was we want to first create the big picture. So meaning a high level context diagram, not looking at a single platform, but looking at how platforms connect together and how the capabilities are mapped to those individual platforms. This was a big lesson. This is a redacted version of one of the diagrams I use on a regular basis within our practice. But you can see how it shapes and forms sort of the framework of this required for this level of analysis when you're not just dealing with one platform, but you're dealing with multiple platforms. And also, more importantly, what are the different actors that are involved? You can see the different stakeholders, the providers here, the business, and then the capabilities that have to be delivered for those platforms to work appropriately. Okay, so this isn't working exactly as I thought. Okay, so, but I can speak to this. So another popular trend is the outcomes-based theory and style of architecture, which is popularized these days by Gartner. They've done a lot of research in this and outcomes-based architecture. We're adopting that model, which for a business architect, it's always been about that, ironically. But across the board for architects now, this seems to be the big trend, is really focusing on those results that can be achieved. Because in the end, what is an outcome, whether it's capability-based or not capability-based? It's resulting from certain actions that have been taken, right? So in the architecture world, we are creating solutions for the business. So those are the actions we're performing on behalf of the business stakeholders. And so what are the results that are going to be achieved as a result of those actions, right? And in the product context, you have to look at it across the board, across both the big P, which are the commercial products and capabilities here that's listed, and the smaller P, which are the products and capabilities to support those commercial products. So you're looking across the board at what are those results, and not just within a particular set of capabilities or within a particular commercial product. At an enterprise level, you really need to it's important to look at it across the board, which we referenced in the previous slide, looking at really the big picture. Okay, so finally then, kind of the biggest concept I want to introduce is the whole idea of working in coalitions. Well, what we learned really quickly working on product transformations is you can't, especially within an environment like we operate in with United Healthcare and United Health Group, where you have multiple chief architects, you have multiple architect teams, multiple CIOs. To do something even within United Healthcare, you need to form coalitions of architects and also work in partnerships with coalitions of business leaders. And so this whole notion of product coalition came out of that. And that all gets to the point of you need to own the strategic alignment between the business and technology, right? So this is a way that our chief technology officer, so an initiative that didn't come out of the CIO office, but that came out of the chief technology officer office, brought up is let's create architect coalitions. This is kind of a newer invention that we are working to develop within our current practice, but it's proving its value really quickly because it's a good way to have conversations that were difficult or nearly impossible in the past, because simply there was no avenue for cross communication between different architect teams that reported into different chief architects and CIOs. So having these coalitions formed and recognized at a high level, at the CTO level, really has helped us make progress in the area of communication and collaboration between different architect teams and between different businesses that in the past have proved to be very, very challenging. So what are the key concepts I want everybody here to walk away with? One is architecture is a team sport. It's best practice in teams on large enterprise projects, particularly within the context of product transformations. And business architecture is most effective upstream at the leadership level. And that gets to the examples I was sharing about looking at the big picture, looking at it strategically at the top where decisions are made, and that business architecture must be practiced with product teams, the product managers, the product owners, in order to be most effective. Even when you're not operating within a product transformation initiative like we are operating in, still, I think these three lessons are really important and have really helped me develop as an architect. Thank you.
Excellent. Mike, thanks for that great presentation. I want to turn it over, the forum open for any questions for Mike. Hey, Mike, you kind of mentioned this that architecture is a team sport.
Yeah.
Are you talking about between different disciplines of architecture, or can you comment on that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Different disciplines, different architect teams, right? Because, like I said, within the company that I work in, there's multiple architect teams, and within the individual teams, you have different specialties, right? So some architects are stronger with data, others are stronger security, right? Others are stronger with different types of platform technology, right? So really, it's both, right? So get knowledge sharing between the different architects within the same team, and also forming partnerships and collaborating and working as a team across different architect teams. So whether that's supporting like different lines of business or within different functional specialties, right? In some cases. So I think it applies to both.
Excellent, great. Hey, you're in a unique position. I think I talked to a bunch of architects. So there's this move toward productization in a lot of organizations. So, from your perspective as an architect, when you said there was a new product ownership, new product leaders was there any growing pains or working with new product leaders or during the product transformation process, working with product management?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the keys. And I mentioned that back to that slide that talked about right here. So it's part of the big three kind of relationships that we learned early that we had to form to be effective. For architecture, particularly business architecture work, particularly within a product transformation context, right? You have the product leaders, the product managers, owners, capability leaders, whatever you want to call them, right? So they have to be comfortable with the business architecture you're spinning up, right? Mm-hmm. If they're not, it's not going to work for you, right? You're not going to get the alignment. The communication is going to be very, very challenging. They're not going to trust your analysis that you output as a business architect. So that is key. And what was great for me was because I had been previously a product manager, it was much easier for me to build a trusting relationship with the product leadership because I could just reference that perspective, and previous experience really quickly, right? And so, and I could understand that perspective too. Since I've just been in the role previously within Optum, we had that natural rapport, which helped with obviously coming into the new practice, right? And so it ended up they would ask me, I would not only teach them important aspects of business architecture that they had to understand, like what is a capability, how to build roadmaps, but they also asked me like product management questions, right? Because 80% of the business folks were brand new to the role. So I became kind of both the mentor to them and as a guide as a new product leader. So that really helped.
Excellent. Thanks, Mike. We have a question from Raj, and the question is, what is the value add in different scenarios? Can you outline, say, 3 different scenarios, please? And we might want to need some clarification.
Yeah.
On that as well. Raj, could you give us an additional clarification? Hey, Raj, could you give us some additional clarification in your question around what is the value add in different scenarios? Can you outline different scenarios?
Yeah, particularly, it would be helpful for me. Like, there's lots of different examples I could definitely reference. Is that him, the BP in the chat I see? I don't know. Is it Rod saying example of product and product architecture capabilities that together drove a certain measurable result? Is that the question?
If there's an example of product and product architecture capabilities that together drove a certain measurable result, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. One of the things, one of the early examples, I'll reference. It doesn't show it here. Go back a couple. Okay, so one of the early wins that we had in the beginning was around developing. We had this new project that was basically allowing members that had a certain condition to bypass the painful and bureaucratic prior authorization process that oftentimes accompanies very expensive drugs, right? So we found that the product managers and product owners that are working with basically justified, okay, they found through study and analysis that there is significant customer abrasion when it came to trying to request their drugs when they came to the pharmacy, right? For certain disease states. So this new project was spun up, and it was one of the first projects that landed on my plate. And one of the first things I had to do as the business architect was look at the capability impact, right? So what capabilities, which products were particularly impacted, if to enable the outcomes that we were seeking with this project, which was reduce that abrasion on the customer side when they were requesting their drugs at the pharmacy, right? So so I looked at that, and some of the capabilities, the product capabilities that we that I identified quickly was, okay, we need to change certain aspects of operations, which falls within the supporting capabilities. We need to change certain aspects of not just the operational process, but also how we were connecting the platforms, meaning the data that was required for the solution that we designed, and also the technical platform was required that is going to deliver it, which is ending up being a B2C kind of model with one of our portals. So I looked at those capabilities, mapped them to the solution architecture that was spun up by the particular solution architect. So we had an understanding of these capabilities that were depicted in our product framework on the operations side, and on the data side, and the data and financial side were required. And then on the product side, it was supporting a very specific product in our UHC pharmacy division. So that's how we connected the dots on that project. Did I answer Rob's question?
Yeah, he kind of gets some additional clarification. He kind of, the scenarios he was saying was product manager to architect, product owner to architect, or enterprise architect to business architect was his scenario. So, okay,
I think I covered the connection between in that example. Because I worked with, obviously I was supporting the enterprise architect team, so I represented the enterprise architecture component, but I worked with a solution architect on it, and then the product managers and the product owners to identify those capabilities and map them to our solution.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Mike. Any additional questions for Mike? No. So if we don't have any additional questions, I'd like to say thanks again, Mike. Awesome presentation. I know, product transformation is the heart, is on the line of a lot of architects, business architects, enterprise architects, and thanks for that awesome presentation. So thanks again, everyone. We hope that you enjoyed the session and you can attend some others. And if we can't wait to see you at the next Web Summit starting on November 10th at 9 a.m. Central Time, where the topic will be small architecture, big challenges. So thanks again, Mike. We appreciate you sharing your expertise with the enterprise architect audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, Bryce.
Ellen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
So you're coming off of the 4 hours of the Business Architecture Summit. What are the highlights? I'm just sort of coming into it right now, and it looks. I just saw the last bit, and it looks like I've actually missed a little bit. So I was just wondering if you could give me a quick update.
Yeah, great conversations. The last 2 sessions I just moderated with Tanisha and Mike were great sessions around business architecture and integrating business architecture into the journey of starting a business architecture practice, going upstream and the challenges there. And then Mike kind of outlined the challenges of using business architecture in the product transformation journey at United Healthcare, right? So. And me and Paul actually had a great conversation around taking value out of how to getting value or value management, which is something that came across as well. And we think about business architecture, or technical architecture, we're good at using the levers that we normally have, right? ACR, generating additional revenue that way. But that's a small view of value, right? I call it the blast radius of value is a lot broader than just that. And having the tooling to be able to eke out additional value out of architecture is something that is definitely something that would the summit highlighted, but it's definitely a nascent skill as well, right? So
yeah, we're gonna have some upcoming sessions on value, and it's funny that you would say that. I think at the core of business architecture, whether we're talking about agility, resilience, or whatever, it really comes down to being able to justify what we're doing, right, as architects, and deliver that. And I think one thing that this conference is doing really well is a lot of practical tools to get there.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. And just the whole concept of value is actually, one of my responsibilities at ISA is I'm the head of certification and certification, architect certification. So with a bunch of the certified architects, we're going to start a working group around value management and pulling together tooling and just getting people in the conversation to kind of flush that out a bit and have some get some tooling, generate some tooling and some best practices around it.
And what's really interesting there too is I think when you look at ISA Global, we're not one methodology, right? I think this is really an important point.
Yes.
It's how to use value, what are the tools you walk in with, but it's agnostic to the different methodologies that we're doing, right?
Yes, absolutely, definitely. You have a session coming up?
Indeed, we have Daniel Hebda coming in from Mega, and he's going to be talking about how to really achieve value through resilience, digital architecture. I think, and I'm really actually excited about that. So he's with Mega, he's their chief strategy officer.
Oh, wow.
And it's interesting because, Mega has an interesting perspective. They've worked with a lot of clients. Mm-hmm. And they're able to really bring that in. So it's not just about a tool that they're using, but a lot of clients, how to share that information, right?
Getting that 360 visibility from all their different engagements that they've seen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then, to your point, I think there's a huge opportunity. I mean, if you're watching this, you're an architect, you're not a member of ISA perhaps yet, mm-hmm. I would really encourage somebody to join. I think there's a lot of dialogue. And I think the really cool thing, Ellen, is it's a pretty informal group in that we can just reach out and talk to people. And for me, I know the benefit to my career that way has just been absolutely huge, right?
Absolutely. And for somebody who's been kind of involved in ISA from the very beginning, that was what attracted me to the community, is to that engagement with other architects and kind of, just working the problems, right? There's a ton. If you look at what's going on today, some people think we're post-cloud. We're not really post-cloud. There's a lot of companies are still, nascent on their digital transformation journey, and you have all these different scenarios, between edge and data. Data's always got there's a ton of problems, and how to put them all together into a cohesive architecture that we can take forward that kind of meets all the different metrics and ekes business value out of it. There's a ton of opportunity here, and we're looking to train the next generation of those architects, right? Present architects and generation as well. So,
and when you say that, it's interesting. There's a lot of change happening. Like, it's really important, I think, to get some of the fundamentals. I mean, I don't know if you'd agree with this, Ellen, but a lot of the tools have, I think, stood the test of time. Like, you look at something like
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like, oh, business causality canvas, right?
Sure.
Does it apply now? Yeah. Did it apply yesterday? Yeah. Will it apply tomorrow? I think so. These are
Yes.
kind of timeless, things that we can
Tried
apply.
and true examples. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is really great. I think what we'll do is we can give people maybe a little break, and we'll be coming back in about 10 minutes with Daniel. And this is really great. Again, really, really appreciate this. So good to see you, Ellen. It's been a while. So
I know it's definitely been a while, and yeah, thanks for the time. Thanks for the opportunity to kind of talk to the broader audience. I look forward to being at a few more of these conferences and actually doing a few presentations myself. There's probably a few areas I can focus on around incubation and innovation and how architects play in that early space where there's not necessarily a product or there's just ideation. How do architects fit into
So
that?
before we go, I do have a question I want to put out, and I can share my thoughts too, but this is a huge conference. I mean, this goes a long time. What's your strategy for actually watching this? Do you get up at like 8 in the morning and go through the 24-hour time zone, or do you wait for the replays till they're published in about a week to follow up and get more selective? Because I mean, if you're live, you got the questions and answers, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I do both, right? So I'm a bit of a night owl. So I attend some of the sessions I attend live. The others I watch on replay. So I have a duality, but I encourage people to obviously watch them on replay there. But the live audience, sometimes I want to get that feel from the live questions and how they're kind of flowing. I get some value out of that myself. So.
Awesome. And same here. I tend to, if there's something really important, I try to be in there. And I'm not much of a night owl, but I'll wake up. Just sometimes our guests have really insightful stuff, and it's good to ask them, right?
Sometimes it's the why. You're looking for the answer to the why, right? The how is all great information. The why, that little nugget of information for somebody who said, hey, I had to start a business architecture practice from zero. Oh, wow. Okay. That information, those kind of nuggets of information, and the people asking questions saying, what about this? We had to do the same thing. How did you handle this? Just helps you work through some of the problems yourself.
Awesome. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to put on basically some slides just to keep people amused until we come on with Daniel. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Bryce. Good to see you again.
Thanks. Pleasure. Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Really looking forward to this presentation. So, Daniel, I haven't seen one of your presentations for a while now, and I'm really looking forward to this. So, you're the Chief Strategy Officer with Mega, and you've seen a lot of stuff about business architecture. And in particular, I'm really looking forward to this because you're going to be talking about resilience, digital architecture, the things that we need to do to make that happen and to deliver value. So I'll turn it over to you. I'm assuming you have your slides that you can share, so you're up and going. So let me.
Yeah, let me just do the.
Let's see. Okay, just 1 second. I'm going to get myself out of here. Just bear with me a second. We're on this new platform, and I am always interested to.
All right. I'm going to put my slides up and then we'll get started. Sorry for the infinity there. It did cut me off from the organizer, so I hope you can hear me. If not, just send me a message. So thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Daniel Hebda. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at Mega, and I'm going to speak to one of my favorite topics. It's about the value of architecture. And I typically do this presentation from an enterprise architecture perspective. I've adapted a little bit today to be more focused on business architecture, but you'll see synergies in the presentation where it could apply really to either. So whether your architecture practice is business architecture by and of itself, or is enterprise architecture, or maybe you're working together, there should be some takeaways from this. So we'll get right into it. Anytime I'm speaking about the value of architecture, I think it's really critical to start to understand first and foremost, who is the value for? I have run into many lower maturity architecture practices, those that are just beginning, and they tend to mistake their own perception of what they believe is valuable related to their work. Let's say the work that maybe they're the most proud of, and that's not necessarily the work that's best received by different stakeholders to really understand the purpose and value of their work. So when we start with who the value is for, it lets us reframe that conversation. So at Mega, we have a concept, we call it noisy to influential. And the idea is to consider the value your EA practice delivers from the perspective of the stakeholder who is receiving your work product. And so we've done this, for example, at different conferences as a survey. And when we do that, we'll start by saying, how valuable is your EA practice? Is it noisy? Is it useful? Is it trusted? Is it influential? And immediately the majority of respondents go right to trusted or influential. And before they click the answer, we say, but one caveat, answer it as though we were asking the consumers of your work product. And then they switch towards noisy or useful. And that's what we're going to speak to today, is a little bit of clarifying that so that we can use it to our advantage, ensuring that the work we do is consumed as valuable. So if an architecture practice starts up, and let's say that the organization hasn't seen it before, or it's being rebooted and they're not really sure what to make of the new practice, it might be perceived by many as noisy. That is, they're not really sure what it's for, how it works, or how they could benefit. It's just something that's happening. So the idea is to quickly get to useful. We call this push mode because it often requires pushing information from your architecture practice out to willing stakeholders, show them the value of the work, talk to them about their needs, but it illustrates where you can support them and provide specific value. Once that happens, the word might spread. The different stakeholders might let other stakeholders know and say, hey, we worked with that architecture group and it was really useful. And as that word spreads, other groups will come to you asking for help. Often it looks like, hey, I heard you helped that other group. They had this problem. You clarified a vision. Can you help my group as well? And when you get to the stage where they're asking for your help, we call that pull mode. That's where it's trusted. That's where you've really developed a level of reputational trust within the organization. And then ideally, we continue to spread the value and the perspective on architecture, where the different stakeholders, they don't only come to you after a problem exists, but they really come to you at the beginning of a transformation. And they say, we're about to engage on this initiative. Let's go talk to the architects first, early in the process, what's often referred to as shifting left, and so that we can get their insight right from the beginning And that's when you've made it to influential. Now, you may be looking at this and realize, well, my EA practice or my BA practice supports many different elements or stakeholders, and not everybody might see us the same way. Well, absolutely, that's true. So you can have many stakeholders for a given architectural service that you offer, or any architectural service you offer may have many different value perspectives that can be perceived. So you've got that many to many relationship of the services your practice offers and the stakeholders that consume it. So it's important that we assess and look at it from the lens of each of the stakeholders we interact with. For any given architectural service that our practice offers, how do the different stakeholders that we're working with see us? Noisy, useful, trusted, or influential? And then you can establish an aspirational target. So there may be certain stakeholders where really there's not synergy. There's not a priority. There's no need at the moment to work with them. And then they won't be on the sheet. Others perhaps see us as noisy, but there's a lot that they could gain from the architectural work. So let's get them on the path to useful. Others who maybe already see you as useful, let's move them to trusted, and so on and so forth. So really, it's one that can be assessed and established in a way to track and move progress so that you can really increase the perspective of value within the organization. Now, in this presentation, I'm going to talk to you through some tactics that we can use to help us move along this pathway. I tend to tell the story top down. That's not a requirement. Of course, you can start in many different places. It's just easier to illustrate in a top down style of story. And I've also used a specific example where I'm going to look at architecture working with software development. It's not required. It's just the example I chose for this presentation. You can fill in business optimization, business transformation, many different style of transformative initiatives that architecture can support. The other thing is I'll use a number of analogies and stories to try and illustrate the point. And I always welcome feedback. So after the presentation, either live through the questions, or if you're watching this on replay, feel free to send me an email to either help me enhance the storyline and or to ask certain questions. So let's jump into it. The first thing is, if I want to offer and deliver real value as an architecture practice, then I'm going to help the organization clarify its vision for some of its future state, the transformation, if you will, starting with the mission, vision, strategy, high level things. And so I like this story. I came across it at a recent conference. It's not new, but it goes back to the 1960s, where President JFK was touring NASA. And as he was going through the facility, he encounters a man with a broom. And he says to the individual, what are you doing? And the response was, well, Mr. President, I'm helping put a man on the moon. And the reason I like this story and this illustration is it shows the connectedness all the way from the highest level strategy of the organization down to every individual. The most granular action in the organization understands how they support that singular major goal or initiative. Now, on one hand, we can say that this is an easy example because putting a man on the moon was so critical, so monumental that everybody knew it. It was very clear. In today's complex organizations, there may be many different elements to the strategy, and that's actually where business architecture in particular, architectural practices in general, can really provide some support in helping take this vision, mission, this strategy articulation, and drive it down to provide clarity to the different operational elements. So if I do look at that and assume for a moment that an organization has a strategy, the architects may not be the ones who devise the strategy, but they can represent it and articulate it in a way that can be confirmed. And then if I look at an organization as a number of business lines or business units intersected by different job titles, I've got a couple of examples here like VPs and directors, managers, etc., then I can see this grid that represents some of the way in which the organization is structured. Of course, it's a very simple example here. And we might imagine that if I take this strategy that I've articulated and I want the organization, such as putting the man on the moon, to be able to understand and fully articulate it, that I could just overlay that strategy, kind of like a nice blanket across the organization. Everybody would be on the same page. Everybody's marching in the same direction. No ambiguity, no disconnects. But of course, that's not exactly how it goes. Typically, what happens when we intersect the strategy communicated to these different business lines, business units, and the different job titles is it acts more like a cross-cut shredder. that as we play the telephone game of an executive passing the details of the strategy on to the different departments, divisions, etc., they each take the piece that they deem relevant to their work or their group, and they further dissect it and pass it on to the next, which again is further decomposed and dissected, which ultimately leaves the actual actions that need to take place to fulfill that strategy in unrecognizable format. It's somewhat too granular. And so here is an example where I think architecture can play a significant role in moving forward and clarifying this vision. And it's by devising a number of services that you offer to your organization. Again, I frame this in an enterprise architecture context, but you'll see that business architecture fits firmly in this. And I like a comment of the previous speaker that it's really important as you go through an architecture initiative to contemplate that question of why. And I'm going to frame that question even to the architecture practice itself. Why is there an architecture practice in the organization? Again, if I'm going to deliver recognizable value in a modern organization that maybe believes that they're too continuous or too agile to need architecture, I need to ask myself, why does the architecture practice exist? And so I have a conversational example. It's to align enterprise execution by design, the architecture, to the company strategy. And I've got an alternate way of framing it, and I'll explain why in a second. It's to continuously align the strategy and the operations, again, via the operating model. The reason I have the alternate expression is that in most cases, we're going to use architecture to help design a vision that enables the operating model to align to the strategy. But there are some cases where in doing so, we recognize that there's a challenge or a problem with the strategy itself. And so we may need to raise a flag or an alert that indicates the strategy itself needs to be reframed or rearticulated, that it might not be achievable with the current budget, timeframe, resources, etc. So moving into the example I mentioned, again, I'm borrowing the storyline of architects working with a modern software development team. And so I start with understanding some of the problem of that disconnect or that challenge so that we can frame it to a point where we can offer concrete value. Let's start with the different perspectives. So first, how does that modern software team see themselves? Maybe hip, modern, cutting edge, fashionable, trendy. It's all at the very front of the transformation. And to some extent, there's a truth here. The work that the software developers are doing in the continuous improvement realm is quite impressive. The way that they can apply modern and new technologies to meet current market expectations is fantastic, and they deserve credit for that. As architects, we can't lose sight of it. But maybe, as the graphic illustrates, it's a little bit overstated, the degree to which it's trendy and hip. But how do architects view those same software teams? Maybe not quite as hip or trendy. Maybe we see some value. They're synchronized, they're working together, there's a coordination, but maybe they're not quite as cool or capable as they believe. Who's right? Well, there's a little bit of truth to both sides, but again, it's about reconciling the perspectives to ensure we can work together to deliver value. How about the other way around? How do architects see themselves? And again, I use the enterprise architect in this example because I find that there's a little bit more ego in the EA side than I do the business architects, who are a little bit more reasonable in the value and the work that they deliver. They see themselves a bit as Atlas holding up the world. Everything rests on their shoulders. It's all of the IT, it's all of the business design, all the way up and inclusive of business architecture. And again, not true in a literal sense. It's not quite that critical, but there is some real structural elements to architecture that are vastly important to keeping the organization running the way it does. And so they deserve some credit, but just maybe not quite as much as the picture illustrates. And how do the software teams see the architects? Well, in case it's not clear to those in the audience, the boot would be the architects. The software teams might see it as constraining, that the information provided by the architecture practices are too much detail, too much enforced, too rigid, too structured. And this is where we'll find business architecture really solves that problem, because business architecture lives in a space that isn't so rigid. It really is enabling and providing a value and assistance. And that's why I'm going to use that as an example, and it fits for the theme of this day's presentation and session. So let's go a little bit further on these perspectives, but let's put some context to it to see if we can't articulate it in a way that'll better illustrate how we can come to common ground where we can define value. So here's what it appears. At a first glance, we look at the way that I presented those images a moment ago, and it looks like we're at complete odds. We've got the modern agile software team trying to go in one direction, which is seen as high speed, agile, the pivoting. And then we've got the architectural side, which is seen as more rigid, more structured, slowing down, getting in the way. But the truth is that these two teams are actually working together towards the same goal. And we're going to help through architecture ensure that we're working to the same goal. So let's first, again, articulate that vision, that strategy in a way that we can all understand and agree upon. And then let's shift our perspective a little bit and realize that, you know what? We are actually all working together to try and achieve the same goal. And in some cases, that means we can provide architectural guidance to enable these modern and agile software teams. And in other cases, it's the agile development teams that have to realize that the architects, they're not there to get in their way, but they're there to provide guidance that will ensure that problems in the future don't occur, that we're really going to get on the smoothest pathway forward. So I'm going to jump into another analogy now, and it's a sports analogy. And don't worry if you're not heavy into sports. I myself am not a huge sports fanatic. As a matter of fact, I had to Google some of the stuff. So bear with me as we go through this. The way I look at agility in this analogy is to look at the single player on a particular sports team. And here I'm looking at American soccer, or I guess football in most of the rest of the world. And we could imagine that that player has the ball and they have to run with some level of speed and agility to pivot throughout the field to get around obstacles in order to achieve the goal that they're looking to achieve, in this case, score on the other team. And in this example, we would expect that the player, as he's running down the field, would not want nor expect that another individual, absent the opposition, would get in his way. Specifically, that player would expect that his own teammates, or even more importantly, his own coaches, would not run on the field to create obstacles for his progress towards the goal. How do we see the architects in this analogy? Well, the architects need to look across the entire team, not just the individual player. So for sure, agility is important within each of the individual players, but adaptability is more important as we look across the team. And that's recognizing the value of the agility of each player, but also orchestrating and coordinating the way in which they're going to work to achieve a greater outcome for the organization in total. So here it's not about one player scoring, but rather the team winning. And the team winning means that the team does have to score, but the team also has to defend. And the team not only has to beat the current team this week, but has to beat next week's team and the week after, with the ambition of winning the season and then winning season after season. So there's a different expectation from the coaching perspective, which is really to pay attention to all of the different dynamics that are going on in the marketplace and enable the different players to have visibility into how their agile work fits into this bigger picture, what their needs might be, and how they can work together to drive a cohesive vision towards achieving the outcome that, in our example of reality, the organization expects. So the architects are the coaches in my analogy, and the players are the agile development teams. And again, that could be business optimization, it could be a business transformation, it could be any number of different aspects of the organization that you're helping in transformation. So if they're the coaches in my analogy, that must mean that they are in charge, that everybody has to do what the architects say, right? No. Now, of course, it varies by organization, but generally speaking, that's not the case. And we need to avoid this reflex because the architects are trying to articulate strategy and present transformation in a manner that is good for the organization. It may be seen as though that they can simply dictate what will be and that's what will happen. But there are reasons why that can't be. And it's that, for example, architects don't have all the visibility of constraints that may exist beyond their purview. There may be many other reasons. So it's important the architects themselves recognize that it's a collaborative process. We work with the different stakeholders, or in my analogy, we work with the players to ensure that there's a positive back and forth. And this is where, if we define the services that we can offer as coaches to the players, the things that we can do for the team that they themselves will recognize as valuable, it defines a handoff and an expectation where that work comes together and can be recognized by each party as valuable. So here's an example of something that's an interesting trend First, from an EA perspective, if you look at the graphic, there was this ivory tower notion, and it stemmed from that ego I mentioned earlier. Architects were in the ivory tower, they were dictating standards, everybody must do what they say, and of course, it didn't work well. The pendulum has swung too far to the right, where many architecture practices are now decentralized to a fault. And I think business architecture in particular, working with the traditional enterprise architecture role, can balance this out and land us in the middle, where you see that federated approach that's listed as democratic. This is where there is a cross-functional viewpoint in architecture that's not so detached as to become an ivory tower. And the solution to that for me is exactly business architecture. We can use business architecture tools to somewhat glue that strategy perspective into the more granular designs that architects can support using business architectural tools and practices. And that's what I'm going to get into now. So I'll start with business capabilities. We're going to use business capabilities from a business architectural perspective as one of the tools that's going to help us avoid that strategy shredder. So what are capabilities? I like to use a human example, and I've given this portion of a presentation before. So again, for those of you in the audience, if you have feedback, I always welcome it. And in the human example, I use the concept of the ability to walk or run. We could call it human bipedal locomotion, for example. And I've illustrated a life cycle across the graphic. And you can see at the far left with what I'll call, let's say, the infant. They can't yet walk, so they don't yet have that capability. But soon when we get to toddler level, the ability to walk or run begins, and it carries through with a high level of stability towards the end of the life cycle. So business capabilities are stable. They last a long time, and this in and of itself provides value in that it's a good basis for transformation. Because we're not changing the concept of the capability very frequently, then we can have conversations about it. We can come up with standard language, for example. This uses an example from the BA Guild, their common reference model. And you can see that if we clearly articulate the different capabilities across the organization, we come up with a common, clear description that's well defined and well understood, then as needs arise for transformation, we can use the capability language to speak to that transformation need. So I've highlighted one example in brand targeting. If there was a lapse in our ability to execute and the strategy had an area that could be improved by changing brand targeting, we can speak to it, get everybody on board, clearly march in the same direction, and again, achieve significant value in doing so. All right, so we have this common understanding. It's stable. It lasts a long time. So what? Why do we care, and how do we use this to add value? Well, there's several ways in which we can do that, but I'm going to start with one of my favorite is unconstrained thinking. Focusing on the question of what. Abstracting the architecture at a layer that allows for consistent communication across all of the different departments and roles allows me to think differently about the problem space. So when I'm looking at the strategy and the goals that the organization is trying to achieve, instead of being constrained by how things are operating or implemented today, I can look at it at a capability perspective and say, well, how could this be done in general? Is there a better way that could be done? Can I really think differently about the issue? And so when you consider the what at the capability level, independent from the how, where the people, process, information, or technology exist, you can come up with different solutions that may be more creative. That's not to say that constraints won't ever come into play. Of course, as you start looking at the feasibility of the different solutions, you'll consider the constraints that are in place. But I find organizations that focus too much on the constraints first inadvertently constrain themselves beyond necessary, limiting their ability to transform in a way that offers value. So take it a little further, if we look at that same notion and trying to be creative and come up with different solutions, if I were to just ask individuals in an organization for ideation, maybe a suggestion box style of example, I may get a whole slew of different suggestions that may or may not be relevant to the current strategy for the organization. So business architecture and using at this point capabilities can also give me a frame of reference for that creativity. It gives me context so I can really refine the ideation and the thinking that goes on and solicit ideas for a specific realm or purpose. So instead of generally saying, how could we as an organization improve, I might say that there's an issue in order processing. How could we better handle the quantity of influx of orders, or how could we better respond to customer needs? And I could get even more granular than that while still staying at an abstract what level. So I find this to be a great way of considering some of the value in business architecture. So let's come back to the capability example of ability to walk or run. And let's also recognize that there's another element to capabilities that can be immensely valuable in providing value to an organization, but also to helping us stitch that strategy perspective down into the vision for operating model. And that is the ability to measure those capabilities at different points in time. So again, if I look at my capability line here, it's introduced at the toddler, and it goes for the entire life cycle of the individual pictured. I might say, well, what would be the speed or the stamina or the stability of that individual at different points in time? Of course, the speed of the toddler would be low relative to the teen or the adult. The stamina might be incredible. The kids tend to be like little batteries running around. I wish I had that energy. And stability is probably mixed. They're a little uneasy on their feet at the toddler age. And as we progress through teen up towards adult, speed may increase, stamina for sure will increase, stability increases, and further down again, it may change how we measure speed, stamina, and stability. Well, in the same way as we're looking for creative solutions or to frame different problem statements related to the strategy and goals, we can start to contemplate what would that mean as it relates to the way in which we choose to measure the capability in the future. So if I'm running at a certain speed today, at a certain stamina, or a certain stability, and I have a goal that requires a different level of any of those, let's say speed and stamina, then I can plan for what would it take to achieve that in 6 months, in 1 year, maybe in a shorter duration, depending on the speed of your transformations, in a week, in a month. Also, if I consider back to my analogy of soccer or again football, depending on where you're from, how would the capabilities of the goalie differ from that of the center forward or striker? And again, remember, if you're not familiar with sports, don't worry, I had to look that up. So let's think of it as defense versus offense. If you're trying to stop the opposite team from scoring a goal, which capabilities may be required, versus if I'm trying to actively score on the other team, what capabilities may be required, and then how might I measure them today versus tomorrow? Let's assume for a second that I do that measurement of today and I assess that, what, on the offensive side, the speed is really behind where it needs to be in order for us to win. Then I can do things like drills to improve a particular capability, increase my speed, such that I have a greater chance of winning. But the issue, and this one cracked me up as I was working on this presentation, the issue with drills by themselves or focusing on capabilities by themselves, if you don't put them in the context of their use, if you don't illustrate how capabilities come together to produce a greater value, you might miss out on the purpose of the evolution of the capability that you're planning. So true story, my son was playing on the basketball team. And again, I'm not a sport fanatic. And the coach is going through doing a number of drills. And it's not clear to me how this drill translates to the game. And I've seen some coaches where they conduct the drills and you hop in the game and there really isn't a connective element. And then some coaches where they're really able to articulate that you perform the drill, you improve on that capability, and then the coach shows you how that capability improved by that drill is functional in the game itself. And this is the next tool from business architecture that we're going to use to avoid that strategy shredder to ensure that we can provide articulable, clear value to an organization. And that's called value streams. And so if I look at the concept of a value stream, quoting from Forrester here, there is a problem that it can help us solve. Business leaders see development, I'm using the software development analogy still, as a black box. They might not fully understand all that's going on within those agile teams, how it works, why it works, where it's going, why it's going. And there is a level of that operational element that maybe isn't important for the business leaders to see, but understanding the direction is. And we can use value streams as a reference point to support this. Similarly, and maybe to some extent in terms of value of architecture, more importantly, those development teams maybe don't have a clear understanding of where the organization's going, or more specifically, how their work is going to help move the organization in that direction. Going back to the strategy shredder, if they're holding on to that little piece of paper, they might not fully comprehend how that's helping the organization move in the way that it needs to move. And we're going to help resolve that. So a quick example of a value stream. The content for this illustration comes again from the BA Guild. And I'm looking at here a value stream for loan acquisition. We can see that there would be a trigger at the left. There's a number of value stages that will occur that ultimately together produces a value stream, which will result in value. And when we define a value stream, we're looking at that value as a value proposition. What is the proposal for value that would be achieved by a stakeholder or a customer who is going to benefit from the execution of the value stream? Similarly, here, we're bringing together at each of those value stages the different capabilities that are needed to enable that value stage. So within receive application, you can see below it the list of capabilities, validate application, etc. And perhaps in my strategy, I've got an issue identified that there's a problem with the loan acquisition value stream. It's just there's dissatisfaction, and it comes down to the eligibility component. So I can look at the approved loan value stage. I can see the capability for agreement eligibility determination, and I can do the metric assessment I mentioned earlier. How many approvals are we able to issue? How rapidly can we determine eligibility? How accurate, if we do follow-up, has the eligibility determinations been? And we could then solicit again ideas on architecturally what could be done to improve that capability such that we can strengthen the value of this value stream. So it really brings it together the same way that the coach can take the drills that improve capabilities and inject how it applies to the game. We can take the capabilities of the organization, organize them under value items, value stages here, so that we can articulate how it's going to help in achieving of the strategy and the goals of the organization. So some quick method examples borrowed from Gartner. If I look at the right, it's illustrated in circles. So of course we identify the customer and the value proposition. And I'm going to speak a little bit more to that in just a moment. We can then identify the steps of the value stream, the value stages themselves, which capabilities would be needed to implement or support those value stages. And then we can use that to plan for the transformation and optimization of the service and operating models. And again, this is where we can provide that glue from strategy down into the more granular elements of architecture so that we can avoid the strategy shredder. We can articulate clear value from the architecture practice that supports the transformation of an organization. So in green at the left, you can see value streams socialize knowledge across functional silos of how business capabilities interact to drive value to customers. The most important aspect of that quote for me is across the different silos. They can be functional silos, they can be departmental silos. One of the key elements of business architecture and value streams in particular is that ability to cut across any of those different silos of the organization. Immensely, immensely valuable. Taking this further to the next level, we can then look at those different elements and we can start to map the different people, process, technology, and information to those different capabilities underpinning the different value stages of the value stream. And then we can start to look for then how well fitted it is. That goes back to the measurement on the capability. If that capability is underperforming and I can understand how it's implemented by the people, process, information, and technology, I can start to plan for transformation and changes that will bring the performance of that capability up to the level needed, such that when in conjunction with other capabilities will enable the value stream. And so here again, a quote from Gartner, a value stream can be used to identify, analyze, and determine, I say people, process, information, and technology required in digital platforms to enable and drive the organization's future state operating model and its supporting processes. So it really is an element that's going to help balance architecture, keep it connected to that strategy vision that will increase the value of the entirety of the architecture practice, business and enterprise architecture, all the way down to different elements of operational execution. That could be software development, again, optimization, business transformation, whatever it might need to be. So back to that shredder element, imagine now that we can take this clarity. We can look at that articulation all the way from the strategy down to the different value streams and elements, looking at the capabilities, the linkages of those capabilities to the people, process, information, and technology. And then we can work with these different audiences and say, for example, if there's a software team who's given a task to implement a feature or functionality of a different product within the organization, they might have resource constraints. And as they're pivoting in their agile and continuous mode, if we can give them a frame of reference for where their shredded piece of paper fits into the bigger picture, they can revalidate and assess as they pivot if that pivot is moving them in the right direction towards the strategic outcome that's being targeted. Without that level of business architectural visibility, these pivots may put them in a place that actually deviates from the intended outcome. And I've seen this. This happens many times. For example, a project may be designed to implement a particular technology. It's a little less common today, but let's say in the Big Bang style of IT deployment, we've taken this complex technology and again, resource constraints that could be calendar, individual, financial, etc. They make certain decisions. They're pivoting on the schedule to stay on time and on budget. And in doing so, they leave off elements of deployment of this technology they didn't realize were the core aspect of what the strategy was calling for. And so I've seen parties thrown by IT operations elements who celebrate the successful deployment of this new technology, not realizing that it's a miss from a strategy perspective. So using business architecture, value streams, and capabilities can help maintain that visibility and alignment. Following in the software example, again, I like this example, and it's actually old. It's been around for many years now from Spotify, and that's the balance between alignment and autonomy. So you can imagine in today's high-speed transformation world, you need high levels of autonomy. If there's a rigid hierarchical structure where every decision needs to go up the ladder to get approval before it can get back down and anybody can change, you just can't move fast enough. But you risk with high autonomy the chance that there's misalignment, that individuals are moving in all sorts of random directions. And so again, borrowing from Spotify here, you can see that if we want high autonomy and high alignment, then we can frame an abstracted reference. We need to cross the river in this example. That's the what that can be articulated in value streams and capability models, and allow others to define the implementation of how that will be achieved. Once they know the metrics that they're looking for, the evolution that's being planned, there's a level of guardrail or constraint that's non-prohibitive that lets them work together so we can stay aligned without being non-autonomous. And so I found this graphic to be very appealing to this storyline because it really resonates in the need for autonomy and how business architecture in particular can help us sustain that alignment. So just to revisit the graphic, looking in the perspective here, again, if I understand the value stream, the value propositions, the different value stages, and the capabilities that support them, I can use this as the alignment mechanism that's articulating what we need to do without constraining, without removing the autonomy of the different teams throughout the organization that are going to deliver on how we actually do it. So how do I come up with a value proposition? This, of course, might be a common question coming out of a value stream perspective. And I like to use the notion of think of the products within the organization, because the products that you develop, and that could be goods or services, or of course, combinations of goods and services, they're put forth by your organization in order to articulate and deliver value to some customer, internal or external. So if you're looking to say, well, what are the value propositions that I might need value streams for? I like to start from the products, review the products, look at them. And this, again, bidirectionally valuable. I can start to create value streams to understand better what products are offered. I can also assess products as to what are the value streams that are going to support them and whether the value is sufficient for the market segment it supports. Full circle, coming back to where I started from in terms of the noisy to influential, your architecture practice itself should articulate the services they offer as architectural products, and you should define and articulate the value. And again, that's in the context of different stakeholders or consumers of that product. So it's not only architecting for the organization, the products that you maybe sell, and the value offered to your customer in different market segments, but also your architectural practice itself. What are the products that that practice offers? Who are the stakeholders consuming those products? And do they recognize that value as noisy, useful, trusted, or influential? So finishing now with just gluing some of the pieces back together. If I want to bring it to how this can all work cohesively to ensure that there's value in an organization, and just to reiterate, I use software development here as an example. It applies to any of the operational elements within an organization. So we've got the enterprise vision, the strategy. that can be articulated by the architects. That articulation of architecture then can be then aligned to the different value streams that will result in a definition of capability enhancement, the evolution to the capabilities needed to achieve the future state that fulfills the strategy. That guardrail established by the capability enhancements can be used to frame in a non-constraining manner, just a guiding manner that shows where we're trying to go, not how we're going to do it, to, in this case, again, the software development teams, who can ensure that as they pivot and execute the different sprints, that they revalidate their pivots are still in line with that capability enhancement, supporting of the value stream that ultimately rolls up to the strategy. And they don't, in this case, need to have a concrete understanding of the entirety of every aspect of the strategy. But seeing with the value stream perspectives and the capability enhancements that are needed gives enough frame of reference that as they again are making decisions at the edges in a more autonomous manner, they can stay aligned. If I look at the example of the sport analogy, that we are looking to enable these players. We're looking to define ways in which they can achieve their outcomes in orchestration or alignment with the rest of the team so that the entire team achieves their outcomes. And this can be through capability enhancement, like working on speed and agility. It could be ensuring they have the right materials and resources. In this case, it could be the footwear, for example. And we have to resist the temptation of getting in the way. There are reasons by which an agile player may pivot in a way that's outside the scope of the originally defined play. And we have to work with that player after the fact to reconcile why that happened and look to provide guidance to keep everything as best functioning as possible. Enable, 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 enable. This is one, especially for the enterprise architects who might be on the call. It must be seen that we are supporting the different players. Again, agile development, business transformation, whatever it might be. We are not there to dictate exclusively standards. That doesn't mean, by the way, we can't articulate standards, but it's not about the standard. It's about how the standard will help enable the organization to move more rapidly in a more cohesive fashion with a higher chance of success, with a greater degree of strategic outcome, and in a way that ideally gives us the best ability to continue to provide value to our customers without inadvertently creating architectural debt by not working with the different operational teams. So a little bit of a graphic to illustrate the different layering that can occur. We can see up at the top level, and it's illustrated by the graphic at the right, that these are a little bit more stable. The articulation of the business objectives, the definition of the value streams and capabilities. We might factor in some of the regulatory elements, especially if you're contemplating moving into a new marketplace. And of course, research on emerging technology, standards, patterns, and best practices. This is something that is ongoing, but isn't quite as dynamic as the next level where you can see the individuals jogging. Here's where we're putting together different architectures. We're going to define and illustrate the enablers so that we can make sure that the organization can achieve the goals that they're looking to achieve. And then ultimately at the bottom, we can see the individuals running. This is where a lot of the continuous change is happening. The things are moving very quickly, and we need to work in an enabling and supporting fashion, reconciling where necessary things that come out of emergent changes, and then organizing and rolling it all back up and continuing the cycle. I assume everyone in the presentation today understands architecture is not a single deliverable. It's an ongoing practice that continues to deliver value by looking at the different aspects that I've mentioned today. And so for the conclusion, then we'll open it up for any questions that may exist here. And I will reiterate that I'm also very open. If you want to send email to have follow-up conversations after the fact, please feel free to do so. We are going to use architecture and the architecture practice to unify the organization, to deliver value, to avoid that strategy shredder. We're going to do that at different paces, understanding the importance of the different roles. In particular, the business architecture, providing that clarity of vision through stable elements like value streams and capabilities that can be used for increased creativity as well as pivoting alignment so that we have autonomy without losing that alignment. The architect's role, again, is to provide clarity on bringing operations, the enterprise operating model, into alignment with the strategy. And we need to work together with clearly articulable handoff points so that everybody who's involved would come back and recognize that, yes, there's value in working with the architecture team, expectations are met, and everyone's on the same page. I hope you found the presentation interesting today. Again, I welcome all sorts of feedback. And so my email's on the screen. Very welcome to send me any kind of question, topic, or just general feedback. And I'd be more than happy to entertain a conversation. Thank you very much. And bear with me as I look to return to the window. All right. Bryce, you're muted. I can't hear you, sir.
I was on mute. Thanks, Daniel.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask some really practical questions. I've been in organizations that, I've gone in and you see the business architect is sometimes viewed like you have that sort of as the dictator, dictating standards, trying to control things on one side. And on the other side, I've seen some people view them almost as order takers, where they're in the silos, right? Have you run across this, and how have you handled this, like politically, and get them to that mindset from a decentralized kind of worldview to one where they're more strategic?
So great question. Probably one of the biggest challenges that we do find at many organizations. So the way I like to start that articulation is to have open conversations. And it's going to sound super obvious, but I find that when those problems exist, the ivory tower or the order taker, is there's no active dialogue from either the architects and in this example today, more importantly, the architects, but even from the stakeholders. And so that's why I like to frame the articulation of what is the product or service we as the architecture practice are offering. What is it that we believe can be valuable to the organization? And listen to the stakeholders. Do they agree that there's value there? Because if there's no agreement on value, then there's going to be a major disconnect that will never reconcile. So I would start with that, having an open conversation around defining services that the architectural practice can offer.
And the second question is around defining those services. Is there I love the way you had that kind of, crawl, walk, run model. Is there any guidance in terms of maturity, like stages that we need to go through to get there, or do you just do it all at once?
No, for sure there's stages and it differs by organization. So I find that it's going to be what is the talent and the skill of the architecture team? What is the recognition and awareness of the stakeholders? And you'll choose different services to employ based on that. But absolutely, it is a crawl, walk, run. It is not all at once. I encourage organizations to even contemplate, especially if they have a business architecture practice, to consider defining an architectural capability model in support of the different services they offer. And I'll give you a quick example that's more from an EA space, but it'll hopefully make the point. IT portfolio management, sort of the very low level entrance for EA. You can look at it as two core elements, the IT portfolio and a capability model that's used for the rationalization of the technologies. I go to some organizations, they have a capability model and they're struggling with the inventory. Others, they have the inventory, but they're struggling with the capability model. Obviously, I would take a different approach for each customer as to how to bring them up to speed, focusing on their gaps to make sure that they can deliver on the value. Trying to succeed where one of those two pieces is missing is guaranteed failure.
So my next question is around capability modeling, really important and really fundamental to what you're talking about. And there's two parts to this, really. One is around finding reference models. You referenced the BA guilds. They have a whole bunch of models there, and that is really useful. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on using something like that versus, there's other models that are sort of as a starting point, a little bit more proprietary, right? And then the other part to that is using tools to do that, how important that is in your view.
So as a tool vendor, I find tools to be very necessary. I have to add that. And there's reasons why from an efficiency perspective, for anyone who's on the presentation today, of course, there's elements of scale of initiative and resource availability, et cetera. But generally, I find the tools important. The other question, I like this question, and I sometimes get flack for it. There's certain groups who don't like the industry models for capability models and such. I do, with one caveat. Recognize that it's a tool to help accelerate your starting, to help you learn how to define capabilities, how to frame them, to see some general best practices, but make it your own. Don't blindly accept an industry model and apply it. And so whether you take one that's proprietary, one from an industry standard group, one from wherever you might find it, whatever it is, make it your own, learn from it. You may even find that you can find a few, and together looking at them start to say, yeah, I do that, and I understand why they're framed this way. That makes sense. Maybe that one doesn't make sense for us. But don't accept it as that if I'm in such, banking industry, for example, and the standard model has this, that I must have every capability. So the only caution I have there is just make it your own.
Okay. And that's really cool. We really appreciate that, Daniel. Awesome presentation. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a brief break right now.
Perfect.
And we'll be back hopefully in about 10 minutes. Thanks again. I really enjoyed that. And I just want to add, these are really key issues, that I'm, it's interesting, but I think business architects face everywhere. And I think you've hit them head on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Cheers.
Bye.
Hello, Dr. Cameron. I'm not sure if you're going to be using your camera or not today. We can't see you, but we are going to be talking about blueprints and the importance of blueprints in the enterprise. I am interested into why we even need a formal blueprint. I think some agilists would claim that we don't, but you're actually going to be talking about why we do. So Dr. Brian Cameron is the Associate Dean for Professional Graduates from Smeal College of Business. Dr. Cameron, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Let me just change this presentation a bit. I will get your slides up.
Okay, yes, I'm talking about business architecture today.
There you go. They're up.
They're up? Okay. All right, thank you. So what I'd like to talk about today is business architecture and the role that business architecture should and can play successfully in strategy execution. So I'm not sure where the blueprints came from. That wasn't my topic, but this is the topic. So what I'd like to talk about today, I'm going to talk a little bit about strategy, alignment, and execution, and some of the traditional thinking around strategy, alignment, and execution. And I'm going to poke some holes in it and talk about some more contemporary thinking around strategy, alignment, and execution. And then the role that business architecture should play in the successful execution of strategy in the organization. I'm also going to talk about portfolio management as a necessary component and integration with enterprise-wide business architecture for successful strategy execution. Talk a little bit about business architecture as a facilitator for innovation, particularly internal innovation, and then the importance of a good value measurement program for all of this. So that's a lot. I'm going to go through a lot of material quickly and then allow some time for Q&A at the end. So let's get started. So with alignment and execution, let's start with a Dilbert cartoon. I think we all feel we live in a Dilbert cartoon at times. I know I sure do. And I like this one in particular because I think it illustrates the fact that we all want to feel that what we do aligns with the strategy of the business. And we all want to feel that everything we do supports the strategy of the business at that time. But the realities are very few of us even know what the strategy is of our organizations at a given period of time. And I'm going to come back to that thought in a second. So Michael Porter, very famous author, consultant, academic, studies many thousands and thousands of organizations, found that more than 80% of organizations do not successfully execute their business strategies. And that's not because of that the strategy itself was necessarily flawed, but in most cases, it's because of bad execution. So it's not that the strategy development process is necessarily broken, but the strategy execution process definitely is either broken or not functioning very well in most organizations today. Porter and others see this failure to execute as one of the most significant management challenges that all organizations are facing today. So we'll add to this a little bit, we'll kind of set the stage for the current state of things. I'm sure you've all have seen statistics like this. They vary depending on which analyst firm is presenting them, but a high percentage of IT projects either fail outright or fail to achieve many of the desired business objectives. So it's not surprising that many in business cite a lack of IT business alignment as a major contributing factor to poor strategy execution. So we've been conditioned over the last few decades to believe that business IT alignment is our holy grail, that it is possible to directly align business strategy with IT strategy, and that should be our goal. However, most organizations today are no better aligned than they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. So let's take a step back. What is alignment? Can you be partially aligned? Can you be 30% aligned? Can you be 50% aligned? When we look at the alignment literature, we typically trace most of the alignment thinking back to the Henderson model in the early 90s. This model says or claims that the inability to realize value from IT investments is due to a lack of alignment between business and IT strategies, and that it is possible to directly align IT strategy and business strategy. And I'm going to come back to this in a second. this is the traditional thinking. I'm going to come back and make a case on why this is not possible and in any organization to make this direct alignment. It sounds good. At a high level, it makes sense. But in pragmatic terms, direct alignment in most cases is not practical. So we'll come back to that thought. Now, enterprise architecture, if it's staffed appropriately and positioned appropriately in the organization, can be the bridge between strategy development and strategy execution, particularly the business architecture component of enterprise architecture. Again, if it's staffed and positioned appropriately in the organization. So these are the traditional domains of enterprise architecture that I'm sure many of you have seen many times before. We have business architecture, data and information architecture, application architecture, and then the technical or infrastructure architecture. And then most enterprise architecture frameworks attempt to understand the organization's current state in these four primary areas, and then develop a desired future state for the organization in those four primary areas. And then most of the enterprise architecture frameworks then help you get from current state to future state. So does alignment lie with strategy? You know, hopefully there's a good business strategy for the organization. It could be to, you know, double your market presence or expand it in new markets, or, you know, there's many different possible strategies. But if the strategy is clear enough, it's going to help you, or should help you, to decide between competing projects. So given option A or option B, you know, it should be possible to refer to the business strategy and help you decide where you should be spending your time and money. But an IT strategy and all it entails, you know, it is a pretty weighty thing to develop. But we've been conditioned to believe that the IT strategy has to align with business strategy, doesn't it? I mean, otherwise, you know, why have an IT strategy? But it's hard, very hard, to write an IT strategy that dictates the directions of things that are expensive and hard to change, like enterprise systems, platforms, you know, all types of IT infrastructure. You don't turn these things on quickly. They're typically multi-year implementations. They're not that easily changed in many cases. So an IT strategy is a seriously weighty thing to put together. In most industries, however, strategy is not static and tweaked as conditions on the ground changes. Then the old adage, no plan survives contact with the enemy, is alive and well in most industries and most organizations. So strategy is something that in some industries might be rapidly changing from time to time. So to add to this, Porter and others estimate that less than 5% of people in any given organization have a good understanding of what the business strategy is at that point in time. So how can you ever possibly hope to align something as weighty as an IT strategy with a business strategy that only less than 5% of the people understand at that point in time, and is in some industries maybe changing rapidly? The answer is you can't. And that's why we're no better aligned today than we were 20, 30 years ago. So what's the frame of reference for the IT strategy if it's not the business strategy? So let's look at a couple graphics. On the left-hand side, we have our traditional alignment worldview, where the business is over here, the IT is over here, and the reason we have problems is because the IT people don't understand the business. And if they could just understand the business and get closer aligned with the business, a lot of problems would go away. That's the old traditional view. A much better worldview is that IT is just another part of the business. The IT folks need to understand the business, speak in terms of the business, same as any other part of the business. I would also argue that the other parts of the business also have to have a degree of technical acumen and to be able to understand what the IT people do. I think you know, that's not the case in many organizations, but the IT people and the business people need to be speaking the same language. I had a CIO tell me not long ago that, you know, in the business meeting, I shouldn't be able to tell my IT people from the business people. So the job of the IT strategy is not to align directly with the business strategy. And we just pointed out reasons why that's not even feasible. The job of the IT strategy is to give the business as many options as possible to change tack as quickly as possible. It's a provider of capability to support strategic business capabilities. So it's a provider of capability that is aligned with the needs of the core business capabilities of the organization. So we're going to talk a lot about capabilities with business architecture, and this is really your interim alignment mechanism. So the idea is that the IT strategy is aligned with the needs of the business capabilities, and then the owners of the business capabilities are then in turn aligned with the needs and changes in the business strategy. So as business strategies change, you might need to spin up new business capabilities. You might need to change existing capabilities, or perhaps decommission capabilities that are no longer needed. So the capabilities are really the effective alignment mechanism, and it's a pragmatic and realistic approach to alignment. So what is a capability? Business capabilities, there's different definitions. This is a definition. I'm not saying this is the definition, but in general, capabilities are building blocks of the business. They represent stable business functions. They're unique and independent from each other. They're abstracted from the organizational business model. They capture the business interests. And usually you put your capabilities into something called a capability map. And we'll show you some simple examples here. This is the capabilities that make up the processes that are needed to produce a research report. So very simple example, capabilities comprise processes, and then the processes combine to produce the service or product. And then, like I said, we typically put our capabilities aligned with different processes into a capability map that might look something like this. Then from here, we might categorize our capabilities. Typically, a 3-level categorization is used. And depending on which analyst firm, they all have it's the same concept, maybe different titles, but essentially the 3 levels are at the advantage level. This is what Gartner calls to transform the business capabilities. These are your R&D capabilities. These are the capabilities that are going to provide your next generation product or services. The strategic support capabilities are those business processes you use day to day in your business, but that you would not outsource. This is kind of your secret sauce, your secret manufacturing capability, or some type of process that is really core to your business. Then the essential capabilities are those things that you need to do just to keep the lights on. These are the run the business capabilities that are oftentimes candidates for outsourcing. So then we take that 3-level categorization and we apply it to our capability map to understand where we're spending our money and what type of capabilities we have in our organization and where we're spending our money. Then you might also apply this to your budgeting and funding process. The idea is that ideally we would be spending a large percentage of our budget on our R&D capabilities. There's things that are going to position us for the future, and not as much of the budget on the keep the lights on commodity capabilities that we might outsource. In many organizations, these percentages are flipped, and you're spending a lot on the keep the lights on stuff and not as much as you should be on your R&D capabilities. But it's a good way of understanding what you have and how you're spending your money. Okay, now back to our discussion. It's much easier to sell this type of logic and strategy back to your business. So the goal of the IT organization is to provide capability and support your core business capabilities. It's not to directly align with business strategy. It's as we just pointed out, that's kind of a fool's errand. So continuing on, you over the last 5 years or so, you're starting to see more and more articles come out supporting this notion from Gartner, Forrester, many analyst firms. So the idea is that we stop focusing on this traditional thinking around IT alignment, and it distracts the organization, and it's actually can be a negative, and focus on can actually damage the organization and damage relationships between IT and the business. So we want to stop thinking about the business as something that you need to align with, and starts thinking about it as something of which IT is a part of, and not this separate thing that's out there, separate from the business. I like the last one, use the head of sales rule. If the head of sales wouldn't say it about sales, then don't say it about IT. Everybody needs to be thinking and talking in terms of the business. So we're going to show you some examples. So the next step is to move from the old alignment perspective to one that's really engaged with the business, talking about business value. So we're going to talk a little bit about value measurement at the end. It's very important to show the value to the organization, but it's really a different way of thinking than the traditional alignment mechanism. So for example, budgeting. Many IT groups tend to communicate their budgeting in terms of costs that they've saved, a utility mindset. And if you're a utility, you're a candidate for outsourcing in many cases. A more business integrated and oriented way is to think about how you're contributing to help the organization make different types of investments and capabilities, and how you can be a strategic enabler of business capabilities and get invited into the strategic discussions earlier because they see you as a strategic enabler of business capabilities, able to help turn on new capabilities and modify capabilities, and a group that really understands what capabilities the organization has and doesn't have. Another example, communication of value and how you communicate what you do to the organization. Do you communicate it in terms of how we're containing costs? If so, then if you're a cost to be contained, you may be a cost to be outsourced as well, versus how we're contributing to the bottom line and how we're contributing to revenue generation and growth of the organization. Very different mindsets and way of communicating value. One may get you outsourced, one over time will help you become viewed as more of a strategic resource. So what's the role of business architecture in all of this? This is a graphic from one of the kind of seminal books on enterprise architecture. What I like about this graphic is that it shows that enterprise architecture is really that interim layer that's often missing or not functioning well in many organizations between strategy and execution. When we say execution, it's usually in the form of project and project portfolios. And at enterprise architecture, particularly the business architecture component of enterprise architecture, is that linchpin between strategy and execution. So I'm going to go back to this traditional model of enterprise architecture, and I'm going to say it's dated. It's very dated, in my opinion, because it implies that business architecture is roughly a quarter of the equation and a quarter of the importance of the overall enterprise architecture landscape. And I'm going to argue that it's at least 50%, if not more, of the landscape and area of importance. That's what I do not like about this traditional graphic. And I think something like this might be more appropriate. Where business architecture is the foundation, if it's not done well, then everything that comes after it will not be done well. And I firmly believe that this is a more contemporary view of business architecture than the last graphic portrayed. So what is business architecture? Many different perspectives and definitions. At a high level, this, like I said, this is a definition. It's not necessarily the definition. But business architecture helps you understand your organization's business and operating model, helps you understand your organization's actionable business strategy and outcomes, helps understand market trends that impact your business and your strategy. It identifies your capabilities and a number of other things beyond capabilities, but your business capabilities and impact on the people, technology, and processes and information. This is really, it produces the key deliverables to help inform strategy and help drive strategy execution and investment in the organization. Four major parts of business architecture: the capabilities, we talked about this already, value streams, information concepts, organizational structure, and then the graphic at the bottom shows how these things come together to really link business strategy with successful actionable results or execution, which, as I said, typically comes in the form of project portfolios. I like this graphic as well because it really illustrates how business capabilities and your core business capabilities are really the heart and the center of every other part of business architecture. So these are some of the major modeling components of business architecture, and they all interrelate in one form or another with the capabilities. And at a high level, this is how business architecture can help drive strategy to execution. I don't think there's much more I'm going to say here in the interest of time. And again, more graphical representation of how business architecture helps define and understand the operating model, the business ecosystem, helps develop the business blueprints, and really provides the knowledge and ongoing process needed to link strategy and keep it linked with execution. So let's talk a little bit about project portfolio management. So a portfolio of any type is a collection of assets that you're managing. Just as you would manage a financial portfolio, everything that we do in the organization can be thought of as a portfolio of investments. And we'll show you some common portfolios here in a moment. Few definitions. Project, typically defined with a clear end date in mind, set scope. Program is usually a collection of 2 or more projects, and a portfolio is a group of interrelated initiatives, projects, and or programs. So a much larger organization or organizing concept. And usually, sometimes program and portfolio get confused. So the goal of portfolio management is to try to get the highest value from the investment made, and to understand the balance of risk and reward. Anytime you make an investment, there's a certain amount of risk with it, and that you've done your homework and that you're reasonably sure, the risks and the potential or the risks justify the potential rewards. And you might categorize the items in your portfolio using the 3 categorization that we looked at before. So you understand which assets in your portfolio are related to running the business, keeping the lights on, which assets are related to growing the business, your daily operations, and which assets support or related to your R&D capabilities or your transforming the business capabilities. So it helps you understand also what the assets in your portfolio are primarily used for and where they're dedicated. And as I said, there's different types of portfolios. You can have portfolios of human capital, portfolios of capabilities and processes, portfolios of assets and technology assets, and portfolios of projects. And then this is kind of a busy graphic to show how the portfolios can and often are interrelated. That an asset portfolio may spin off the need for a project to improve an asset or change an asset in some ways, and then a project portfolio may spin off new or modified assets. So it's kind of a simple example. So I think the case is becoming clear that the integration of enterprise architecture and in particular business architecture and portfolio management is needed for successful strategy execution. Now, only if business architecture is a true enterprise-wide function. I'm going to argue not reporting to enterprise architecture, but reporting to a business function. So if you talk to the Business Architecture Guild, and I'm on a board within the guild, and if you look back 7 to 10 years ago, most business architecture groups, probably 70–80%, sat under traditional enterprise architecture, which sat under traditional IT. Today, that's been flipped. Only about 30% or so of BA groups still sit under EA, and 60–70% are now under a business function, often strategic planning, perhaps innovation in some cases, but a business function. And if your business architecture positioned under an enterprise business function like strategic planning, and your scope is enterprise wide, then it does make sense to have project portfolio management roll up to you. I've seen this in just a few organizations. It's not common by any means. I realize that, but it makes a lot of sense because you're doing all this good work to link strategy. And where I see it break down in organizations is when portfolio management doesn't report up, then you're begging, you're influencing, you're trying to, convince the portfolio management people to adjust the portfolio as you think it should be adjusted. And that rarely, if ever, works. And that's usually where the strategy execution piece breaks down. So if you're going to do successful strategy execution, you got to have everything from start to finish under one umbrella. And more organizations are realizing this today. Now I want to talk a little bit about business architectures as a facilitator of innovation, and we'll talk a little bit about value measurement and then open it up for questions. So innovation is driven by different thinking, and innovation can really accelerate performance in our organizations. And that can be innovation in our products and services, or that can be internal innovation and how we might do things better internally, which is typically what we think of with business architecture, helping to identify and spur internal innovations. Some of the problems we have today is that in many cases, we've been trained to manage, not innovate. So we've been trained to control, to reduce risk, to manage our resources versus, innovators are more, it's not reducing risk. It's, managing the risk. It's, risk is acceptable. Failure is okay if you fail fast and recover from it and learn from it. It's coping with change. It's being more visionary and strategic. But unfortunately, many of us have been trained in our educational programs to manage, but not necessarily to innovate and create. And our thinking patterns, especially those of us that come from a technical background, are often very linear. And linear thinkers typically, I hate to stereotype, but typically drive for order, seek control, love processes, avoid risk and resist change. And organizations, especially larger bureaucratic organizations, they resist change. They often, through policies, processes, and bureaucracy, drive us to some level of mediocrity. And oftentimes the innovative people get frustrated with this and may leave or get driven or kind of give up to a degree and accept a level of mediocrity. And enterprise architecture can be part of the problem, especially if you're the policy police. If the role of EA in your organization is to enforce policies, then oftentimes you are part of the problem rather than the innovative organization that you could and should be. And when we look at different types of innovation and the value that these types of innovation can have on the organization, it's pretty dramatic, the difference between effectiveness and efficiency, which is what we typically strive for or feel that business architecture and enterprise architecture produce for the organization. More effectiveness, more efficiency, maybe improving what we do. But those aren't the big benefits to the organization. It's when you get out to the right-hand side, when you're doing things differently than your competition's doing it, or when you're doing things that people thought were impossible. That's when the value really goes through the roof. But we often tend to focus more on the left-hand side with our efforts, which they're still valuable, don't get me wrong, but that's not really where you get the tremendous big hits in the organization. And innovation isn't just about technology. It's understanding the organization, the business processes, the business model. It's as much as understanding the business as it is understanding a technology, and then, of course, the people component. And business architecture in particular, and enterprise architecture, could and should be a nexus for strategy in the organization. And the reason is that a well-positioned EA group or business architecture group, if it's positioned and staffed appropriately, and I keep saying that because you have to have the right vantage point to be able to see the dots in the organization, and architects often do have a unique view of the organization to see dots that others don't see. And you need to have the right people that not only see the dots, but can connect them in meaningful ways and do something with them. So I've seen many cases where people are in a position to see the dots, but either don't see them or don't connect them in innovative ways. So you got to have the combination of the right positioning and the right people. But when you do, it can be very powerful. And architects are well connected. They know the parts of the organization. Like I said, they have a view into the organization that few others have. And they can help identify like-minded people, strategic people to bring into innovation-related discussions. And they can also help with opportunity analysis and risk analysis and try to separate the wheat from the chaff and help identify which ideas should be taken to the next level. Okay, now we're going to wind up with value measurement. So this moving from the old alignment mindset to more of a business enabler, business resource or strategic resource mindset requires a difference in thinking. I like this quote, "The mind is everything. What you think you become." And I'm going to add to that and say what you measure and how you communicate your value is what you become in your organization. Value measurement's consistently cited as a top area of importance for enterprise architecture and business architecture, but it's also consistently cited as one of the lowest areas of maturity. And that's because we have a lot of different things we could measure in organizations today. Many different KPIs. You know, the analyst firms are constantly coming out with reports on exotic things you could measure and should measure. And there's just really a metrics overload today. I like this quote from The Art of War, and I don't mean to imply that your stakeholders are your enemies by any means, but let's read through this and think about it. If you know your stakeholders and you know yourself, so by this I mean, do you know who your key stakeholders are, and do you know your group, your business architecture group, and your strengths and weaknesses? So if you know this, you won't be imperiled in 100 battles. If you don't know your stakeholders very well, but you do know your strengths and weaknesses of your group, you'll win one and lose one. But if you don't know your stakeholders and you don't really know or recognize where you're strong and where you're weak in your organization, you're going to be imperiled in almost every single battle. And unfortunately, I see this in more organizations than I'd like to today. So enterprise architecture, particularly the business architecture component of EA, can help understand the C-suite priorities, but only if you understand what the priorities are and how they're measured. And like I said, there's lots of different KPIs out there. I'm not going to belabor this point. There's almost too many things you could measure. But what gets measured gets done or gets improved. So it's important that this be taken seriously, and that you just don't pick up an analyst report that says, you know, here are the top 5 or top 10 metrics for business architecture, or enterprise architecture, and then you take that and say, okay, well, you know, Gartner or Forrester says we should do this, so let's use these metrics. That's a recipe for disaster, because they might be the totally wrong metrics for your organization. So like I said, problem isn't a lack of metrics, it's knowing which ones make sense for your organization and provide the most value for the effort required. So we have a methodology that we developed in the Center for Enterprise Architecture that I've used with different organizations. I'm going to describe it really fast, and then we'll get into Q&A. So the idea with this framework of the universe of things you could measure, what do your key stakeholders value and how are they measured? So understanding who are really your key stakeholders. You have many, many stakeholders, but which ones are really important? Which are your top 7 to 10 at most? And how are they valued? Then you look at your core business capabilities and how they're valued. And then you do a Venn diagram. What KPIs, what metrics are in the middle that are of value and importance to your key stakeholders and to the owners of your core business capabilities? And then you down select a little more. Which of those metrics, which of those KPIs that are in the middle of that Venn diagram do we feel we can positively impact with business architecture, with enterprise architecture? And then from there, we want to take a look at what projects would we be able to undertake to be able to improve those metrics. So you got to have before data, then you've got to, when you look at those KPIs, which parts of the organization that's associated with those KPIs will work with you. So you want to work with relatively, especially at first, relatively friendly parts of the organization. And the purpose of this methodology is to down select so you get maybe 5 to 7 really good KPIs that you feel you can positively impact. And when you can show that you positively impact those KPIs, you're going to impact large parts of the organization that are important, your key stakeholders and owners of the business capabilities. Once you do this and you show that you can do this on a repeated basis, then you go from being maybe a cost to be managed to being a strategic resource that's going to get invited in to strategic discussions earlier. But it's a marathon, not a race. You got to show that you can do it and that you can do it repeatedly. And then this is an ongoing process. Put governance around this. Your KPIs are going to change over time as your stakeholders change and as your business capabilities change. So that they should change over time. You shouldn't be measuring the same thing 10 years from now that you're measuring today. But you don't want to, they won't change dramatically, but over time, as the business changes and the stakeholders and the capabilities change, it makes sense that the KPIs would change as well. And then there's a whole communication aspect to this. None of this is any good if you can't communicate out what you're doing and the impact that you're making in the organization and communicating it out to the key stakeholders and the owners of the business capabilities. So there's a lot to think about with effective communications, but that's part of this process as well. So that's real quick what's involved. It's a lot more involved than just picking up an analyst report and saying these are the 10 metrics we should use. But if you don't get this right, then it's I don't want to say game over, but it's going to put you in a serious disadvantage in your organization if you can't effectively manage, measure, and communicate your value. Okay, and like I said, this is a process. This is not a one and done. In our methodology, we suggest that you review your metrics annually with all your key stakeholders and owners of your business capabilities. Okay, I'm going to wind up with just a little bit about some of our programs at Penn State. We have many different online programs related to enterprise architecture and business architecture that might be of interest to this group. We have many master's programs. This is a subset, all fully online for working professionals. These are some, I won't go through each one, but these are some of the more common master's programs that are of interest to this community. And then in all of these master's programs, we have a variety of concentration areas. These are some of the more popular concentration areas which equate to a graduate certificate that you can take. And we have the only enterprise architecture and business architecture master's program and focus area in North America. So it's like I said, everything's fully online. So again, if you have any questions, you can go to the Penn State World Campus website and you can read about these and many other related programs that we offer. Okay. I'd like to open it up for questions now. So it's about right where I wanted to be. So we have about 15, 20 minutes for Q&A.
Excellent presentation. I'd like to start. There's a few questions I'd like to raise. The first one, you talked about IT, like the change in models going from like an alignment model to one where IT is like a department like finance, right? And yet we seem to have, or a lot of organizations seem to have a lot of respect for finance, it's their language, they sort of accommodate it. And you brought up a point, they often sort of don't give IT that respect. Is there any practical steps that you might suggest to get more towards that sort of IT as a business stakeholder as opposed to an alignment model?
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts. And I'll start with saying I think our higher education system perpetuates this model. So I'll get on my soapbox for a second, because most of the IT people are found in computer science or engineering programs where they take very little, if any, business courses. And most of the business people take very little, any technical enterprise technology acumen courses whatsoever. Everything's about analytics and spreadsheets today, but we're not really teaching our business people any solid IT concepts by and large. So I think we contribute to this. But to your question, this gets to the last part of my presentation. how you measure your value of your IT organization. So you walk into IT organizations, you ask them how they're measuring value, and it's almost always around cost containment. We virtualized this many servers and we cut this cost, and that's good stuff. Don't get me wrong. It's not that you shouldn't be measuring that, but that's more for your internal use. Honestly, nobody cares outside of IT how many servers you virtualized. They want to know, how did you contribute to the things I care about? And the things I care about are more bottom line, with growing the business, growing the revenue, growing what we do. And that's why I get back to the methodology that I just presented on understanding what people value, what your key people value. And the key people, I'm going to argue, are your key stakeholders and your owners of your core business capabilities. Understanding what those groups value and how you can contribute to making what they value better, and how you can help them get better KPIs, better measurements for the things they care about. And if you can do that and show them that you understand what they do, how they do it, and how you can help them make it better, then you're a strategic resource. You're going to be somebody who they would never ever consider outsourcing, because you're helping them. You get what they do, and you help them do it better. And at the end of the day, that's if you can do that, then you just solved the problem that you mentioned. Unfortunately, I don't see that many people that are thinking that way yet.
That's a really good point. I've heard so many people like, oh, just take the orders, go with the rising tide, but you really do have to sort of market your successes in IT and your value, right?
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Otherwise, you will be seen as a cost to be managed and perhaps outsourced. If you're just an order taker, I mean, that's no fun. Who wants to be an order taker? But they'll see you as that. You gotta, and it takes good leadership too. But you got to show them that you understand the business, you understand their problems and how they're measured. At the end of the day, if you can help somebody improve how they get their bonuses, let's get real personal with this. At the end of the day, we all do as we're rewarded. So if you understand how they get their promotions, their bonuses, and you help them improve those KPIs, over time, you're going to be their best friend. So that's you have to start thinking about it.
Another question is around, in a lot of organizations, you sort of have, I guess there's really two parts to this. One is you have legacy operating systems and stuff that you need to deal with. And so there's, your systems of innovation, you've got these legacy systems, you sort of got to bring them up to date. There's been a whole bunch of methodologies that have suggested things like bimodal from Gartner and places like that. And even more from a strictly business side, you might even have different product lines competing for the same resources. Is there any advice on how you would handle that in what you're doing? Like, do you value that against the whole portfolio? Do you break that into segments? How would you handle something like that?
So how would I handle legacy system replacement?
Yeah, I guess that's the first part, is legacy system. Like, how do you deal with that when they're tied to these systems of innovation? How do they get percolated to do what you need to do, or do they? Like,
I'm not quite sure if I fully get the question. So if the legacy system is being replaced, are you saying that it can hold back innovation because it was set up for a different time, and maybe the system, the processes inherent in the system really aren't working for you? Or I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, sometimes what happens, I think the way I would interpret that is, sometimes what happens is a lot of money goes to improve the front-facing R&D capabilities that are so-called like the digital transformation. And sometimes the back-end systems are sort of ignored, even though that they're part of that and they need to be addressed, right?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I get it now. Some of the back end, kind of the office, this is more the keep the lights on systems, right? So these aren't the systems that are maybe helping you with your next generation products, but these might be your payroll systems and HR systems and things like that you need just to kind of be a functioning organization, right? That's what you're talking about.
I'm thinking, I'm sort of thinking more like you have, say, a website, say like an Amazon at the front end, they're putting their money in there, but you maybe have a legacy database that supports that in the back end.
Okay.
How do you deal with that, right? Given that I think a lot of the money is going to go towards, like you were saying, like the R&D or do you perfectly? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I keep going back to understanding value, and if you can make the case that you're gonna, by giving you the resources to update some of these systems and get newer technologies, is going to help increase and make KPIs better in your organization. And you have to make a business case for it. So, and if there is no business case, then maybe it shouldn't, maybe it's okay like it is. But you need to make an effective business case that resonates with the people that hold the purse strings and how you're going to improve things that, they care about. And if you can't do that, then maybe, uh, you know, usually there's a business case to be made for modernization of some type. But if there isn't an effective business case, then maybe the system's not that valuable and doesn't really, shouldn't be invested in any further,
Well, that totally makes sense, actually. No, that's a very good point. No, this is a really great presentation. Thank you a lot, Dr. Cameron. A lot of interesting things there. We're going to take, I guess, a little bit of a break. And again, very much appreciate that you were able to present today.
Sure, happy to do it. Thank you.
Cheers. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks, you too.
Hi, Raj.
Well, let me just make sure that I'm on mute.
Yeah, I can hear you. And your slides are also up.
Okay.
So we're ready to, I'll do the, so we'll get started. So I'm with Raj Krishnan, who is the digital industry specialist or strategist with Microsoft. And Raj, I believe you're going to be talking about value and how to use design thinking to get value. With that, I'll let you start.
All right. Good afternoon or good evening. So I'm not sure, Central Time, 7 o'clock. I'm just thinking probably even the guys in Seattle would have gone home, and it's 8 o'clock Eastern Time, very early in Asia. So I thought I'll just put an ice cream screen. So just make it a little interesting. So if you feel like just going to the fridge and grabbing one, do that. But the presentation has got nothing to do with the ice cream. So what we are going to talk about is it's not actually necessarily value. I was just listening to the previous conversation. This is about the business model. And part of the model is the business value proposition, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about. So here's the agenda. And I'm sure when you look at this, you think this guy just went and picked up all the cliche words: digital transformation, product as a service, business model, design thinking, and all this in one. But actually, my goal is to kind of make it real, because even when I look at a lot of the presentations, there are a lot of charts and models, as what it is, and a lot of diagrams. But when it comes to building something, I believe that we don't have a whole lot of ways of doing it. So my goal today is just to give the context is, why do we need a business model? And then once we establish that, how do we do it, right? Do we have to hire a consultant for 3 months and they kind of tell you what you already knew and just walk away and then you end up executing it? So is there a better way to do it? And I'm a big fan of design thinking. I've been using it almost every chance possible. I'm almost afraid I'm just walking with a hammer looking for the nail. I kind of fell in love with it. But I do think that there is a way that we can leverage design thinking for developing business model and even beyond. So that's my goal for this session. So the first thing is the context. Okay, why do we need a business model, right? A lot of the people are established in the business, a lot of corporations, but what we are seeing is something very strange, right? It's a bank that doesn't own any branch, right? There are just online banks, and who would have thought that there's no license, there's no vehicle, there's no driver thing, but you have a transportation system. And you don't own any of the assets, and you have a hotel system, right? So I just saw today that one of the biggest, the 30 under 30 from Asia, is a person who just built a virtual system for the students and the college students to get started and provide leads. And it's about 800,000 members in that system. And what this is doing, and even this is a statement from the bank that they are scared. I mean, you look at it, Bitcoin, and everybody's into payment. Amazon, Google, Facebook, everybody's accepting payments. And these people, startups who have no other expense, are just coming up with ideas that could potentially disrupt the way the traditional banking does. I always fell in love with blockchain for one reason, because when I look at a lot of these what I call aggregators getting a commission out of a service that they provide, blockchain and the W3 could be a game changer where no one owns anything. It's completely decentralized. And that could change even the Ubers, the Airbnbs, if such a system comes, just like similar to Bitcoin, if there was a decentralized network and people are paid for services, not a percentage-based thing for look at the impact on the restaurant industries with people who are $10 worth of food, $20 goes to a service provider, right? So these things are going to change. And what this means is the people in the industry need to kind of rethink the way they do. So the context here is that there is a real urgency for people to look at their business model, to rethink how they will do it. Otherwise, things, they won't be in business. And also, what has become is that it has become very niche, right? So if I'm a retired environmentalist, and what are the activities I do, and then I'm slicing it through, okay, what are the financial services that I need? What are the retail? What's the transportation and delivery, right? So the digital aspect would be very targeted at a niche market, and then kind of bringing all the services together. Right? That's what is going to happen. So what does that mean? That means that, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but on the screen that you're sharing is towards the bottom is a white tab. And if you hit the hide button.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I should have done that. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for, yeah, it might have been blocking. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, the thing we need to do is identify the specific segments. The need for business model becomes even critical, because now you need to identify the precise segment, what value proposition and what partnership you need, what activities that you need. So you need to identify that. So this digital disruption and the very segmented niche market to which we need to prepare, all of these are just, again, our main theme is, why do we need a business model, right? That's the thing that I'm trying to establish here. So the way that people are looking at is that, okay, traditionally, what has worked, you're brick and mortar, or even you are an online, and then you suddenly see people coming up with things that, you were not thought possible. They were not what you were doing, but they are doing something more, and it worked. And then the potential, all kinds of things that you could eventually do. So in order to kind of look at from building the business model would be the intersection of all that, the Venn diagram. So to accelerate the business value of what you already know, and look around what's working, and also look at what's possible, and look at the value. I kind of like this statement. It's because technology is not the answer, right? It's not about, hey, now I was just in another presentation early this morning. It's all about, the rage is all about low code. Oh, now we can easily build applications. Now everybody's low code. The people, Figma, they're doing wireframe, they are low code. People who write API, they are low code. Now everybody's about writing a better application, easier application. So everybody's into data or dashboards and Power BI, Tableau. So yes, I mean, I'm not undermining that. Yes, those are all things that are part of the equation. But I think what it's about is, how do you kind of fundamentally change or identify products and services that are in this modern era with these new technologies, these new possibilities, right? That's what is about digital transformation, and that's what is about why we need to look at the business model. And I've been at Microsoft, one of the biggest change that I've been asked to do recently is that every established company, they want to become a software company. And it's not that just suddenly they woke up and say they want to be a software. They realize they have so much assets, and they go and do this one-off, and they have not really mastered of putting it as a service. Whereas people like AWS, Microsoft, we are actually from the cloud. It's always everything as a service. You can easily go and consume it, frictionless consumption. But in most of the traditional product sales, everything is on-off. It's buy this license for $250,000, buy 30 servers, and the entire license for the year, or go with it, right? And customers are no longer willing to do that. And so what they're coming to us and asking us, Microsoft, you've been doing this, help us to get there. We just want it to be, yes, maybe like if you look at this right-hand slide, Where is the most value? Imagine, yeah, when I say, let's say Office 365, you pay $10 per user. Yeah, that's where somewhere in the middle. And or if you say you need to install Exchange on your premise, that's the probably partly digital services. But when you look at outcome based, it's not based on a subscription. It's not based on servers, but it's based on, okay, I need all my emails and all my workflow taken care of, and I'm going to pay you X dollars, right, on a monthly basis. And it could include all the services to make my employee productive. That is the kind of things that people are moving to, right, from a one-time turnkey solutions to outcome-based contracts. We're not there on the outcome-based, but like even if you look at Microsoft, when they are pricing their dynamics and other things, they're trying to get away from, okay, $5 for this, $10 for this. Okay, it's for your supply chain. Here is, or get one monthly thing. We'll handle all your email, your office, your teams, your collaboration, all that. What we call it will enable your productivity instead of nickeling and diming. Okay, $5 per month for this, etc. So that's where people want to get there. And again, why am I saying this? Because again, the first step for me is building a business model. That's why the business model becomes important. So even when I look at this, right, there are ways when you do digital transformation. A lot of people are looking at operational processes, which is, there's nothing wrong with it. Things like robotic process automation, or if you're in manufacturing, predictive maintenance, asset management, business process optimization, orchestration. Yes, that's another area. And then definitely data has become a big part, which is to leverage AI and ML to predict customer churn, or to leverage customer data to offer the relevant products. Yes, but where the real thing, I believe, when we talk about total transformation, is reimagining your business model. And once again, that's the part that I want to focus on and show you what I mean by that. I think, there's so many definitions: enterprise architecture, business architecture, but I'm going to introduce something which is already there, but I kind of like this for what we want to do. So when we do the business model or business value model, this is the evolution from a Porter's things, the core competency and the support resources, to what we'll be talking about, what I call the business model canvas. And that's the one that I've been using. And I've done about 3 or 4 workshops end to end. One workshop was about 3 days in person with my customers, and another one was virtual, about 4 or 5 2-hour sessions to build what you see on the right. And this is the one that I'm going to be talking about. Again, I just want to bring up the context. So we are doing digital transformation, but as part of the digital transformation, in order to kind of look at new products and deliver new products and services, we want to reimagine our business model. Look at who the customers are, what's our value proposition, who are our partners, what's our key activity, and what are the revenue and cost streams, and take a fresh look at it and build this business model to drive what we are going to build, right? So recently I did one business model. One of the reasons they asked me to do that was they are acquiring companies left and right? So they used to build a software which was kind of a one-off, but now they want to rethink, okay, if I'm going to be acquiring business every year, I need to create some core extensible domain-based systems. So let's kind of first, in order to justify that, let's build a business model. So those are all some of the drivers that we are doing, right? So this is the business model canvas that I've helped a few customers to build. Now, the activities that you see on the left are the components of it. Necessarily, not all of them need to be done, nor do we have to do it in great detail, but some of them are definitely more important, particularly your customer segments, your value propositions. So, okay, if we have to do this, what is the best way to do this, right? Is it another diagram, like so many diagrams that are out there? Or am I going to call a big consultant to fill this by conducting interviews and just leaving me with the fragmented opinions of senior leaders and others? Is there a better way to do this? So that's what has prompted me to kind of do this presentation And I'm going to share some tools that I use to build with some samples. Unfortunately, I cannot share the real content, but I'll share some samples of the activities that we did to come up with this business model. So as you can see, they're numbered because there is a certain order in which you start, right? You start off with your customer, and then you identify a value proposition. Why? Because once you know your customer, you know what is your differentiated value proposition is for your targeted customers, right? And then it goes into, okay, how do you sell? What are your channels that you use to sell your customer? How do you support your customer? And what are your revenue streams? What are the core activities in your organization? And it goes on until you end up with what are the cost elements and cost structure, right? So this is the one that we want to build. Now, this is something that I built because, and I just, I kind of blame consultants to say that they come and give you a business model. So what now, right? So what I'm doing, I've been fortunate enough to work from end to end. So, okay, but I'm not going to talk about it, but I just wanted to give you, it's not just about business model, but we are going to go all the way. So once I create a business model, then because now you know who your customers are, what your value proposition is, what are the elements of your business that you want to build. Now you establish the success criteria and build some objectives and key results. And I put it here, critical partnership. It's because typically Microsoft works with our customers and we tell them, okay, we help you build the model. You know what? We're going to help you realize that model in terms of technology deployment. In which case, let's establish the OKR. What's your expectation from us? Okay, they say that I want to reduce cost. I want to be a variable expenses. I want to be able to use leverage AI to increase, so they'll have measurable key results. And of course, Microsoft is interested in certain things in which we say, you know what, we want you to use Microsoft Azure. We want you to use our data platform. And so it's the kind of a mutual expectations that we can monitor through the journey. So after we help them build the model, we don't jump into the technology. We just establish the criteria. We don't talk about technology until much later. And once we do this, now that I know what my value proposition is, what my business model is, what activities I need to do, how do I differentiate that? Then I do an ideation session. Okay, what kind of solutions will enable me to do that? Again, I don't talk technology. I don't talk Power BI. I don't talk about bots or anything like that. But I just say, what kind of solutions? Okay, I need the ability to onboard a customer very quickly because it takes 3 months now. We lose opportunity. There are people who can come and set this up. Okay, that's a prioritized capability for which you need a solution, a composable solution that would are based on services that you can do, right? And so we kind of identify what solutions you need in order to support your business value model. And the next step would be, okay, now that I know these are the capabilities I need, what's the gap? Where are you now? And where should you be? And in order to where should you be, then what are the solutions that you need? And that's where we talk about technology. Okay, we need the solution, and this is the technology that helps you. And I do another thing, which I find it very fascinating, particularly for the thing is that then I build a solution vision demonstrator, which is a potential way how it looks without building it. It's kind of a PowerPoint storyboarding type of thing. It shows you the art of the possible, right? And then we kind of, in order to decide what alternatives we pick, we do a business value analysis with ROI, and then do a MVP, iterate through that, and then finally develop. And the last piece I call digital enablement office is to continually monitor that the OKRs are being met, the business value is being realized, so that we continue the loop. So this is the model that I do. Now, we talked about business model. Now I want to talk about design thinking. And like I said, I've been fascinated and I've been leveraging it as much as I can when it makes sense. Because design is a solution to a problem, but there is an art part of it. How do you identify the problem? How do you prioritize them? How do you solicit input from people and do this? And that's where the design thinking process comes. So again, a quick definition of design thinking. Primarily, it's human-centered. It means that people are making decisions. And then it's more than that. It means it's a collaborative process. It's not the boss told. If a consultant comes and talks to the CEO or CIO, they have certain things in mind and they say, recommend this. No, it's much more the stakeholders come together, use, if it's virtual, I've done both now. And now after COVID, I was so lucky to do in-person workshops where we use sticky notes and we build this. And sometimes people think it's about just dumping sticky notes, but even though it's a creative process, it's very well structured. Yeah, I kind of don't believe in the fact there's nothing like a bad idea. There are bad ideas. We know that. So how do we control that? So there is a structure to this creative process where we let people, irrespective of their title, be able to express, but targeted towards a certain outcome that we want to do this. And the design thinking also very heavily relies on prototype. Don't build the big thing first. Do a prototype, iterate, and do this. So that's the process. And there's another big thing about design thinking is the double diamond model. So you start out by saying, what is possible? I want to do this. I want to do everything, right? Don't stop them from, in a constrained, don't drive them towards certain things. And then, okay, if all these things you want to do, which one we should be focusing? And when we kind of converge from those divergent ideas, we use several criteria. Is it practical? Is it important? Is there a value in it? What is the risk associated with this? And then we narrow down from all the potential ideas. And then we do a reverse process. Okay, now that I've identified 5 or 6 things, what are the solutions in order to do this? Then we diverge, saying, hey, I can do all microservices-based architecture, or I can do package solutions. I can use advanced technologies, AI, all kinds of things. And then we kind of converge to, okay, let's kind of pick something that's more reasonable and do a prototype, right? So this double diamond approach is what I like about, where you're open and creative, but still we end up with a solution that you can iterate and go through, right? Okay, now that I want to kind of show you how I do this. So I use Cluxzone, and again, the tool is not important, but I like it because of the way it is built. And this is I took this from one of the workshops that I did. So the way I do it, I structure these activities. So remember, I had the business, I'll skip the icebreaker, which is I help people to use this tool. But then I take the thing, and remember I had 9 activities. Then I'll start with this activity. And here what I do is I time the people, and I give them 5 or 10 minutes, and then I tell them what we are trying to do here. This is in the business model canvas, if you recall, this is to identify a customer segment, right? So, hey, this is what we need to do. And then I have a timer, and I'll give them 10 minutes. And then what they do is they'll go and say, okay, my customer segment is, boutique shops. I'm just randomly putting it. And then there are a few things I use, and there are color codes, right? It says it's a customer that because of the way I'm doing it in my business model, I must win these customers. So I use this color. But if I think it's someone that I want to target on the near future, then I'll change the color. And then I also use these categories I dynamically change, and I ask them, hey, how do you want it? What are the metadata you want to know about your customer? So I could go here. These customers we already have, but this is a customer that I want to look towards the future. And this customer is, if we have not developed, so I might use this. And then now they put it in. Now, there'll be 6 to 7 people, most of the business stakeholders who are in the business, who are in the selling, who are responsible for developing and selling and producing. And imagine 6, 7 of them, you won't believe when I give them 5 minutes, this board is filled. So what I do about 5-10 minutes, I ask them to kind of look back and discuss another 5 minutes and cluster them. Because a lot of the ideas, people are surprised. Everybody's thinking about a lot of these things. And then I kind of help them to kind of group them and cluster them. And then I also ask them to vote on it, to say, okay, which one should be our top? So when I build my business model, it is consensus. Everybody has discussed about it. Everybody knows. And then when I'm building my solutions, I'm going to use this to say, what I'm building, is it going to help me target this customer? So it's really a very good basis on which I'm going to be building a solution, right? So I do this for every activity, and I'm not going to go through that because of the time. But if you look at it, I have for customer segment, for value proposition, for distribution channel, customer relations. So the entire business canvas will be done, and then I also do this for people to, after the activities, so hey, what worked, what did not work, and what are things that can be improved, and then I continue these sessions. So the net result is you get a business value model, business canvas model, however you want to call it. The reason I use the value aspect is that the primary focus is on who are your customers, what's your value proposition, and how do you build the value proposition, right? So if we go back to our presentation, this is one of the things. The reason I just put this thing here is because there's some sensitive information. This is from a real customer. This is what happened. I gave them 5 minutes. They came up with all of this, and they grouped them based on the similarity. Okay, this is all public, and this is retail grocery. So they just kind of built this on their own, right? So end of my 3 days, what typically people would have spent hundreds of dollars. I'm not saying this is perfect or you've got the final thing. I've come up with a consensus model built by the stakeholders in terms of which customer segments they want to tackle. What's your differentiated value proposition? What new areas they want to do? Who are their key partners? So this entire business value model canvas which I had is built. I fill this with all the things that I found. I summarize them, and I give them this as the starting point. And once they have that, then I move on to. I'm just going to quickly walk you through. We have another 15 minutes. So if you look at this, so I first do the business value model, then I do the OKRs. So this is what it looks like. Hey, what's the company objective? What's the team objective? What are the measurable results? So that when I implement my solution, I need to say that, okay, because of this is the key result. Here's the baseline. This is where I'll be moving as a result of this initiative. And I do, when necessary, I do a business value analysis as well, but I do it slightly differently. I was listening to the previous conversation. So I kind of do what are the value drivers and let's say reduce cost. So in order to reduce cost, what are the things that I can do? For example, I can increase the usage of my asset. Okay, so what's the KPI, original equipment effectiveness? And what solution will it do? Potentially a IoT sensor-based system that collects the state of the equipment to warn me so that I can do predictive maintenance, things like that. So I kind of build that whole, first identify KPI, then identify the solution, and then measure the improvement, right? That's what I do in the objectives key results. And once we have that, then okay, for this model to work, what capabilities do I need? That's what here again, I don't talk about technology. These are the capabilities that I need. And there are multiple horizontal and vertical dimensions. I take the same thing and put it in another dimension, saying, what is the risk and what is the complexity, right? And then the best candidate for me is the one which is strategically important, which is transformational, low risk, and high return, right? So I use multiple dimensions to kind of pick and prioritize what solutions should I be implementing. And once that is done, I look at where we are and where we need to go. Again, I use design thinking for that to say, okay, what if this is here, and where do you want to be? And I put all the existing where you are, and I ask them to ideate on where do you want to be in that. And again, I leverage design thinking. So this is where I come up with what you have, what you need. This is for a data. And then once that is done, once I know this is where I want to be, I again use design thinking to ideate on solution alternatives and make people come to a consensus and prioritize them. And I mentioned this is one of the ways, that I use to. There are many prioritization criteria. This is one way. Okay, here are the alternatives. My criteria one has this much weightage, and this is the score. And then based on this, alternative one is the one that is the most viable things. So I take them through that. Then I build. Once we know, okay, this is the solution we want to do, I build a conceptual demonstrator to show. So if you look at this, this is one of those really cool thing. We don't have anything in build, but it kind of shows the art of the possible. The personalities, the journey maps, and how do they interact with the system? What are the benefits? So when you go and present, what are you building? I'm telling you, you got to wait 6 months to see that. But I say, this is what we are thinking of. We haven't built it, but this is how it's going to look like, so that people get an idea. And then we do some detailed business value analysis that in terms of ROI. From here, if you spend this on the solution, here is the return on investment. And then we kind of build a minimum viable product. So one of the fundamental concept of design thinking is to iterate, right? Don't build it. First iterate and go back and see if there's a better alternative, or will this thing work? Is it in alignment with your business model? And then continually do this before you, your final production is done. Then you use CI/CD for continuous development and integration, and you use digital enablement office, right? So what I mean by digital enablement office is, okay, here is the business transformation you want to do. Here's the IT transformation. It is more than program management in the sense you're just looking to see, are we on track? Are these guys, engineering guys, get excited and go build something else that doesn't align with what the business transformation is? And all the OKRs that we built, are we meeting those OKRs? If not, should we be changing any of those? So the digital enablement office, the responsibility is to make sure what you said you would do and the promises you made on your OKRs are being met. And if you're not deviating from our original goal, or if you have to deviate because we're not meeting that, we are doing it with an awareness that, hey, it didn't work out the way we said, but our goal is this. Let's change what we are doing. So that's the part of the digital enablement office that we work on. So in summary, what I wanted to convey in this thing is that the business value model is one of the core components of digital transformation. Why? Because you need to take another look at who are your customers? Who else do you want to sell to? Are they new customers? And what's your differentiated value proposition? If everybody is an online storeholder, how are you going to differentiate it? Not everybody can be an Amazon. So what's the value and how do you want to differentiate your value proposition? Who are your key partners? That's the first step, even before building a solution, right? And then a lot of times I see this business model canvas and they say you need to hire a consultant, $100,000, 3 months or whatever. But I believe design thinking and with a good facilitator must be done through a collective input of the people. To me, design thinking really enables us to do that, right? And then another thing is I don't want to be the bigger consultant who come and say, hey, here's your strategy, here's your model. It's up to you how to execute it. So that's why I kind of added to, okay, if this is the model, how do I get there? Through a process of looking at solution alternatives, prioritization, prototyping, and MVP, and finally deploying it. So the theme of business model, using design thinking, and also realizing value is something that I've been very actively involved with a lot of my strategic customers. And I cannot tell you how much it has improved, at least my relationship with the customer. They don't look at me anymore as a guy who's trying to sell the cloud, right? I never talk about a product until I understand the business model, until I understand what is the accomplishing it. And, end of the day, when we do this, the kind of trust is what makes them want to say, yes, if these people understand my business and what they are doing is aligning with my business outcome and value, then they don't mind spending the money that it takes to build that. We have a much higher stake in the outcome of our customers than a vendor who sells Office, a vendor who sells Power BI. So that has been my experience, and I continue to see a lot of traction. So with that, I will open and
that was a great presentation. Thank you, Raj. I really appreciate that. I have a couple of questions. So one question is about, oh, your camera is working. Sorry.
It is. So I just I didn't want distraction during my presentation, so I just.
Oh, okay, good. So one of the things I'm wondering about when you actually do the business model canvas, do you ever find that you're sort of in the process and you go, we don't know that much about this. We need to go to market, or we need to do some sort of a test, or we need to go. There's somebody not in our group, or do you find that you can usually rough it through with your with some group that you're getting?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people in the sales and in the marketing have some hypothesis, right? So we are not telling them, I need to know exactly, did you do a market analysis? Did you do this? Hey, at least like for example, in the previous customer that I had, they said, you know what, we are acquiring, I want to get into healthcare industry. I didn't ask them, did you do a market analysis? I said, okay, that's one of the goals. So when we do some of these things, in the meantime, if that's where they want to do, they're definitely going to do some research, and we would start up with some assumption, then we can iterate them. But I never make it a requirement. First, come and prove to me that's the market that you can go. Yeah.
That's fair. And as you do this, the other question that I have, patterns. Have you noticed that there's certain patterns, for certain value propositions, customer segments that seem to be recurring, that we might at some point actually harvest sort of business model canvas patterns?
Yeah. So one of the things that I don't know if I could call them as a pattern is like in a lot of the things, one of the patterns that I see is a lot of times these technology people are trying to drive the business model, and I always caution them. What happens is that even in the previous one, they got me involved because I'm in the technology as well. They wanted to build a certain type of solution. They've already made up their mind. They wanted it to be microservices, this and that. And they were like trying to justify a business model. And I try to tell them that seems to, a lot of times people have certain things they want to do, and then they look to justify and they build a model to map. And I try to caution them, look, yeah, we may end up there, but I don't think that should be the driver. So even though I think it's not a pattern over the business model, but I see a pattern in people. When do they come to us? It's typically some IT person wants to build some of these big solutions, and they're looking for justification. But within the business model canvas itself, I'm just trying to think if there's any common pattern across industry.
Like for instance, I mean, as you're building a minimum viable product, I'm sort of thinking, maybe we go out and it turns out that here's an affiliate pattern, maybe that we're going to just try to market it this way, or maybe a subscription pattern, because you almost alluded to this at the beginning of your talk, right? And I was just wondering if you saw anything more in there, any patterns emerging.
Yes. Okay. From the solution, I'm seeing a lot of patterns, right? One of the things that definitely the pattern of loosely coupled microservices is definitely an emerging pattern, and I'm so glad. A lot of people are looking at domain-driven design. A lot of people are looking at microservices, not because it's cool. It's because the way that, like the previous case I mentioned about the expansion market, they realized there is a core, and all those services are common, right? Instead of building for healthcare a solution, what if they that pattern is emerging? Like, what if I build the core services and decoupled, so that instead of being one on, but extend those services. And another big pattern I'm seeing is common data model. I think that seems to be a big focus on common data model. So, like for example, insurance industry, right? you have you know the entities and attributes, right? So how do I create a common data model? But I may have 10 or 2 different insurance things, but I bring them all into a single model so that all my services are built on top of the common data model rather than, okay, I get this data. So that is another pattern that I'm seeing.
Well, that's actually interesting. So one of the things I'm hearing there is, across different business models, there might be an opportunity to standardize some of the terminology.
Yes.
And even share that like in an organization for different product areas, even like once it's standard, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then the mapping of, okay, I'll just give you an example. You're using Salesforce for customer service, and you're doing SAP. Both of them are customers, right? So what if I created a customer common data model, and I don't care that it's called Kunar in SAP and something else in Salesforce, but as an end user who's consuming some of these add-on application, there is a common model, even though some attributes of customer came from Salesforce, some attribute of customer came from SAP, but I have a single common data model, and any system that I build will leverage that rather than trying to go connect to customer, transform that, but transform the data as a central repository. Yeah.
You use the visual tool in your presentation. Is that available to the public?
No, it is not. So there are so many. So it's not Microsoft tool, by the way. It is it's called Klaxoon, and there is another product called Mural and Miro. There are so many design thinking tools. It's unbelievable. Hundreds of companies are using them. It's but they're all, you have to license them. Yeah, you don't have to license for the end user, but for me to build that whole session with all the different segments and the sticky notes, and that you need a license to do.
Well, I love there was that visual tool that you had, which looked very much like way back in Microsoft, they had this thing called the Book of Dreams, right? Where they would put together like and it had that flavor. And I thought, man, that'd be awesome to have a tool like that available for people to use, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is a up and coming thing. So everybody is there are some leaders in the design thinking where there are 4 or 5 great products. I like this particular tool, but I'm not promoting or advocating. Whatever you're comfortable with. End of the thing, what I like about is that the collaborative process by which people are able to go in and then in this particular tool, I also like, if you noticed, I added some metadata. I use its color codes, and I said, hey, we use a category. And then what I can do is I can download it as a spreadsheet. Then I send them a report saying, and then I do voting to say, here are the top 5 customer segments you want to focus on. So it gives me a lot more to provide as an output as well.
Daryl, I'm hoping you have some questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here. Sorry to barge in, attack the host. But Raj, wonderful presentation. Thank you. And it did cause me to reflect back on, I think, 2012 when I was having a conversation. I was working for a consultancy in Sydney, and I was having conversations with them about this thing called a business model canvas that they might be able to use with their clients. And they were fascinated. We're pouring over an A3 version of the BMC, and they were getting their heads around how you might use it. And of course, it's a wonderfully simple tool to sort of capture a lot of information. I guess there's a couple of questions, if you don't mind me throwing some at you, Raj. But one is that if we look at what I've just said, that was 10 years ago. And for all of its simplicity and usefulness, I still don't see the business model canvas being used widely and discussed in management forums. So what do you think the barrier is to adoption of this?
Yeah, I mean the problem is filling that canvas. It's not an easy task. You won't believe, I'm also a judge at the Microsoft. We have something called Imagine Cup, right, where the students compete with their ideas, hundreds of, and it's amazing. And I'm so fortunate to be a judge. I feel my belief in the youth is is reinforced. I just was so amazed. About 30 to 40% of their Imagine presentation had a business model canvas. So a lot of the new entrepreneurs are using business model canvas to like the traditional business plan, cash flow. I need X dollars. They're getting away with this because that's a bogus thing. People are throwing numbers, but this is more real. And I actually gave higher marks to those people, not because I like business model. It was so clear. They knew who their customers are. They knew what their differentiated value proposition was. They knew what their revenue stream. It's all in one page. Okay. And so it's being used by the younger people. That's for sure. A lot of the new entrepreneurs, startups are using it. At least the corporations, maybe not as much. And the couple of roadblocks is that you think that means a McKinsey or a high-paid consultant or somebody needs to come and do this. And how do you fill all that? And that's why one of the reasons I did this presentation is, yeah, you may not get the perfect one. If you're perfectly capable of doing it internally with some facilitation through participation of your own team to build this. So to me, the challenge people are not doing it, it looks at it, oh, all this, how am I going to do it? So that's one of the reasons. And even the thinking about having a business model is still not coming to the corporate mindset. I know my business, I know my customers, I know yes, but things have changed. Time for you to take another look, time to look at your customers beyond who you're serving, right? So people need to kind of feel the need and the pain for that, which will come. And then the blocker is how long it's going to take. And if they don't dump this model, what am I going to do with it? What's the real value? Those are some of the blockers, I think.
Yeah, that's some really good points. And I'll just pick up on your point about judging at awards and such. And I do the same here in Australia, and it's a wonderful way of giving back to the industry. But it's like a great boost in terms of your enthusiasm towards what's happening. There's so many people trying to solve problems out there, and I was reminded of a couple of years ago. We had some youngsters that were around about 12, 13 that were involved in an awards program, and they were standing up a new technology platform. And they came in and they did this polished presentation to myself and others, and it included things like business partnerships, channels, and revenue streams. And I was just blown away that 12 and 13-year-olds were being sort of coached through this process, and obviously using tools like the BMC.
Yeah, and they use sticky notes and things, and so for them, they don't have this burden of a corporation, right? And then, like, I was just like you said, it makes it so, like, I saw a proposal where they're using artificial eye to guide a blind person, so that as they walk, this image recognition tells you there is a step, and it's constantly feeding them and guiding them. And then they had a nice business model for this, where they target customers. I mean, these are, to be part of that re-energizes you to see our young people coming up with these things. Yes,
it certainly does. And I actually saw a video on that solution. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Thinking about the use of the business model canvas in complex business environments, and I'm thinking specifically of a scenario that I had a few years ago where it was a complex organization. It had multiple companies across the enterprise. It actually even had sort of intentional competition within the market across the brands that operated in the enterprise.
It did. Okay.
And so then you had sort of competing interests in the room while you were trying to come up with an overall picture of how this works. What's your experience in terms of handling highly complex organizations?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've come up. The one that you're saying is even more complex, where there's a competing product even within the corporation. But I'm working with a big conglomerate now. It's a big aerospace company. They bought a lot of companies. So one thing, I start off with a high level, what we call business outcomes for the company, and what's their strategy. And then I don't do a model canvas for the entire organization. I will go to a certain division, or even within division, if there's a business unit which has got a clear product that's targeted at certain segment of, that's my best candidate for business model canvas. But the initial point of, okay, where is the company going? I used it as an input in that thing, because they can say, overall, we want to, like they would say, this company said, there's too much redundancy, we want to consolidate and reduce cost, right? Because we bought these 5 companies, all of them have IT, all of them have similar things we are not leveraging. Then that should be one of the drivers when we are looking at solutions and things. Then I try to bring that in, but I don't do a business model canvas for a corporation of multiple entities. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great opportunity to watch people argue, though. So it's yeah. I was just wondering if also, and sorry if you had it in the presentation and I missed it, but the use of the value proposition canvas as an adjunct to the BMC.
Yeah,
do you use that at all?
I have used it. I did not show it in this one. So when people are struggling with identifying what is their differentiated value, what are the customers' pain points, how can you delight them, I also use the business value proposition canvas. Okay, what delights them and where you are, and that's another thing I do, and then use that in conjunction with the differentiated value proposition. But typically, I start with the customer segments, and if they need, then I'll insert the value proposition canvas again to do the value proposition, and then add the value. If they think, no, I don't need that, I know exactly, then I just use the segment and add the value proposition. Yes.
I don't know about you, Raj, but when somebody tells me they know exactly what their customer wants, I usually think that's an opportunity for them to improve their relationship with their customer, because they probably don't know what their customer wants. Just thinking about the practice of design thinking. So I've been a long-time supporter of design thinking, human-centered design, getting those constant customer feedback loops going, and also as an adjunct, sort of trying to encourage a systems thinking type approach as well, so that they understand the sort of outside-in view of their organisation and also the forces that are at play. But what I'm finding is that there's not a wealth of experienced design thinking people out there. What's your experience, particularly in your part of the world? Are you seeing that growing? Are more people learning and using it?
Yes, actually, I am relatively new, but once I found out the value of it, I fell in love with it, and I must have done about 50, 60 workshops, because I try to use it in every. I mean, again, I don't want to overuse it. If it doesn't make sense for obvious things, I will not use it. Again, I don't want the tool to dictate, but the moment people see this, I think most of the people are trying to use it. You will see from 3M to Infosys, everybody is using design thinking these days. It seems to be a really, and I'm glad about it. It's not like once you start doing it, as a matter of fact, I was recently interviewed by the Clubzone. One of the things, it made me better. It made me listen better. It made me facilitate better because of the canvas and the way that we kind of solicit input and the collaboration and the time. And again, what I do a lot of preparation. And I also tell them, this is not a magic where in 10 minutes you put sticky notes and you come up with to solve world's hunger. No, you come prepared with what you want to say, and I'm going to give you a canvas and I'm going to make it a collaborative, right? And I think it's going to grow. You'll see people using it in most of the scenarios where it makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you find, I just want, when you're doing this, that you sometimes get a lot of competing models like in the room, and then you would actually select them? Like, do you ever use that approach, or do you usually hone in on a single model?
So, what I do, this is really, like, for example, if you went to Clubzone and if you type in decision matrix, there is Moscow, there is this and that. So I spend some time to say what would be the best model for them. I don't ask the users. I just make that call, and based on some of my experience, I know that this is, like, for example, the decision matrix. There's a lot of talk about the McKinsey's 3 horizon model. Some people like them, some people don't like them. But I use the 3 horizon mapping in design thinking, and I have a bunch of ideas, and then I put the horizontal and vertical axis, and then I drop and tell them, where do you think it fits? Then I ask them to discuss, and then somebody says, no, let's move it up. Oh, no, this is not strategic. So it really builds dialogue. So I'll think about who the audience are, and then try to pick that, like you said, there's so many tools, and then your experience also teaches you, that what you want, which one should you use and when. Like, for example, when like people, there is a conflicting situation. A lot of our customers have problems with us. We didn't support them. And then I use something called Sailboat, where, okay, this is where you want to go. What are the drags? And what are the winds that sails? And what are your blockers? And then they get excited about the analogy and say, yeah, you know what? These are the draggers, and these are the rocks that are stopping me from moving. And this is my island where I want to go. So some of those gaming things to make people actively participate, I try to pick the ones based on the scenario.
Yeah, that sounds a bit like some systems thinking creeping in there, Raj. That's really good. Yeah. I did have a question about actually, I sort of picked up on a comment that you made about the tendency to then sort of make people listen and thinking, that's probably a good tool for enterprise architects when they go into a room. If they're facilitating this type of session, then there's going to be a lot more talking coming from the attendees than from the architect, which is always a good idea.
Yes. Yeah, and then the anonymity, virtual, and then the sticky note, nobody knows what it is, so I don't have to, and then it's done concurrently. So I'm not looking at my boss and then trying to support that idea. I'm just putting it in, and then people are freely, discussing things. So there is a little bit of a democracy in ideation as well. And
yeah, which is what you want to encourage.
Yeah. And the voting part of it, right? It's all, I tell them, okay, each of you pick 3 best ideas, and nobody knows who voted for what. And then even if it's not the boss's idea, it still surfaces because everybody thinks it's a good idea. So, I mean, in many ways, it promotes a bit more democratic and consensus. And then one thing I do is I do not stop them from discussing. Let's say just because somebody voted and it's upset, hey, if you don't think, let's talk about it. And then the person who says, defends it, people poll, and then they change their mind. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you really want to give them the space to be able to get through that conversation. I think most of the executives that I talk to are incredibly time poor. So when you actually get the ability to facilitate a workshop like this and give them the space to sort that stuff out, it usually ends up better than the start of the day.
Yeah, and this is also another challenge, right? And that's why I like in-person workshops. So I had this about 3 days ago, where I 3-day workshop, phenomenal. But first of all, after COVID, I get to see people and talk to them in person, but then the participation was amazing. Like, some of our bad habits that COVID has taught us to be not present, but look at a video camera and do something else. Think about, you can't do that in person. So and then I still use the computers for the sticky notes, but then we were discussing and there was active participation. Yeah, I mean, in a way it can be done virtually. That's a good thing because of the sticky note, the tool that I use. But I would rather still use the tool, but do it in person to promote interaction and discussion.
Yeah, and just one last quick thing. I'm taking over Bryce's session. Sorry about that, Bryce. I know you want to wrap this one up really soon, but
no, we've got it. Just we're at the 3-minute warning, so there's just enough room for one last question, Daryl.
I'll be quick. I remember you mentioning Miro as a tool for online collaboration for these purposes, and Mural is another one that I've seen used, and I guess I've seen some really, really good effective uses of those tools of late. So I feel like that's a burgeoning skill, I guess, in those that sort of practice HCD and similar skills. Just sort of give a bit of a nod, I suppose, to some of the practitioners I've seen here in Perth that are developing those sorts of skills. What are your thoughts on the effectiveness of the online tools?
Yeah, I mean, they're all very good. And, like I said, I don't try to promote a specific tool. And then it's like, some people like Apple, some people like Windows. You get used to it and you like certain things. I have really learned Klaxoon so much. But on the other day, I was with a customer. They said, Klaxoon is not our approved tool. Miro is. I made the transition just like that because the concept is the same. It's about people expressing idea. yeah, you're a little bit less comfortable navigating and things, but that's not something difficult to pick up. Yeah, I think the one reason I like CluxZone is the way I can add metadata. You know, the way I say each sticky note, I can load it with some metadata, like what is the category, what's the dimension, and color coding, and voting, and downloading it. I didn't find that kind of things in other tools. That's the reason I use this. But any tool should, you know, Miro is a good tool. All other tools are pretty good doing this. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Raj. I really appreciate the presentation and the chat afterwards. I'll hand back to Bryce.
All right. Thank you.
Raj, thank you so much. Daryl, thank you for joining us. Again, really appreciate the presentation and the discussion. It's really taken the whole business model canvas, I think, to another level. So thanks very much. We're on to our next presentation now, which is Terry Roach. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, Terry. We'll get you on board here. I just want to unmute you so you can talk. There we go. Oh, there you are. You're good. So I'm not sure how to pronounce the company you're with.
Capsify.
Capsify. Awesome.
Yep.
And you're going to be talking to us about business value and digital transformation and how to unlock hidden potential. I'll let you get started, Terry. I'm really looking forward to this.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bryce. And sounds like a very natural segue from what Raj has been talking about. So let me get going. I'm going to put it into full screen and I'll lose you all, but I hope you're all good still.
Yep, you're good to go.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, fantastic. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here, Bryce and IASA. You know, this is, I think it's the third or fourth time I've had the privilege to come and talk at one of these events of yours. And I found them to be just absolutely fascinating. And the 24 hours to business architecture, it feels like we're coming of age when suddenly somebody gives us that sort of a stage to present as a community to the world. So really a great event, and I'm so pleased to have been invited. Capsify, who are we? What are we doing? And why are we here? We're an Australian-based software company. We have a platform for business architecture. We call it a digital business platform, actually. And really what it does is it encapsulates the entire concept of a business operating model into an enduring interactive platform that gives business people and architects access to very interactive canvases that explain how a business functions. So we're trying to really, I guess, our whole approach is to try to bring and make architecture accessible to stakeholders outside of IT. And that's really what our business is about. But I'm not going to be talking about our tool today. I'm actually I'll be talking about the concept of transformation, and in particular, how we can ensure that transformation initiatives actually deliver on the value that stakeholders are looking for from them. Actually, you're probably all familiar with these doom and gloom statistics about how much organizations actually struggle with their transformation initiatives. For the most part, it always feels that every measure that anybody takes is that people are not actually getting the value that they set out to with their transformation initiatives. And there might be all kinds of explanations for that. We've thought long and hard about how we can contribute better to better outcomes in transformation initiatives. And our thinking is that one of the key drivers for this challenge that organizations face is the actual complexity of making the right decisions about what to transform. When you think of the complexity of most global organizations, there are so many moving parts. Knowledge is so fragmented that it makes decision-making extremely myopic without the holistic understanding of all of the root causes, the traceability and alignment between all of the dependencies that you have in a complex system of ecosystem of an organization. And that means that without something like a business architecture driven model that you can go to underpin your decision making, really a lot of these transformation initiatives are doomed right from the start, because we just can't really understand where the pain points are, where the backlog, the bottlenecks are, what the priorities should be to transform. And for the most part, we'd be shooting from the hip and without much intelligence when we get started. So how do you then address that problem? How do you get a focus on the value that you're trying to achieve with your transformation, who the value stakeholders are, and then how do you embed value all the way through the transformation plan and execution? That's exactly what I'm going to try and talk about today. And as Lewis Carroll tells us with the Cheshire Cat, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And oftentimes it just feels that if we're just, as long as we're doing something that sort of satisfies our need and we're ticking boxes on our project plan, that's often how we measure our progress. And we get to the end and we go, oh, did we actually achieve anything? Often not. So how do we make sure then that we know what we're doing with our transformation and with innovation in general, and the whole topic that we've just been through earlier with design thinking and business model canvas is all about innovating your business model. We started with this concept of innovation. We thought, how can we unpack and explain what innovation is actually about? In other words, what would be the anatomy of innovation? What possibly sounds like an odd question. The reason for coming at it from this angle is we're an ontology-based tool. Our product is a knowledge graph. So we're really all about understanding how knowledge connects and how all of the concepts within an organization make sense. And so when we take an abstract concept like innovation, it's really hard to get underneath the core of it and to figure out how it actually works and how can you apply innovation effectively in your organization. So here's how we've approached it. When you innovate, there are two possible things that you can innovate. You can either innovate what you're offering to your customers, or you can innovate how you deliver those offerings. If you're innovating your offering, it's generally a product-led innovation. And if you're innovating your delivery of your offerings, it's a capability-driven innovation. And this is actually something that quite often gets missed because we always tend to think, and we've been influenced so heavily by organizations like the Spotify product-centric view of the world, SAFe with their view of products and features and user stories. And when business architects come along and they've got their vocabularies which don't quite fit this, we often think, oh, this is actually, we've got to try and shoehorn somehow business architecture into this product-centric view of the world. But in fact, they're just two completely aligned but parallel approaches. It's just, it all just comes back down to what is the thing that's being innovated. And so the parallel alignment here is when we're innovating capabilities, instead of looking at a feature or enhancement to a product, or what we're looking at is a business outcome or some, put it another way, perhaps an uplift to the capability. And it all just comes down to the same set of requirements or user stories at the very end that address those uplifts or those enhancements. And when we get that perspective, then we can suddenly see, oh, we can still use the exact same agile methodology, the same backlog. We're pushing our user stories and our epics into the backlog. All works very well. In fact, then, let's try and unpack a little bit further. So when we're talking about the product, what are we actually innovating in the product? Well, actually, it's not really the product, but it's the value proposition of the product. And there are multiple dimensions to that. The product itself and its features is certainly one important thing, but there's so much else that we could be innovating. The way in which we promote it, the pricing and so on, and how we price it, and the whole concept of product-driven growth today, which is very important in the software industry. We can go from freemium products and use embedded drivers within the product and the software itself to continually uplift and upsell your customers into the product. And even the place, which for digital transformation is often the big thing that's changing, moving from a physical retail store to an online digital market, for example. So when you're thinking of your enhancements, it could be across any of these things, or perhaps a combination of all of them. Similarly, capability is abstract thing. How do you actually uplift the capability? What does it actually mean to uplift the capability? Well, the capability is made up of the 4 dimensions, as we all know: people, process, information, and technology. And the uplift then is on one of these dimensions, or possibly more. Maybe it's a technology upgrade, maybe it's a change to a process, or maybe you're moving in and reorganizing the very important people side of things, for example. We like to then break this down into two perspectives. This here is actually the hardest part, the scoping of transformation. That we, as an industry, we become pretty good here at delivery. This is what agile methods, sprints, and safe and scaled agile, they're all focused on making sure that the delivery happens well, and we've become really good at that. What we're not always very good at, though, is feeding that machine. Getting that mythical backlog fed with the right stuff. And this is where business architects play such an important role, is in exactly this column here, identifying the opportunities for enhancement across the value proposition, or identifying the uplifts across the capabilities and the value streams, as you'll see in a second. But then how you actually come up with this scope is exactly the same mechanism. Once again, somebody identifies a pain or an opportunity, and bingo, they have an idea. It could be an idea for a product feature, could be an idea for an operational enhancement. And once that idea gets formed, we just capture it and we manage it through its life cycle of stages, conceiving, prioritizing, designing, perhaps building a business case, scheduling, and getting it into the backlog for change. So in fact, they're completely complementary. They're not mutually exclusive. And in fact, many transformations might be going down a combination of these paths. So really great way of just conceptualizing right from the beginning what it is that you're transforming. And once you've got that clear, then you're halfway there today to being able to then manage the value through the initiative. Where next? Well, there's a whole sequence now of where value plays across the rest of the initiative. And it starts really by thinking about who are the stakeholders, who are the people who are actually going to get value out of this transformation initiative. So beginning with then, we call them the value dimensions, and I'll talk about that in a second. So defining the value dimensions and what value means to the different stakeholders. Aligning then those dimensions into the enterprise value map. In other words, constructing a map that defines precisely what does value actually mean to your organization and to these various stakeholders to whom you're going to be delivering the value. Understanding and designing then your value propositions, as we just talked about, planning the value delivery through those business capabilities, the value streams, and the customer, which underpin the customer journeys. We'll go into that. And then finally, very importantly, tracking the realization of your value as it unfolds across the transformation journey. So here's then a little bit of further unpacking then of those 5 steps. When we're looking at the value dimensions, we've got various potential stakeholders that all might have a play in or an interest in the outcome of your change, of your transformation. Of course, and each of these will have a very different perspective of value. What constitutes value to a shareholder might be completely different and even opposed to the value that a customer might be hoping to get out of it, or that you might be hoping to deliver to your customers. Internal stakeholders, similarly, all your employees and your co-workers and your partners have their own perception of value and the efficiencies with which they can operate, and all of the rest of your ecosystems. So understanding that there are different and possibly competing value dimensions is very important to get that understood. How then do we articulate what value means to each of these people? Well, through a value map. And for each of those stakeholders, you might have a completely separate and well-defined value map. Value maps, we'll show you an example in a sec. Let's start with this concept of value dials, where you decompose value. So let's take an example of shareholders. They'd probably start at the highest level value to them. The ultimate value would be profit. How do you break down profit? Well, profit is constitutes out of revenue and expenses. How do you, and so you can keep breaking these things out. You can either increase your revenue, you can decrease your expenses. What does the revenue made up of? And break it down to come up with a little bit of a tree that decomposes that value. You get to the bottom level of your value dials, and then you can start looking at what are the things we can do to move the needle on that value dial. I'll show you that in a sec. You can then align your strategic objectives to your value dials. You align your business outcomes, the things that you're going to change to your business drivers, and you get this really nice map of making sure that everything that you're planning to do in your initiative, these are the uplifts and the enhancements to your offerings or to your value streams. All of these outcomes actually get mapped into business drivers, tied to value dials, tied to strategic objectives, and there's clarity on exactly what the scope is and how it addresses value for each of the stakeholder segments. Moving on to the value proposition. This is then looking at the customer. Who's going to be getting this, the outcome of this offering? What are the customer segments, the personas, the Osterwalder's classic model of jobs to be done by each of those personas? What is it that they are looking to do, and how is your offering going to address their pains or their gains? And so by mapping all of these out and understanding what each of those potential customer segments are looking for in terms of value, you can align your offerings against the value that they're looking to get. So if it's a product-led growth, led innovation, absolutely you have to go down this path here, mapping that out, and that will bring you then to the enhancements of your offerings. If it's a business-led growth, a capability-led, sorry, not growth, innovation, then what you're really looking to do is look at the highway in which you deliver that value through your value streams. Value streams underpin customer journeys. So if you, again, for each persona, they would have, for each customer segment, there might be a different experience of how they're enjoying or what their responses are across that customer journey. You'd want to get those responses, overlay those responses onto your value streams, look at the underlying capabilities that underpin each stage in the value stream, and identify bottlenecks or opportunities for improvement against or uplift of these capabilities. And of course, as we already talked about, breaking that down into the people, process, information, and technology. So mapping out then and of course your user stories for those would fall out of here, similar to these. And then finally, so executing then pushing those user stories through to the delivery teams, tracking the realization then of value as things unfold. We have things like OKRs, which Raj was just mentioning in his presentation, tying back to strategic objectives, the key results and what those measures will be, the benefits, the risks, and where the concept of a value tree to help you calculate ROI, the business case, and to do the calculations of our return. So let's try and quickly unpack some of that. For each of the, so in these value dimensions, looking at it from the perspective of each of your segments, and here's just a few examples of some of those segments. But what does a value map for those stakeholders look like? Well, here's a great example. This is perhaps one of my favorite publicly available assets that Deloitte made available some time ago on the web. You can search up for it, Deloitte's Enterprise Value Map. Probably very difficult to read on my screen, but it's just exactly what I was talking about earlier, how shareholder value or profit is broken down into their definitions of value dial decomposition. You can see revenue breaking down into volume, price realization. You come all the way down, and that's the end of your value dials, where you've got things like cross-sell, upsell campaigns to increase and retain customers, which will drive more volume, which will drive more revenue, and so on up. So you break down all your value dials over here. And what I talked about earlier was the business drivers aligned to the value dials. What the business drivers are these are the types of thing that you can do, not necessarily the thing you will do, but what type of thing could you do to move the needle on that particular value dial. And these are great because you can see they've got them color-coded and heat mapped here on various dimensions. In this case, it's process groupings, but you could have any kind of heat mapping across these business drivers. And what we then do in our tool is we take these business drivers, say, right, so our initiative then has got some business outcomes. These are things we're going to try and do with our initiative. They address that business driver on that value dial, on that, and all the way up into that dimension for that shareholder. And you can have maps like this for every one of your different stakeholders. So what does it look like in a tool? This is exactly the Deloitte value map. In our tool, we've collapsed up, and we're only showing you the first few levels here. So a shareholder value tree, breaking it down into those 4 categories and then decomposing down and down to your lowest level value dials, exploding those out then across those value dials with all the business drivers. And then you can see associated with, what we've done there is gone into one of those value dials here, the marketing and sales one, to then look at these are the business drivers. And these are our business outcomes mapped to the business drivers. And these business outcomes, these are the ideas. These are the things that we found in that anatomy of innovation that's feeding into the backlog. These are the ideas that work their way through, and here's the stages that they're at as they make their way through the board, the Kanban board, until they get fed into the backlog for change. You can drill into any of those and get all the detail on any of those ideas. So that's a fantastic way then of mapping this all out. How do you tie that all back into your objectives and your strategies? So just back up, sorry, one quick look back up here. So the business outcomes of the initiative mapped into the value drivers and the business drivers, and then the business strategies or the transformation strategies and objectives mapped into the value dials, right? And so down here then, when we get into our plan for this particular initiative, we have we can define vision and mission for it. We can get the business objectives, and then we build business value maps showing for those objectives what the business drivers are that objectives map to, what the value drivers are, key, and then further down into key results, measurable, and the initiatives. So nice little map of what this particular initiative is delivering. On this side of the page, the actual initiative themselves and how they're laid out into a roadmap, and drill into those and get more detail on those. You can lay all your objectives out, and you can do all kinds of planning, 3-horizon planning in this case, across whatever dimensions you want. So you can move these things around and establish, you know, the greatest bang for the buck across one particular transformation. Could have multiple objectives. You can align these things into and use this to sort of prioritize which of these things are then going to give you the most bang for the buck across your dimensions. In this case, we're looking at impact and disruptive potential and value across 3 horizons, with color representing the prioritization of those things. Okay, so moving then on to the designing of the offerings for the value for your value propositions, starting obviously with the segments and personas. So representing here, who are your various segments? A very important thing that I don't know if organizations do this very well, but trying to identify and thinking through the potential buyers for your product, the buyer journeys, but they all start with who are the buyer personas and in those customer segments. Once you've got those customer segments defined, the value proposition canvas for each of those. So for every buyer you would have, or customer segment, in this case, the empty nesters, you would have a very different value proposition. And that could be both for an offering, like how the product you're selling them, but even for a service that you deliver, like the way in which you unfold an insurance claim for those particular segments. So I just wanted to put that little nuance in here when you do the value proposition canvas. This is our version of it. You can, if you're familiar with Osterwalder, you're not seeing the circle in the box. We've just laid things out slightly differently, but it's exactly the same thing. So what we're looking at here in a value proposition canvas is the left-hand side of the canvas here is talking about the persona, the empty nester, and it's their profile of that persona. So what Osterwalder calls the jobs to be done, we've labeled them as scenarios. What are the important things to that particular persona in the context of an insurance claim, flexible policies and so on, whatever those might be. So workshopping these, dragging your post-it notes out, dropping them on, coming up with the value proposition with those scenarios, linking those then to needs for each of those scenarios. What are the corresponding needs? And you can have as many as you like. Yeah, we just got a little illustration of some, and that gives you a real nice map of this persona, what they need in an insurance claim versus perhaps any other. And then we move on this side over. So this is the demand, this is the supply, this is the offering. What then, to address those needs, what benefits can we offer? Drag those on and line up, come up with this will be what is pushing you towards your definitions of your new uplifts that you're about to make. And then out of your offerings, what are the enhancements to the offering that addresses that benefit? So the whole scope of your initiative for uplifting your product offering across this value, it pops out of this value stream, so this value proposition canvas, and is unique to that particular stakeholder, in this case, the empty nesters. Right, that's product-led growth. How do we do the same in a capability-driven growth, capability-driven innovation, where we're trying to transform the way in which we deliver the offerings? Well, for that, we need to look at what we call the value stream. And the value stream, which is this dark colored bar here, underpins your customer journey, which is this row over here. So once again, looking at that same segment, we're talking about empty nesters, this persona. We've got the same journey for settling a claim. And what we've mapped into the customer journey above the line is the stages that customers go through in satisfying that journey, in settling a claim, contacting the insurer, submitting the claim, and so on. This canvas is called a service blueprint. The top half is the customer journey. The bottom half is the value stream, which is a business architecture standard construct. Across that customer journey, for every different persona or segment would have a different set of experiences. So we're looking at claim settlement journey for the empty nesters. If we were to bring up a different customer segment here, we'd see perhaps a different set of feedback up here. Now, your customer teams, they do this very well. There are plenty of tools that do this. They're probably, a lot of people still do these in PowerPoint decks, and they can get really elaborate and quite colorful and graphical. The challenge is always to go, what can I do about the information that I'm actually collecting here? Right? For example, in this scenario here, we can see quite a few indicators in this stage here that there's some problems around this particular group. There's a drop in satisfaction, and we can see some of the other indicators here. What the business needs to know is, what can we do about that? And this is where the brilliance of this canvas comes in, and a contribution of business architecture comes in, because we can now drop below the line here and say, that's happening. That problem is happening in this stage of our value stream. This is the inside out of how we support it. Outside in, feedback from customers. Inside out, what's the operating model that underpins this journey? We've got here a bunch of metrics and things that we can that are specific to this value stream. But most importantly, down below are the business capabilities, the key construct of business architecture, the capabilities, which come from the business capability map. But in this context, we've taken them out of those exact same capabilities from the capability map. We're looking at them through the lens of these value stream stages. And these capabilities, right, are the anchor for linking us out into the people, process, information, and technology. So the capability map, you can think of it as a scaffold for the operating model that all hangs off of this scaffold. And for every one of these things, there's a mapping to what's the application, what's the skill. And as you can see over here, we can drill through, bring up those applications and visualize exactly what they are. We can look at, we can heat map these based on maturity. We can, performance. We can overlay onto these maps the ideas. We can overlay pain points. We can, as transformation unfolds, we can create new those epics that are going to create uplifts to these capabilities. We can map the epics into these capabilities and visualize all of these things through a canvas such as this. I haven't obviously got all that interactivity in my slide here, and we've kept it simple for demonstration purposes here. But yeah, the tool allows you to do all of that. Right. Finally, tracking your value. Getting to the end then, as you go through the delivery of your change, you obviously have across all of the objectives that we set right up front, we're able to measure progress and feed that progress back, principally through the concept of OKRs, the key results that we're trying to achieve throughout the project, and how those align to the objectives. So here's an example then of a dashboard where we're able to take for a particular initiative the objectives that we've set. For that particular objectives, the key results that we've aligned to that objective, and for that particular key result, then the measures that we've that are of how we're performing against that particular key result. Bringing it all together into these interactive graphical visualizations here in dashboards for your transformation initiatives. Key part to measurement is obviously putting together the business case. And so the ability to then construct flexible templates for your business case, whatever they might be. Here's an example of one where we've got a little bit of background information about the initiative. We've got the identification of the stakeholders and what their roles are in the RACI for this particular initiative, the benefits and the risks, the key results, and any information like budgets and costs. And finally, the ability to then bring all of that together into some financial calculations of contribution through the concept of value trees. Understanding the overall dimension of value could come actually from your value maps right from the start. How you then break that value dimension down into its component parts. And so in this case, improving revenue, reducing costs, and the things that you're doing to achieve each of those value drivers, and then across the measured periods, what your targets are for ROI across those, and then for tracking your measures against those. So a great way of aligning across each of the contributions within a value, within a transformation initiative, what the expected contribution is to the overall ROI that you're expecting from the initiative. So that's a quick run through the way that we approach value engineering, as we call it, across a transformation initiative. The thought I would just leave you with is when we're doing transformation, it's actually not about transforming at all, but building this capacity to continuously transform. And us as architects, this is exactly what our contribution to the whole transformation is, about putting in place the methods, the approaches, the tools, and the abilities for people to be able to decompose and understand how to do transformation and how to continuously apply those things across these constructs that we're building for the organization. I'm going to stop there. Bryce, hand it back over. And
that was excellent, Terry. A great presentation. I'm actually awed at the detail that you've gone through in the tracing stuff. And I'm wondering, is there an opportunity, like it almost looks to me like, because you got that traceability, and I don't know the right wording, so forgive me if I get it wrong here, but it's almost like you could do a sensitivity analysis between the different, value outcomes that you're looking at. And if you had to prioritize them, you could say, well, there's, possibilities, this is it and that. And I guess what I'm really going to is, how would you prioritize them? And can you do something like that to look how things are affected from the drivers? Yeah.
Absolutely. Going back up to that, this value map up here, there's so many overlays that we could apply onto these things. Because once we've got a map like that established, right, these business drivers in particular, we can map these things to things like pain points that might be addressed by that particular driver, ideas that we have in our backlog that are approaching that contribute to them. We could quantify value that we think each of them might be contributing, and we could then do that sensitivity analysis that you're talking about by just running algorithms across the various numeric dimensions that we're making on these things to spit out the prioritized scope that would tell you, here's where you're going to get the most bang for your buck if you're trying to address that particular business objective.
No, that's really cool, and being able to really choose, I guess, between, like you brought up at the beginning, the two different areas, how you're going to deliver the value, and then the business model side of it, right? I think that's really cool.
Yeah, we love this. We call these the anatomy series, and we do this across all kinds of different concepts. So this is the anatomy of innovation. We've got the anatomy of experience, the anatomy of transformation, the anatomy of your value stream and your operating model. And I think this gives people a really great way of just laying out the concepts and seeing how they all relate and what the dependencies are. So, and it really just makes it so much clearer as to what you're actually trying to do once you've got a perspective like this on a concept that's so abstract as innovation.
The other thing you mentioned was something about an ontological framework that you're using behind the scenes for this. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that. And the reason I'm asking, it seems like when you're getting to this level of complexity, I mean, you got these visual things here, but underneath it with an ontology, it seems really powerful, right? And how are you using that? Can you do any inferences? Like, how far have you taken that?
So the whole application is built on this concept of an enterprise ontology, okay? And ontologies are really great ways, or knowledge graphs. Ontology and a knowledge graph, basically the same thing, right? Concept maps. These are really the best way that you can think of to support an architectural model, and the reason for that is that what a knowledge graph is doing is it's managing knowledge, and what we as architects are doing, we are engineering with knowledge. We're architecting with knowledge. We're connecting and wiring up knowledge. If you try to do create these bi-directional many-to-many relationships that you need to do to understand the complexity of a complex ecosystem like an organization, if you try to do that on a relational database, what you end up with is extremely brittle, complex join tables that are infinitely complex the more you try and go out. And there's a fantastic session just about 3 weeks ago, the keynote session at the Knowledge Graph Forum in New York. Bob Mueller, who's one of the gurus of relational technologies, talks about how they just why you need knowledge graphs for this type of thing. Okay, so a knowledge graph then is simply class related to class related to class related to class, and the relationships have semantic meaning, right? So what's happening as you're building an ontology is that you're putting meaning into these relationships, and this creates this web of connectedness, so that if I had a whole web, an ontology of knowledge and think of it just as a set of concepts over here that I've got attributes about them and I've got the relation. If I wire this up and I find a relationship between these two classes, then everything I know about this class is now accessible to everything I know about, say, this class or anything. And so I can change something here and I can go over here and see the ripple effect of it on this class over here. That's what an ontology does. So we've got that sitting at the back end of our platform. What our intellectual property is the map of all these business concepts into a knowledge graph. It sits at the back end. We run queries on that, pull the threads, pass the payloads up to our visualization. So you're getting real-time perspectives on the current state of all this knowledge, and we can wire that up out of our knowledge graph into third-party tools and query the state of attributes, say in Jira, to tell you what the heat map should be over here on the status of your initiative, for example, or ServiceNow or whatever else. One other thing, just to talk about the value of knowledge graphs. This chart here is fantastic. If you haven't seen this this little visualization, which I can't claim credit for, I really love it. It's called the knowledge continuum, and why knowledge graphs are so great on ontologies. So basically, as you move up in defining the value of information and knowledge, right, you start really at the basic level with the concept of data. Data is just raw, unfiltered measures that come at you. I often think of the best way to explain how data is different from information is to think of the old modems where we had that screeching noise coming at us, right? You haven't got a clue what that is, but you know there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, right? That's data. To understand that data, you need some sort of structure, right? You need the data model to tell you what that noise means. And that's in this world over here where you've got a structure, this becomes information, and this is the world in which most of our IT systems operate today. We have data models, and they're relational, and they map out data into fields and tables, and we normalize these things for transaction processing, and we make it really efficient. We run logic and code across this stuff and it's all designed for computers to operate transactions effectively. It's not really great, though, for getting really good understanding of what the concepts in these data models are. So when we take those concepts that are in here and we add context to them by putting semantic relationships between those classes of thing, this is where we create the ontology. This is where we actually embed so much intelligence into the knowledge graph that's not there when you're just looking at a data model, that when you get to here, right, the great thing is you actually don't need any code anymore to interpret the knowledge from this data model, because all of that, the logic has been embedded into the semantic meaning. So here, all you do is query it. You don't have complex business logic sitting in a compute layer. And so that then allows you to just ask questions of this knowledge graph through semantic query to get to your answers. And that is why ontologies have just so much value to add to knowledge.
It seems really powerful, and I'm wondering, when you brought this into larger enterprise sort of scenarios, like this must really shine like the power to come up with a whole, not just sort of one outcome, but multiple sort of like, here's options, here's things you can do. How well has it been received so far, Terry?
Well, we've been around for about 3 years now as a SaaS product. Prior to that, we were building it as a bootstrapping it as a services business, and we've got customers all around the world that are using it. We have, I think, what's to extend this. You touched on something that's really fundamental there, Bryce, which is there is just so much that you can do with a tool like this across so many different dimensions. So we've recently been positioned in Gartner's Magic Quadrant as a leader in enterprise architecture. But we think of enterprise architecture as just really one sliver of what we do. In fact, what we try to do is look at, we think architecture should not be the domain of a bunch of really clever guys in a dark room in IT. It needs to be what underpins things that are across the entire organization. For example, how you formulate strategy, how you explain the operating model, how you run transformation, innovation, experience government. These are things that are important to business stakeholders. And we as architects need to be talking this language, not the language of TOGAF and excuse me for that, but not the language that's our acronyms and so on, right? It needs to be something that's accessible and meaningful and interactive. And I'll get off my hobby horse with one more slide. This is our version, our sequel, if you will, to the knowledge continuum, which is what I call the insight continuum. Okay, and it gets to the point that you made, that there is a whole continuum on maturity of where we as architects need to take our practice, starting from this stage of here. When we are just starting out with an architecture practice, we're very focused on technology. We're just trying to get a current state situation map of our IT portfolio. We're interested in things like catalogs and fact sheets and the data models, and when we're doing integration, we're about consolidating things. This is for architects. Most of the legacy tools, they do this very well. One of the first things they can start to do is application rationalization, and there they start looking at diagnosing stuff using heat maps and pain points and need costs and risks and assessments, and this becomes really useful to IT management to optimize their IT. But the next stage here is where you need a knowledge graph. When you've gone from diagnostics to root cause analysis, these are looking at attributes, right? Here you heat map with attributes. You explore impacts with relationships. And this way you need multidimensional relationships to really get your cause and effect exploration. And this is where the modern EA tools are. Where we're going next, by this stage you can really do business architecture well. Next is scenario evaluation, and finally predictive AI sort of stuff. But you really need to have this foundation in place. I think that our practice, we haven't yet got there, but this is where we're going.
Terry, that's awesome. You've just blown me away with a look at the future. Daryl, thanks for joining us.
No worries. Terry, that's a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for doing that for us. And it just, as Bryce was saying, it's just incredibly impressive that we've got something that allows us to capture that end-to-end view of effectively innovation management in an organization. So wonderful to see. I was curious about sort of the extended implementation and what sort of conversations you're having with organizations and potentially other vendors in terms of tracking things from crowdsourcing innovation ideas and, if you like, sort of the process for getting those up and into a funnel, and then all the way through its life cycle to the point where it's over the lifetime of the implementation, it's being managed in terms of business impact. So how are you sort of looking at that whole thing?
Well, if you will allow me, I'll just jump in very quickly and perhaps try and show you that. I know this is perhaps going a bit beyond the opportunity you're giving me, but since you've asked, I'll bring up that service blueprint in a live version so that I can kind of try and answer that question for you, Daryl. So let me move this over to the screen here and zoom out slightly. So here's the canvas that I was just showing you a minute ago, where we're looking at this customer journey map. Right now, let's imagine we're looking across these capabilities here. We've done some maturity assessment of them. Let's look at the technology maturity across those, and maybe we want to explore out and have a look at, say, we can see we've got some technology issues. We want to look at the applications then that are underpinning those capabilities that might be the cause of those issues, and we can go a level further down the second order relation from those applications, logical applications, to the actual physical systems that they might be, where if we wanted to then say, oh, now I can see I've got a system here that's supporting this capability that might be because I can drill through, go out to ServiceNow, bring back the detail on this particular system, and I have it all here. So imagine now we've got all this set up going down. I've gone down application, we've got our people, process, it's all wired up. Now, what we can do is we can say, okay, so we've got some technology problems here. We'd like to actually know, tell me more about those. Why are you giving me that bad score, Mr. Stakeholder? Tell me the pain points that you are feeling here. And these, so as they're creating their maturity assessment, they can give you that feedback on these pain points. And this is where the innovation part comes in. Right, now let's have a workshop and think about how we can address these pain points. So
did we just lose the feed there, Daryl?
I think we did. Terry's just frozen on us. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether it was my computer.
I'm going to try to remove him and bring him back, see if that works.
Yeah.
I think he just lost his network or something.
I think he may have. Yeah, that's one of the.
God, just like when the punchline was coming, I was getting really excited.
That's right. The joys of doing live events, eh? That's an impressive body of information that the tool is building up, isn't it? I see he's just left the studio, so he might try and rejoin, hopefully, in a couple of minutes, and we can find out what he was about to tell us, because it was very exciting.
I certainly hope so. I'm not going to. If I don't find out, I'm not going to sleep very well. This is pretty. This is, to me, the future of business architecture. The whole idea that you can go through something, come up with really cool inferences, and not just sort of like, what are we going to do, but what's the optimal choice? What's the best choice? How do we face it? I see one of the comments, a cliffhanger. Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got Star Wars beat here.
Yeah, hopefully Terry can figure out how to get back online and give us that answer. That's it is. He looks like he's making his way back here. Yeah, Terry.
Sorry, I
it's okay.
Something's horribly wrong. I lost my internet connection.
That's all right.
We were all saying a cliffhanger. We're waiting to hear the future, and it's just like cut off.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just. I can't remember. I don't quite know where I was up to, but I'll hopefully bring it back up. So, can you help me? Where had I got to? Well, let me. Okay, I think I'd probably given you some heat mapping on some technologies. And I'd shown you a few bits and pieces, and so I was saying we could, as we capture those maturity assessments, we could capture pain points from the business stakeholders to say, what's the cause of these maturity issues that you're seeing here, right? Then I was going to talk about, so that was bringing us to the innovation idea, and Daryl, your question, how can we then bring innovation into this and track people's ideas, democratize ideas? So the point is, every business area should eventually have a canvas like this where they can interact with it constantly. And we could come in and we say, here's a pain point that the business is talking about. Customers are left hanging if they're unaware that they have an incomplete claim. We can have an idea about that. So we hit the idea button, and anybody can have an idea. It's a democracy. Log your idea. We'll later on take care of whether it's a good idea or not, right? So log your idea, describe it, map it to a capability from all the capabilities, map it to a pain point. As those ideas then come in, they get cataloged into the tool, and we can immediately see that for all these given pain points, oh, here's a couple of ideas that we've got. Now, so we're collecting lots of ideas as we go. What do we do with them? So all these ideas are accessible to us here on an idea board, the next string over. So for this particular journey, claim settlement, we have a board full of ideas. And as we manage these ideas through their stages, from stage to stage, we can drill in and capture different types of information. I've got to click it right in the middle to bring it up and get a view of, in this case, we're in the develop proposal stage, so we're adding all the information about how we put the business case together, the scope in the teams and so on. Finally, when those ideas get through to the delivery backlog, they get picked up, we map them into, they become epics really, and we then log those epics in, and we can see the roadmap of epics against the capabilities in that value stream. Well, I could go back to the value stream here and say, show me the epics against those capabilities. So, and actually epics, they are not in the current state, they would be in one of the phases of our dimension. So you can see we can go from the as is to the to be state here. And in this particular phase of the transformation, these are all the epics, and we can visualize the delivery. These could be coming from, say, Jira, where you've got them progressing through a series of stages, and all of those are visible and available to you right here in the board. You can see a particular epic drill through and pull up from Jira all the information about that epic, what sprint is it in and who's working on it and what are the user stories and so on. So from conception, have an idea all the way to delivery, manage that through your canvas, and the people that own this board, own this journey, have all of that at their fingertips.
That's great, Terry. And I suppose also thinking about life beyond the execution of the change. So once it's in implementation, once it's live, once it's going through its normal sort of life cycle, tracking that from a financial perspective. Is there discussion around how to integrate with ERPs and such to actually track benefits realization?
Yeah, so that's a really great point. We are not yet as far as we'd like to be with that. I did touch briefly on the idea that you can build these, that's the wrong slide deck, you can build these value trees, which would then give you ways of mapping out your projected benefits across the various contributions from the initiative, contributions to the initiative, the business outcomes that you're trying to achieve. You can quantify what you'd like to achieve from those. Now, the actual measures of have you achieved that, yes, that would come from some transactional system somewhere. How to get that in, how to match it all up and line it up, we haven't yet got to that level of sophistication, but absolutely important, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, something that that is sort of an opportunity, I guess, for people to. There's always that challenge of getting people to sort of, put their name to something because they're worried about being measured afterwards, that it actually realises that benefit, and we all know that that there's a lot of complexity to deal with when you're implementing change. So just being able to provide some actual data and then provide that as a feedback loop for the organisation to learn from over time, I think it'd be a wonderful addition to what is a really impressive body of information that you're building up in the tool here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daryl. Appreciate it. There are places that we've anticipated certain measures to come in. So, for example, you can see here in this canvas, which is the service blueprint, you can say for this journey, which is claim settlement, we've got 3 different metrics. We're looking at first pass resolution rate, claim settlement time. You'll see those measured here. We can look at that perhaps in a gauge. So this type of information could be coming up in real time through an API to something that's giving you that feedback. And so you can choose your measure by stage and identify across, you get a measure across the whole value stream and then measure by stage. And that gives you the ability to see where the bottlenecks are across a particular journey, value stream.
Yeah, that's great. And I love the way this has flowed on so beautifully from the previous session with Raj. So I was going to actually ask him about the use of service blueprints, and there you have it in front of everybody. So that's wonderful. It's almost like it was scripted. It's fantastic. And just one last question, if I can, Terry, is there's a lot of information in here, but the point is that it's in the tool. And I know you're talking about the ability to use those semantic capabilities to pull the information out. But in change programs, particularly agile change programs, I've found it over the last few years to be really handy to have something that's constantly visible to everybody in the team or in the organisation for that matter. So how do you get all of that really cool stuff and make it more broadly visible to everybody? So you get those corridor conversations where they wander by the service blueprints and go, what's all this about? And you can start to explain things to them.
Right. Daryl, are you kind of feeding me my prompts of Dorothy Dixon? We probably need to explain to people what that means. But yeah, thank you. That's a great lead-in question. So we have this concept across the board. So I'm in the tool here as a architect, as a model. I've got all access to all kinds of stuff, way more complex than perhaps your average business stakeholder might need. But across the board, we can take a snapshot of a particular visualization, and that means grab that thing and make it into something that we can then assemble into a dashboard. So the modelers would come in and have access to the full model workbench. The business stakeholders, they would just come into a dashboard, and each of these is a snapshot. So throughout the tool, you can be in any given place, take a snapshot of something, grab it, then it becomes completely interactive. You can position it, relay it out, create your dashboards, and these could be for every different stakeholder can have their own dashboards. You can create these to your heart's content and just publish them out to your individual users. You can have these for business transformation teams, for example, where they could go in and look at a full dashboard of their transformation, or you can have a particular business unit and they could have all the insights that they need for their business unit. It's just giving them the views that are still totally interactive. They can click through, they can get to all this content, they can get a live integration out into Jira, for example, and bring back views from Jira and see it here and help, but they're just tailored views that you're publishing out to that particular audience.
That's great. Yeah, and I am familiar with the old Dorothy Dix issue, so yeah, that's all good. Yeah, no, that's great. Fantastic, Terry. Bryce, I'll hand back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Well, Daryl, I think you're taking over now, aren't you?
That actually is true, Bryce. So,
So Terry and I can take our evening. We've done our hard work, and you're up on the board here, Daryl.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thanks. And thanks again, Terry.
Thanks,
You're
Terry.
welcome. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Bryce. Good night.
Good night.
And Bryce, yeah, thanks for your efforts in hosting the last 4 hours of the conference. Really appreciate it. And we continue on. We have I think we're around 11 hours in, something like that, and we've got another 7 hours or so to go. So a few technical problems at the top of the event. We had to switch platforms. We had to restart the event, but we are currently streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and hopefully we can get that LinkedIn feed back up again soon, and you'll be able to watch through there as well. But appreciate everybody that's on board and having a listen. This is the Built Architecture conference focusing on business architecture this time, and we have speakers from all over the world, which is fantastic. We are going to move on to our next session now. If you do have any comments, please do type them in on whatever platform that you're using to watch us, and it'll come up here, and we can ask those questions to the speaker at the end of the session. So I'm going to now introduce our next speaker. Krish, I see that you're patiently waiting there in the green room, so I'm just going to bring you into the broadcast. And there we go. And you should be live and able to speak now. We'll just test your microphone. I cannot hear you, Krish. Let's try that again. Still not hearing your audio. I'm going to mute and unmute you. Okay, try again.
Yep, that must be better now.
That is better. Thank you. That's great. So, Chris, you're from Evolve and Amplify. It's wonderful having you here. You're in Sydney?
I'm in Canberra, actually.
You're in Canberra. Okay. Yes, this is one of those events that sort of travels around the globe, and so it's always great to have somebody from Australia, and we actually have several speakers in a row here from Australia. So good to see Australia sort of presenting their capability out to the world. So I'm going to leave it with you to start your presentation, and hopefully you're able to share your screen okay. I'll hang on just to make sure everything's working, but over to you.
Yep, no worries. I will just make sure I can upload my file now.
No problems.
Got the spinning wheel, so hopefully it should be there in a second.
The spinning wheel. I believe you can share directly off a screen as well, if that's an option for you.
Okay. Just give this a moment, otherwise I'll do that.
Thanks, Christine, for your comment. Yep, I'm looking forward to Christian's presentation as well.
Okay, all right. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Just waiting for it to come up.
Okay.
There we go. The practical application of business architecture. That looks fantastic. And I just got to say off the top, I'm always looking for pragmatic focuses. So this is awesome. Looking forward to it. Over to you, Krish.
No worries. Look, thanks so much, Daryl. And I'm so humbled to have the opportunity to speak today. This built crew have put together such a fantastic event with industry thought leaders from around the world to have the opportunity to participate and share some of our experiences from the front line is something I'm really grateful for. So thank you. And today we really want to focus on bringing business architecture down to earth. And as we get started, I will talk more about what that means to us. But before we get started, I just want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that I'm speaking on, the Ngunnawal people. I wish to acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and their contribution they make to the life of this city and this region. I would also like to acknowledge and welcome other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be attending today's event. Now, the synopsis of my presentation today, as I alluded to, is that when people hear the term business architecture, it can cause confusion. We're a relatively new discipline. If you look at the history of TOGAF and Zachman and enterprise architecture, solution architecture, there's a lot more history there than you might say with business architecture. I like to joke that we've sometimes been buried as phase B of the TOGAF ADM, but over the years, the last decade or so, we've come together as our own, in our own right as its unique discipline, which is fantastic. But the term can still mean different things to practitioners, whether that's business analysis, enterprise architects, and others. And the lines between the disciplines can seem to blur. They don't exist in a hierarchy, and many of us wear different hats at different times. But I think that distinction is still important, particularly for our customers that we serve. I'm going to use case studies today to demonstrate its practical application in a policy and regulation setting. And the reason why I want to focus on this is that the work we did here was embedded within a business team, in a government policy team. We weren't in a corporate area. We weren't in an organization, CIO or COO area. We were embedded directly with business users who knew nothing about business architecture. And after 18 months of working in this business area, if you ask these people what our roles are, that 4-person team that we've got working in this organization, the words business architect would not be the first things that come to their mind. So when I talk about practical application, that's one of the bases for these case studies. I'm just going to ask for forgiveness in advance for generalizations I might make, whether that's when I might put a type of role or method in a box, when I might say that business architects generally think like this. I know that there are many practitioners out there that can wear different hats that don't live inside those boxes. But for the sake of this presentation and the insights I want you to take away today, there may be some of those generalizations. I also want to say that this is our lived experience of what has helped our customers succeed. I want to recognize that the diverse range of thinking that other industry leaders bring to this space, you would have already, and you will continue to hear concepts around capability models, business design, operating model design, value maps. I think the fundamentals of these things across the different speakers today, I'm sure, align. But there might be some unique tweaks that we bring to this, and that doesn't mean that the other versions we don't learn from and continue to adopt, but we want to bring you some unique insights around how what our recipe for success has been as well. What I hope you will leave with today, I want you to first understand ENA's philosophy. For that case study to really resonate with you, I think you first need to understand ENA's view of the world, how we look at strategy, business architecture, operating model design, human-centered design. If I can use those things as an anchor to begin with, then when we get to the case study, that language would have been there for us to refer back to. I want you to be able to see abstract concepts brought to life. So not just theory and framework. I want you to be able to see how these concepts brought to life to make actionable change within the organization. The touch points between business architecture and those other methods we spoke about. The number one thing, if you take nothing else away from today, is number 4, a license to keep things simple, because that's really the heart of today's presentation, which is that practical application.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Christian, just jumping in there. Just sorry to interrupt, but we're still seeing the cover slide.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me see what's going on there.
That's acknowledgement of country, presentation summary.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, no worries. So we're about here. So number 4 here, a license to keep things simple. That's the main thing I want to focus on today. If you don't take anything else away, that's really at the heart of things being practical. The bold insights from the front line. So these aren't us being in an ivory tower pontificating around how things could be. I love being a practitioner. All my team are practitioners that are bringing lived experiences. And as I mentioned before, we want to be able to give you the scenario of what it's like working in a business team. Not a sales pitch, but just be able to credential us for a bit. If I'm going to spend the next hour talking about how I suggest business architecture can be applied practically, it's important for you to understand that we have done this with some pretty high profile organizations across different industries. So although I'm going to be speaking about a government and policy context today, there's various different industries we've contributed to that has shaped how we go about our work. So we're a strategic business design consultancy. We solve complex business challenges. Our real focus is delivering aha moments to our customers for them to see, right, there's complexity here, but what are the simple steps that we can take today that will move towards real change? We've worked in the aviation industry, engineering, plant biosecurity, property development, banking, government, telco, startups, education as well. So we have applied this craft to a number of different contexts. And we draw from frameworks like the Business Architecture Guild and the BizBook. I think they've done a fantastic job for the industry at large. I think the way you can apply their competency is very mature. There are some things I'm going to demonstrate today that we'll look at when is it a good idea to follow best practice for what it is in an absolute form. And when does it make sense to maybe tailor and meet the customer where they are? Because I think ultimately, if we're going to deliver outcomes for our customers, we need to meet them where they are. It's not about us and our knowledge of being great business architects. It's about the customer and their outcomes. We draw upon knowledge from the traditional business schools as well, elements of TOGAF, whether that's the sometimes IT for IT, sometimes the traditional enterprise architecture, and we of course draw upon human-centered design thinking as well. Last bit here on us, we help industry when it comes to growth and entering new markets, understanding their ecosystems and transforming the business model. For purpose-led, so not-for-profits, non-government organizations, we help them do things like access funding and understand how they can deliver the best outcomes for their ecosystem and their stakeholders they aim to deliver value to. And government vertical is going to be the main thing that we focus on. So designing operating models for the public sector that deliver better policy outcomes and maximize their impact. Okay, introducing our world with a view, and I want to start from ground zero. I think 90% of you probably have seen this today and maybe saw it in other presentations, but I think it's important to start here because every other lens I'm going to take us through today will ultimately, if you put a magnifying glass through one of these lenses, it's what's going to pop. We always start with desirability, the needs of humans, whether that's internal or external. Every organization exists to deliver value to people or businesses, external stakeholders, and internal stakeholders like shareholders as well. If an organization exists to deliver value propositions, then it's important to start with that desirability. However, users will more often than not paint a utopia because they want everything. And so it needs to be balanced with that feasibility as we really start to get into that business architecture view of capability and what is feasible for us to actually do. What are we going to insource? What are we going to outsource? And what partnerships can we leverage? What capability do we need to build internally? And then balancing that with that financial considerations as well. And if we do these things, are we going to hit our objectives? Is there a funding envelope that can achieve these goals? There's a lot of detail here. I won't go through all of it. And the main thing I want to take you through today is the 3 boxes. So at the top, we've got, so where business design ends and architecture begins. I'm taking you through something quite linear here, and I know things don't always actually manifest left to right in practice, but for the sake of making some points here, bear with me. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that there is a bit of a dotted line from how we differentiate to do our work between strategy and business design. And when I talk about strategy at the beginning of this continuum, I'm talking about strategy design, right? A differentiate between designing strategy, doing that market analysis, doing ecosystem analysis, designing products and services, doing competitive positioning, things you typically wouldn't do in a pure business architecture engagement. We usually inherit strategic direction, and that if you look at the second box I have in the bottom right hand corner, I think it's typically strategy and performance measurement when we're actually breaking down those inputs from beforehand into component parts that are measurable, goals, objectives, strategies, you know the like, whether that's organizing that in a business motivation model, the Hosh and Cannery framework, the balanced scorecard. Typically, we see that a lot of business architecture in its pure form starts there. Now, that may change in terms of the organizational context, but again, forgive the generalization. And then really the value mapping, the capability mapping, the organization design, all that's really happening to transform, to achieve that operating model transformation. And there's that investment portfolio in between. So where am I going to spend my money to uplift my operating model and achieve my strategic objectives? I think those 3 things are really fundamental. I know that we like to have a hard line between where business architecture begins and how it differentiates between operating model. My personal opinion is that line's a lot more thin than sometimes we allude to, but that's my personal opinion. Business architecture in a sentence, you probably have heard this either verbatim or in different variations all through today, and will continue through to the night. It demonstrates the end-to-end traceability from strategy to execution to inform investment decisions. I think that first half of the sentence you would hear a lot, demonstrates end-to-end traceability from strategy to execution. For me, that last bit is really, really important to inform investment decisions. If you're going to transform your business, if you're going to achieve a target state, if you're going to improve customer experience, you have to spend your money in the right way. So I never take the eye off the prize, which is what does that portfolio of investments look like, and how can I achieve a measure that is actually going to achieve the outcomes that we expect. So what we mean by end-to-end traceability, given that this whole talk is about keeping things simple, just want to overlay this with a simple who, what, why, when, and how type model. The who, of course, is in the dotted box because we're always thinking about our stakeholders at every part of strategy to execution. That why really starts with the business motivation, which we just went through. The what is how do we make decision making, what decisions can we enable and to do what? And the how and when is really when we're delivering program and projects to achieve that target state, and when in terms of prioritization and road mapping too. So hopefully that resonates. Okay, what do we mean by operating models really? So we've looked at strategy. We've started to look at what strategy execution is in terms of business architecture. Let's now start to have a look around how ENA looks at operating models. And I want to forgive the next slide. It's going to be a bit busy, but then I'm going to simplify things a bit. Now, I'm a big fan of not reinventing the wheel. So when we started to look at how can we look at designing an operating model framework that we can bring to bear as IP when we start our engagements, the framework and the article that really resonated with me most was one that Bain & Co. in the US had put together. They've got a fantastic article called Winning Operating Models. If you just Google Bain & Company Winning Operating Models, you'll be able to access that, that whole paper for free, and I highly recommend you doing that. And it really just shows there the strategy setting the North Star. You've got that, that why to how. You've got business architecture directing what needs to transform in the business. And then you've got that project delivery for executions as well. What we did is pick this up and put some more business architecture lens terminology products in here as well. So if we look at strategy measurement and organization being an outcome from business architecture, then that's going to be an input into your model, your operating model framework, your vision, your purpose, your goals, all those things that you've already spent time defining upstream. Now, because today is around practical application, I want to really focus why I've got value maps here. The term value stream and value chains are highly contentious across industry practitioners and alike. You've got value streams that are defined in the BizBock. You've got them defined in Lean. You've got them defined in Scalable Agile framework as well. So if we have this ambiguity amongst ourselves of practitioners, what's that going to mean for our customers? Sometimes I like to simply call them value maps because that's really easy to sit down with a customer and say, I'm mapping how you deliver value. That resonates with a customer. That is practical. I invite you to use that term when it makes sense. I've included products and services there because if value maps are all around delivering value propositions, then of course there's the products and services that make up that value proposition there. So I didn't see that in the Bain & Company model, and I wanted to include that there. Capabilities, which we're all familiar with, and I'm going to go into more detail. Governance, I'm not going to go into too much detail there, but I'm sure intuitively you can see why that's important in managing operations. And then similar to what we saw in the Bain & Co. model is that execution and reporting side of things. There's a really simple way to organize different views into the business. You can kind of see this as a top layer anchor framework, if you'd like, that if you mentally double clicked into, you'll be able to navigate across a lot of the different business areas, component parts of a business. All right. Great that Terry Roach was before me talking through Capsify and the Jalapeno framework. That is a tool that we are proud practitioners of. We've delivered fantastic outcomes for our customers using that tool. The reason I'm just pausing here for a second is that everything I've taken you through was linear, left to right, and two-dimensional. In practice, though, when we go about our work, we use all of these different parts, whether that's the user journey, the pain points, the moments of truth, the different stages of a value map, you know, whether it's a strategy, a tactic, a policy, a directive, all these different parts of a capability. We treat them as data assets, information assets that we can connect together, because as you all know, when you do overlays across your business architecture and trying to interrogate different views into the business, you need these different data points to be broken up, not just buried in static models or in an Excel spreadsheet or in a static Visio diagram. What tools like Capsify provide is the ability to paint a canvas of your organization that may appear to be two-dimensional to the business user who needs an insight, but from a practitioner perspective, you're modeling everything in a dynamic way that you can keep evergreen and have real-time insights for. Okay, let's start to get into the case study now. And this was all around designing a government function from scratch to implement a new policy and regulation. So as I mentioned at the top, we weren't buried in a CIO or corporate area. We were embedded directly into a business and policy regulation area. They didn't really see us or know us as business architects. The outcome they wanted is implement this policy, set up an operational environment where we can do regulation on the tech sector. We responded to this requirement and demonstrated how we can do that using business architecture. But that term and the terms that follow mean very little to the customer, even though we followed a business architecture approach for achieving this outcome. And that's where being practical is really important. Okay, so setting the scene, I'm not going to go into too much detail around the policy and regulation context itself, but this the policy where we are in fact still implementing is called the Hosting Certification Framework. It's a new whole of government policy, so it's not within just one government agency; it's across whole of federal government. It was developed in 2020. And it implements outcomes mandated in the Australian government's hosting strategy. So why is that important? I just want to, in this simple sentence, you can start to pick up some of the things we've spoken around today. So it's from a mandate in a strategy. It's a policy. So if you're familiar with the business motivation model, it falls under directive. We need business architecture to design the operating model because we need to implement it, so it needs to be operationalized. So a simple sentence like this starts to build into your mind the different things we're going to draw upon. So our role, what was our role? So the policy requires a new business function to implement and operationalize its policy objectives in a scalable and sustainable way. Scalable and sustainable, I'm going to touch on in a moment as we go. We designed the target operating model by defining how the new function delivered value. So how is it going to deliver value to the Australian government? How does it interact with the different industry sectors it needs to have touch points with? What are the services that are going to be administered? What capabilities are required to bring the business to life? And we're going to dive really deep into that. And we painted a picture of what future state looked like, with rich definitions, because this was all going to lead to investment prioritization. If you are designing a new business function that's going to implement a new policy that doesn't exist before, how do you cost this thing? Investment prioritization became really important. Challenges from the onset. It's important to sit down and evaluate business readiness and understand the environment you're about to do work in. So the policy was approved in March 2021. Implementation began the next month. Because of the aggressive timelines, we had minimal chance to engage with industry and agency consultation before implementation. So we were building the plane whilst flying it, that analogy. And the business function had to be designed from scratch, as I mentioned. And we needed to design the business to meet immediate and future needs. So whilst one of the criteria was to build something that's scalable and sustainable, we had to deliver a operating model and bring in a new business function to life that had to operate immediately and also scale to meet future needs. But what were the advantages? Well, the advantages were we had a really strong relationship and trust with the executive sponsor. So it's one of the benefits of working directly in a business area and policy team and not being too many lines removed being in a corporate area. By the way, I keep on specifying, referring to being in a corporate area. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'd say at least 50% of the times we do work with organizations, the business architecture and this type of work is incubated in a corporate area, but I am just speaking to this case study. We were really lucky to have a high-performing business team with an extraordinary work ethic. That's important. And although I said we were bringing this to life from scratch, it was also useful because it was green fields, and that meant there was limited technical debt, things that we had to undo to be successful. And to be honest, if I can just toot our own horn for a second, we have a lot of repeatable IP that really helped with constrained timeframes to hit the ground running and bring some of these frameworks I've spoken about, some of our reference models, to accelerate time to value. Now, the other thing is that it was a policy and regulation, and that means leverage, because this is a mandate that industry needs to fall in line into. So you have a lot of stick, using the carrot and stick analogy. So let's just pause for an insight there. Some of these slides aren't rendering the way that I had wanted them to, so just forgive me there. Policy eats strategy for breakfast. So you all know the term culture eats strategy for breakfast. This is not replacing that, but just to make a point, in government, if you've done work there, strategy and architecture, it's often seen as best practice and important when it's sunny, but not urgent when the storms are there. So what I would encourage you to see, if you can find a way to show direct traceability between your projects and policy objectives, I think that's really beneficial. And on the other side, if you're working for an organization that has got regulatory requirements to meet, the more you can show how the initiatives you're working on are going to help the organization be compliant and de-risk themselves there, then that's a really nice way to boost the viability and the value of your architecture initiatives as well. Okay, so now we can start to navigate through the operating model with some real data. We start on that left-hand side, right? The inputs. We gathered all those strategic inputs that we had broken down in our strategy measurement framework, and the data here is not important. What I'm just showing here is that these statements were high-level visionary statements to set a North Star. Really important, right? The Australian government managing data securely in the national interest of Australia. Those things are important in terms of setting a North Star. But where we really wanted to get to was making sure we could break this down into measurable parts, objectives and measures, right? So what is the objective? What's the action or the tactic we're going to take? What's the outcome? How will it be measured? So we're really going down there all the way to a measurable perspective, which is important. Now, these are quite qualitative measures to begin with, and practically speaking, that's another thing I would ask for you to take away today, is that although measures and benefits should ultimately be quantifiable, I think it's okay to start with qualitative and then mature from there. Okay, so what was this part here? Going back to our anchor model, it's this bit, strategy and performance measurement. So we're really at that start of that business architecture journey too. Now, I'm going to go into a bit of detail around human-centered design. And we do have an amazing human-centered design practice that we've stood up, and that has been fundamental to delivering outcomes using your typical CX type outputs and journeys like CX journeys, personas, service blueprints, all really important in the context of all the work we do. But I mentioned in this slide before, where we've got the box around the dotted line, that's human-centered design. Human-centered design, it's not just about those types of products at one stage of the project. Our role is to demystify the complex and inform decision-making. And I'd argue that business areas shouldn't need to learn a new language for architecture to be successful. I know that for us as practitioners, understanding the difference between a capability and a value stream, all those things are really important. But if you think about how hard that can be as practitioners to align with, if you're starting a project and we want to deliver outcomes for the business using architecture as a framework and as a method, asking the customers to be able to learn that language is going to be really exhaustive and fatiguing for them. So just give you another practical example. One organization we worked with, this is a different case study. We knew the maturity was really low, their starting point. So all we did is found a common value map that every business area, every org unit could relate to. We had that as a high level value map. We then met with each different business area, and all we said is, where do you see yourself in this thing? Which sort of verticals in that value map? And they started to speak about that, and we're taking notes. Great. So who do you rely on to as inputs to do your to be able to be successful in doing your work? Okay, great. When you're finished doing your activities, where do the outcomes and outputs of what you deliver go? And we're capturing the data in any way that the customer is comfortable in telling that story. We in tandem, our other people in that workshop can be listening out to, okay, what information concepts am I hearing? If they're using this system to do this process, what might I be able to infer in terms of a capability? We're doing that hard work in the back end. Now we can ultimately go back and validate those things, but when we do validate those things, they're seeing an output of something they can see themselves in, and they've been taken on that change journey. So I really encourage you from a practical perspective, don't get hung up in workshops with business areas to use those technical terms. Another thing I want to touch on, to architects, and this is one of those generalizations, rationalizing a capability and seeing that two boxes have commonality and could achieve a better return on investment, merging those boxes together, that's a fantastic insight. And I think we all get excited about that. It's a really great way we can say, yes, I'm going to be able to show the value of all the work I'm doing. Human-centered design is also recognizing that when you go and suggest that to a human, there's someone who owns that capability, that if you rationalize it, what does that mean for their job? For one person, it might mean I'm letting go of something. For another, it might mean I'm really embedding myself by owning more of this capability. Each of them has risk and reward. So before we get very excited around understanding there's an opportunity to rationalize a capability, have that human-centered hat on and think about if I'm going to make this transformation, if it needs to be successful, how do I put myself in the shoes of the stakeholders that I'm delivering value to? Similarly, so from a human-centered design perspective, we as practitioners, we can start using terms like target operating model, and that can mean something to us from day one. But when you're first starting out with a business area, practically speaking, try to use something like this. Take them on the journey and say, okay, this framework, I'm going to take you through it. All it is information describing how your business operates. And it's interconnected and it's going to be organized like this. So you've asked me to design what your business function is going to do. This is how I'm going to organize it. And it's going to show how the component parts hang together. And as the customer goes on that journey, then you can introduce terms like target operating model, and they'll have that reference point around, yeah, okay, it's going to show how my business operates and is interconnected. I think value streams have been done to death a bit in these talks in a good way. So you should have lots of insights, better walk away from. Just use this as a place to pause and say, yep, it's that higher level value proposition delivery and not at that process level. So from that take a trip example that the guild like to use, I think it's perfect. From when you become aware or think about you want to go on a trip to getting your bags on the plane, taking off, landed, being at your destination, value exchange being delivered. We understand that value streams are at that level. Now, the guild, and I'm not picking on them, I'm just using this as an example because there are other complex views of value streams as well. Now, they recommend this approach to value stream mapping and breaking it down into stages, and you've got routing maps, etc. Now, we will primarily do this when building internal architecture capability. we do get brought in to different businesses and say, we're standing up a business architecture practice. We want to be able to have a high level of maturity, and we're working with that business architecture practice. But when you're working with a business area, I really invite you, with your license to keep things simple and practical, use a narrative to start with. Okay, map out that end-to-end value map of when value is triggered and the exchange is complete. But feel free just to use a narrative or a vignette, because when our customer looked at this and read this in a human-centered story form, they're like, yeah, I can get how I need to go through those different stages to be able to deliver the value for a industry provider to be able to get certified underneath this hosting certification framework. Really practical. Start there. Similarly, this view of a capability by the Guild is so powerful. The outcomes that this can deliver in a mature organization, indisputed. I think it's fantastic, and we'll do this when working with a mature organization or standing up a new practice. However, I like to say that capabilities can be told like a story. And I know instantly I've got process in here, which is a bit taboo, because I know that formally in business architecture by the BizBoc, process is not included. That's more in that lean BPM type world of things. But in the context of the case study I'm delivering with a policy area that wants to regulate an industry, I was not going to go and say, look, technically processes are going to sit in a different framework, okay? So be practical and have the license to keep things simple, meet the customer where they are. When you tell a capability like a story, instead of a complex box, you can tell it in this type of narrative. So you need people in this function. They're going to be in a role that belongs to a business unit, and they're going to be located in a geographic region. Those people have got jobs to be done and complete their processes. They'll need to start a process and it will be complete. When they're completing that process, they're going to receive information. So if you're processing some sort of application, you're going to get a form, all the way through when it is approved and different people have contributed to it. That information, that data has changed state from beginning to end. And guess what? You're going to need technology to support it so that your people who've got the right skills to operate that technology, they can complete their processes, and all that data and that information they created during that time, you've got that in a knowledge base. So I really encourage you to be practical, to keep things simple, meet your customer where they are. Now, this meant that once we had given them that introduction around what is a value map, a value stream, and a capability, we could then go on to say, so when we say you need capabilities to build and run your business, what we mean is each one of these boxes, you need to be able to have those people, their processes, the information, and the technology to become real. So each one of these boxes, you need to think of it in this type of story. And as we all know, capability definitions are more important than the boxes themselves. And here's another thing I've done that I admit that from a maturity perspective, as you increase maturity, you want to be able to make sure your capability definitions are abstract, and that's fair enough. You want these capabilities to be able to, if you want to rationalize capabilities and look opportunities for reuse, you do need to lift them up a level so that you can see, you can remove that subject matter and see what's like to like from a more organizational capability perspective. But in terms of being practical and keeping things simple, and when you're starting to design a new business from scratch, I think it's okay to make them meaningful for the client. I think it's okay to have a bit more rich data in there, that when you speak towards that capability and why it needs to exist, having a few terms in there that makes it more meaningful, even if it makes it a little bit more specific, it's a really practical way to go about it. And I would say you're welcome to start here. We love breaking down capability models into levels 1, 2, 3, and God forbid, number 4 as well. We're detailed-oriented people who are business architects and enterprise architects and the like. We like breaking things down to the nth degree. It's in our nature. We like giving structure to chaos, and there are so many good things that come out of that. It's also a really good way to scare off your business users as well. So what I would say is that if you're starting in a business area or with an organization that's got low maturity, just keep lower levels in your back pocket, and at the right time, when the business is comfortable, maybe then bring on other levels. Similarly, with setting capability goals, I know that there are so many different ways of measuring maturity across capabilities. Another license to keep things simple. We simply use 4 different tiers at times. Maybe it doesn't exist, it's unstable, it's stable, or it's mature. Give it a definition, but most importantly, give it an action. I mean, a measure is almost worthless without a next best action, right? So if it's non-existent, maybe it's not currently required, or maybe you agree to a maturity increment to make it to come to life. If it's unstable, agree what the maturity increment needs to be, develop some user stories, and identify some solution options. What we also put in the definition of stable is that maybe it's okay for now, or maybe it's emergent. What we found is that when everything that was an emergent fell into non-existent or unstable, it wasn't really celebrating the fact that the business has already done something to recognize that capability needs to exist. So what we do is say, yep, look, it's stable because it's an emergent, and we'll identify some thresholds that could lead to that instability, or what that definition of done for the emergent capability is. And mature, as you know, it can scale. We do that capability maturity assessment. We do the prioritization as well, depending on what came out of that assessment. We agree the increment. We generate some high-level user stories. We then do the architecture reuse, and then that leads to the investment recommendations. Is there something we can reuse in the business, or is there something that is quite unique, which means you need to design something from scratch? Okay, so I've only got a few slides left. What I want to do is just bring some of those capabilities to life and get you to think how we then went from those capability definitions and maturity assessments to things manifesting in the business. Okay, I'm going to start with one that's really simple and then build from there. We knew that if we're managing different industry providers, we're doing service management, we're doing regulation, you're going to need some sort of a customer relationship management and service management capability. Many of the tools out there, as we know, can wear both hats these days, which is great for investment rationalization. So for the business, you're aware of this simple use case, right? No additional software costs. IT already supports the environment. Users only have to upskill on one system, etc. So we realized the DTA business area already used the Microsoft Dynamics CRM. We mapped our current processes, did a proof of concept, and see if they could be automated and improved in the CRM. We defined all the information and data objects that needed to be captured in the systems, but manifest in forms, in contracts, in the website, and what needed to be managed as knowledge assets. And then we designed an org structure, defined the roles, and identified the skills required to conduct workforce planning. Yes, we actually helped write job specs. We helped the customer think about what does this mean in terms of what FTEs you need, who can be part-time, what needs to be contracted. So this is really making sure that business architecture doesn't just live and die in tech, information, and process. I think the people skills, roles, workforce planning is something we can potentially do better at as well. All right, 2 more examples here. So now we're thinking, this first one was around thinking within an organization. The second one is now thinking across an ecosystem. So what we also knew is that we needed industry providers to be regulated and be compliant. We needed, I guess, auditors or assessors out there who could do assessments on those industry service providers. However, this agency, the Digital Transformation Agency, they did not have an accreditation management or an RTO type capability whatsoever. So we met with another agency within the government that had this capability already. We learned from their insights to see if there's a foundation we could leverage. we wrote a letter and a recommendation to both CEOs of the agencies to say there are some benefits here to leverage, and we were able to borrow what ACSC already have in their Australian Cybersecurity Centre already have in their business, to deliver training through CIT Solutions, which is an RTO, set exams, do the assessments, and we were able to leverage the trust of an existing brand, reach an existing assessor community. So those auditors were already there. We weren't reinventing the wheel. Significant investment reuse, and move to an industry pays model. So remember, one of those objectives was around setting up a business area that was sustainable and scalable. So we were able to help the government agency move from a capability that was delivered internally, centralized, funded by government, by then be able to say, look, we're making an investment here that's going to allow service providers in industry to procure their own assessors rather than the government having to do that themselves. So now we're really thinking about investment prioritization as well. Okay, final example is the opposite, when capability reuse is not beneficial. So when we defined the definition for risk and issue management, what we learned is that a passive risk register that's, say, monitored at a project board every 2 weeks or a month, where you've got that traditional red, amber, green box, significant, what's significant, what are the consequences, etc., rating risks. Those things, they have a place, but they didn't have a place in this particular operating environment. We needed the ability to make timely decisions to address risks and issues that were coming up in a daily basis. So what we did instead was build an interactive decision-making model that users engage with in real time. And there's a bunch of other products we built before we got here. We did our stakeholder mapping and prioritization, but ultimately what we did is identify different scenarios that posed risks that, if they unfolded, would have serious impact. So we did that probability and impact assessment, and we did review these every couple of weeks. Everything that was in the top right, probability impact, we then created a dynamic scenario map for, which is, if this happens, let's game through every possible outcome and what that outcome would mean in terms of managing risks, and what's the communication that we would need to do as well. So we had a dynamic as opposed to static risk model. Everyone knows their role if a scenario occurs and responds to risk in real time. And this is the last one I wanted to talk to you about. What I really hope I've done is take you on that journey around what do we mean about strategy, business architecture, operating model. When we're working with business areas directly, how do we find that balance between bringing our craft, which is tried and tested and we know delivers really good outcomes, but meeting the customer where they are, not confusing them with lingo and workshops that ultimately might confuse them and add less benefits than we intend. How can we make sure that the work we're doing is actually manifesting in real outcomes, setting up that operating model? Can the customer do workforce planning and design their org structure? Can we reuse capability at an ecosystem level, not just at an organization level? When can we challenge that something that is traditionally done, like traditional ways of risk management, how can we define that capability in the context of this particular business function? And this is where I think using reference models is important to say, okay, this is a good reference model. And I think a lot of people, architects, generalization again, would have said, okay, risk and issue management, there's a million different reference models that define that, lift and shift, let's do that. But when we really started to nuance this to this business area, what we realized is those reference models, that traditional way of bringing risk and issue management to life, that was not going to work. And we took a completely different approach. So thank you for your time. I know there was a lot in there. I hope that was beneficial, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Krish. That was really awesome. I love the sort of use of actual case studies in these presentations so that you can get a sense of how it's not as you read it in the textbooks. There's lots of nuance that needs to be applied in the real world. I just wanted to sort of highlight a couple of messages that came through from YouTube while you were talking. One from Christine, who's coming up next. Thanks, Christine. Value maps or value models, they help us then to work out the best model to use based on key stakeholder concerns. So as you said, just pick the right one to use. And Terry Nguyen then sort of commented saying, agree, Christine, and meet the customer where they are really exemplifies this. Obviously resonating well with the audience there. Chris, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that resonates really well. It's really the heart of everything we went through today, which is let's not make business architecture about us. Let's make it about the customer. Yeah,
that's a really good point. And I really enjoyed the sort of human perspective that you were bringing to that, the conversation around how merging two capability boxes is actually people. This is actually their lives. So understanding that that at least for the time being, an enterprise is actually a collection of people, and we need to recognise that that is part of what we do. Anything you can share on your experiences in terms of handling those types of conversations?
They are very, very tricky. And I think it's that sensitivity more than anything. I think it's being able to build those relationships and being willing to have a quiet word to those stakeholders at hand and say, look, these are some of the insights that are coming out. Tell us what your perspective on that is. And it might be that stakeholder, particularly people who are in these senior areas, can say, no, I genuinely think what I do is different for X, Y, Z. It might seem at that 100-foot view that these things are similar, but this is how they differentiate. So I think being able to take that time to empathize and being able to have those conversations and dig a little bit deeper, use our consulting skills, because I think, whether you're part of an internal practice within an organization, whether you're an individual contractor or you're in a consulting firm, I truly believe that to be a good business architect, you need to develop your interpersonal skills and treat yourself like a consultant, regardless of what how you're formally engaged with an organization. Those soft skills are so important.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it does remind me of many conversations I've had with Bard Papagai about developing soft skills as an architect. And I know he's a big supporter of that concept. Also, a bit of a nod there to BizBoc and the BA Guild. Obviously, Wendy Keane was heavily involved in organising this event, so it's always good to see some recognition of the material they built. So many people have contributed so much knowledge into that framework over the years. So yeah, good to see that mentioned. I love the focus on business outcomes, so making sure that we're there to do a job. We have a set of skills and some tools that we use, but the purpose is the outcome and the people in the room, and being able to do that. And just a little bit more on, if you can, on around the sort of narratives and stories. When I have done presentations to executives and boards, I always have somewhat of a narrative that I'm trying to weave through the presentation. So it's telling them a story. It's relatable to what they're trying to do, what's keeping them up at night, that sort of thing. Just a little bit more, if you can, on creating that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, having a human-centered design capability internally, when we do persona, when we develop personas, and we're looking at the viewpoint of an individual stakeholder and talking about what's important for them, what outcomes they're trying to deliver, what are their pains, what's top of mind for them. I think you start to get into that practice of that storytelling, of being able to be able to represent that view of a particular stakeholder. So I think, it may not be that you start with the narrative. That narrative might be the end output that you talk to in the presentation, as you said, Daryl. But there are different steps you've taken in between that paint the picture of that journey, of that person involved, that then allows you to turn that into a simple narrative or vignette.
Yeah, and it goes back again to the point of soft skills and empathy and active listening and those sort of capabilities for an architect to be able to read the room, to hear what's being said, to understand where those people are coming from, and then I'm a big fan of sort of paraphrasing things so that everybody gets an understanding of what's being said. So that's great. Just we've just got a couple of minutes left. I was wondering if I could ask you about, you were talking a lot about a brand new organisation, and I am in awe of the amount of stuff you had to do in such a short time. Imagine the environment was quite political, so congratulations on being able to do that. But in terms of bringing capability-based modelling into an existing organisation and educating them on that, any sort of quick tips and tricks to end out the session you can share on that?
I think I covered it a fair bit in the presentation, which was the use of language. I think existing organization and the strategy in this context is not something we had to design. There was this whole of government hosting strategy that already set out from a minister, from a department perspective, what outcomes needed to be delivered. So I think starting there with a customer, being able to sit down with that operating model framework we've delivered and said, okay, this left bit, which are all your inputs as to why you exist and what you need to deliver, that maps to this part of the strategy. And there's that aha moment already around, yeah, I get it. Like, I know this strategy. This has got everything I need to deliver. And I can see how that feels this part of the framework. So already that framework's starting to come to life. So I guess the answer there, Daryl, is start with some quick wins. Start with what the customer's already familiar with. And as they can see that coming to life in the model, then when you dare to then create new information that doesn't exist yet and you're having those workshops with them, they're already trusting that everything's starting to come together.
That's great advice. Well, that brings us to the end of the hour, Christian. I really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. And as I say, it's an amazing amount of work that you've done, and I'm really grateful for you to be able to share that with us today. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we're going to move on to our next presentation now. I'm very excited. It's Dr. Christine Stevenson coming to us from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. So Christine's one of those people in my network that I just love spending some time with, and being able to sort of just listen to some of her experience. And you spend an hour in a room with Christine and you'll walk away with a whole bundle of new knowledge that's practical and useful in your day-to-day work. Christine, I'm just having a little trouble unmuting you. Are you able to do that? And I still can't hear you, so we'll just spend a short while trying to get that fixed. And, no. Oh. And just bringing Christine back into the feed. Let's see. Right. Nope, still no sound. Let me try at my end and see if I can fix it. And all right, try saying something now, Christine. And won't be long before we get this one running. Just a reminder again, we seem to have lost our Facebook feed, but we're working on getting that back up again, and the LinkedIn feed, but we're still on YouTube, so jump on there and post your comments there. Christine, right, I'm going to bring you back into the feed. Let's see, does this work? Can we just say something for me there, Christine, and we'll see if we can get it working. Still no sound. Right.
Testing.
Ah, there we go. I can hear you now. That's great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You can hear me okay?
Yep. And I'm
Great.
just
Excellent.
getting my
Okay.
virtual background back on as well, so you don't see my messy office.
Fantastic. Yep, everybody's got the blur on or some sort of virtual background, so you can't see what's behind us. So it's great.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the background back, and my screen picks it up. So that's still not working. So my apologies. I'll just and apparently I've got to do one more thing, Daryl, to upload the actual file.
If you just want to share your screen, you'll probably find that if it's a PowerPoint presentation, sharing your screen would be better than uploading the file.
Sharing my screen. I got it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So, all right, I'm going to hand over to you. But before we start, Christine, I just want to say we are 13 hours into a business architecture event, and we finally got to the presentation that's going to define the scope of business architecture. So I just find that wonderful.
I did have a giggle, Daryl, and I hope my screen share is coming through.
Your screen share is coming through. There is a little pop-up there that says that you're sharing your screen. There's a hide button, so if you can just click on that, that'd be awesome. All right, and I'm going to hand over to you and take it away.
Thank you. So I did have to have a giggle in terms of how many hours of time we've spent on business architecture. And here I come in ready to talk to people about what business architecture actually is, and especially what it is today. And, you know, following on presentations, especially where I came in from Terry Roach, and also coming in after Krishan's amazing presentation, I will be covering quite a bit of ground and using a lot of language that I'm so proud that Terry and Krishan are using as well, because these are two people who I admire quite considerably in the business architecture domain, because they get it. They understand what business architecture is. So what I'm going to cover with you today is just a little bit about the companies that I work for and the brands, and a little bit about me and why I'm so passionate about business architecture. I'll then go through some standard stock definitions of what business architecture is, and also have a quick reflection on what is changing in our world of business architecture. I'll then present you with a framework of how to think differently about business architecture if you aren't already doing so, and then share with you some models that I've created or some of my friends have created, and I'm happy to share them with you today. I'll also talk to you about what are some of those critical skills that business architects need to have today to be successful in what they do. Krishan covered some of these points already in his excellent presentation, and I hope to add just a few more to those points. I'm then going to leave you with a challenge, because if we are to be successful in business architecture, it's important for us to shift mindsets. And at the end of the day, we're there to help support our businesses to be successful through business architecture. So a little bit about the companies I work for. So Penrod Consulting is a private boutique consulting company where we connect with practitioners from all across the world to do projects. So that's the consulting arm, which I lead in terms of being able to do the heavy lifting for a lot of organizations. Coaching Enterprise Architects is a network of very highly experienced enterprise architects that, again, have come together. I hope they see me as the ringmaster of our incredibly talented circus of architects that come in at the right time to help architects grow. And in growing yourself, so I like to think of ourselves as the coaches for enterprise architects, because we come and help you to learn how to fish. rather than only depending on a bunch of consultants coming in to do the heavy lifting for you, it's really important for us to help people learn how to be good, successful enterprise architects. So a little bit about me. As Daryl said, I do live on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. I live on a farm. We have about 200 head of cattle here. That's not my primary work. That's something that the family runs as business. But my primary job, and I'm speaking to you from the farm, is to sit here in my corner of the world and hopefully shape people's minds and careers so that they can enjoy the successes that I have had as an enterprise architect, but more significantly as a business architect. I have loved this discipline. I've been practicing as an enterprise architect for well over 20 years and have done some very interesting projects in the public and the private sector as well. One of my joys of being in this position of having many years of experience under my belt is it has led me to connect with other architects across the world so that we can all continually work together to grow our discipline of enterprise as well as the other disciplines of enterprise architecture as well. So let's get stuck into what is business architecture. So I've just pinched, honestly, the 3 areas that speak about business architecture a lot. The first one being the open group. So the open group tends to describe business architecture as being holistic views of your business. They have started introducing the language of capabilities and end-to-end value delivery through value streams. That was in their last update to TOGAF version 9. So we know that it lends very much from the definition of enterprise architecture as well. The next group that does a lot of work, and many people get certification from the Business Architecture Guild, where they define business architecture as something about strategy. And it's about connecting through to implementation. So I really like the way this definition is laid out, because at the end of the day, what we hope to achieve as business architects is to connect strategy with execution so that we're solving the right business problems to enable our businesses to be successful and achieve their strategic business visions. So the third definition comes from the Business Architecture Center of Excellence. So if you Google them very quickly, you'll see they also have certification. And they define business architecture as being, it's kind of a planning. It's a type of planning. They also use the language of strategy, and they talk about business architecture being something very visual. So I hope today to be able to take you through what business architecture has been really for me as a practitioner. Terry and Krishan, have covered all the domains that I think are very, very important to us practitioners of business architecture work. So I hope to go through that today, but first, let's look at what's changing in our world of business architecture is making us rethink what the scope of business architecture might be. In the early days when I started working in IT organizations, we didn't even know what enterprise architecture was, leave alone business architecture. It was only back in 2004 where I was formally recruited into a role for business architecture. And my role was supposed to help projects deliver the right business outcomes and deliver it well. Today, what's changed is that our perspective has changed from not just looking at things that are happening in IT. And you would have seen all my qualifications are in IT. But business architecture really is more encompassing of the business. That's why we've got the word business in with business architecture. What that really means is that we cannot look at business architecture from a technology lens anymore, and we need to look at it much more broadly. So if we look at what's changing in our world of business architecture, one of the drivers is this whole thing called experience management. And Krishan and his team at Evolve and Amplify lead their business architecture practice with this model in mind, because they take a human-centered design thinking approach to implementing change with their clients. So this Gartner research is fairly recent, and it shows the coming together of all these experience-led initiatives, whether they are customer-led or employee experience-led. A lot of organizations, because they're investing in digital transformations, are now also focused on what we call omni-channel experiences. So there's been the strong push into also defining better user experiences on your omni-channels as well. So we've seen that digital transformations has actually accelerated how we practice business architecture with our clients and within the organizations we work in today. So a number of themes also have been pushing us to really stop and rethink how we practice business architecture. On the far right-hand side, under digitalization and innovation, you have the concept of digital government. So as in the examples Krishan shared with you today, with the hosting framework in government, there has been such a significant push by the Digital Transformation Agency to make service delivery digital, seamless, and interoperable. We've been investing a lot of money in digital as well. However, for a lot of organizations that are building digital infrastructure, building their digital service delivery models, the one thing that we need to remember to mature is our business architecture capability. Because you can have the best technology in the world, but if you haven't helped the business to change and transform the way they work currently, they are not going to be successful in their digital transformation. So we need to make sure that we put business back into digital transformations so that they are now called and referred to as digital business transformation. So because of this push, I feel that it is really important for us today to extend the scope of what business architects do in terms of helping businesses to transform and especially to participate in digital transformations. So I'd like to give you now a few things to think about in terms of how do you practice business architecture if you are going to extend your thinking across from digital to now thinking about digital business. The old models that we're more familiar with, I started using the Zachman framework, which is on the left-hand side, way back in 1995, would you believe it? When I was first introduced to the framework, had absolutely no idea what it was or how to even use it. But I can tell you that this framework is still very important and very relevant today for us as practitioners of enterprise architecture and business architecture. So we can use the Zachman framework, which is really a taxonomy for enterprise architecture, or a taxonomy of your enterprise, to zero in on what are the concerns of the business and how can we classify them in ways that allows us to create rich models and present them with data and insights to support the business to make decisions about their digital transformation. So where you see the red boxes is where I think we still have a lot of scope for business architecture today. Another model, which is on the right-hand side, comes from the Open Group. So the Open Group formally calls out the scope for business architecture in phase 8. When you're defining your architecture vision, they ask you to go off and look at your organization's strategic plan and to also draw your first high-level model of the business. In phase B, we know it's all about the business architecture. And therefore, creating a variety of business architecture models becomes the main job of the business architect. But what I want you to remember is that in every subsequent phase in the TOGAF ADM, business architecture must be referred to, including requirements management that's here in the middle as well. So again, the scope for business architecture actually cuts across all these various boxes, or what we traditionally would call your BIAT enterprise architecture domains, your business information, application, and technology architecture domains. And then you bring them all together in phase B through opportunities and solutions. And then you keep including your business architecture specifications as you go from phase F, G, H, and managing your requirements as well. So it doesn't matter which framework you start with. These two frameworks are still relevant to help you identify the scope of your business architecture work, and to also use it as a mechanism or a way of managing your business architecture work as well. So one of the other things when you're thinking about business architecture scope is to think about, what's my model actually about in terms of what's my business model? What type of business model do I have? So when you've been practicing as a consultant like me, where I've worked across the public sector and the private sector, I've actually worked for not-for-profit organizations, as well as for very large, complex, for-profit organizations. And one of the first things that I've had to work out is, what kind of business is this? What are we in business for? Who are our customers? So also understanding, why is the business? Why do we have this business? What's its value to the people that it is here for? So which is why we use language like, some organizations, especially the for-profit organizations, have customers. Some organizations' customers are called citizens. Some organizations' customers are called patients, or whatever it is. It's important for us to first develop a model of, what is this business and why is this business? Because that will help us to scope what our business architecture is. However, there are two ways of now thinking about what is the business. As a business architect, it's really important for us to separate our thinking. And I'd like to propose that there are two ways of making that separation. Prashant talked about the why. That falls into the strategic thinking bucket. So business architects need to think strategically. They need to have the big picture in mind. They need to understand the vision of the organization and what are the means to help achieve that vision. So while we're thinking more strategically, the second way of thinking is to think about, how should the business change in order to achieve its strategic objectives, right? And what I mean by that is to really look at, how can I change my business model? Where should I change it? When should I change it? And help the business use meaningful methods and techniques to help them affect that change successfully. So when we think about business architecture, remember, you need to actually have two different hats on. Are you a strategic business architect? And is your scope more on the long term? Or are you a business architect that is actually designing the business to transition to achieve its future state? So another way I'd like you to think about business architecture is in these four parts. We've talked about strategy, right? The first part, making sure you understand the North Star of the organization. The second way I'd like you to think about business architecture and what's its scope is in the operating model context. We have a number of different methods and techniques, and Terry introduced you to some early today, and so did Raj. value proposition canvases, business model canvases, and so on and so forth. The capability model itself is an operating model view of your business. It shows how things are connected and how value flows. The next level of model is a logical model context, where how do things fit together? Going down to that next level of detail of drawing process models and process flows to show what that operating model logic is based on the business rules that are in effect within the business. And the fourth level is a much more higher level of detail. That's the physical, that's the actual nuts and bolts operations of the business. So you've gone down here to such a low level where you're actually defining tasks. You're automating tasks, or some of these tasks might still be manual. You have people, process, information, and technology all working together. This is the execution of the operating model. And when you deliver that executable operating model, you are hopefully well aligned to delivering your organization's strategic ambitions as well. This is another way I'd like you to think about business architecture as well. So the previous way looked at it in layers, where we go from a very high level of detail down to a very low level of detail in the organization and in the business. This is a completely different view, and this is aligned more towards a human-centered design thinking way of the business. So if we understand the strategic context and why we're doing business, it's really important to understand what and how should we deliver this business. So one way of being able to unpack that what and how is to use your business architecture in combination with process architecture, which, by the way, process architecture is in scope for business architecture as well. So we start off by taking inside-out views of our business. So we identify all our customer touch points on the left-hand side. We understand how does our customer feel or think, or what do they say, or what do they do when they come to us for the delivery of a service or a product. When they're interacting with our business, we basically document that interaction and we call it the line of interaction. This line of interaction and this furious to and fro from the inside to the outside to the in of the business happens on what we call the front stage. So quite often we can draw models now to show us what that interaction is on our front stage. But in order to deliver great experiences to our customers and redesign these lines of interaction using human-centered design approaches, we need to also understand the line of visibility. We need to understand the experiences that our services offer to our customers in terms of how do we orchestrate the service delivery to our customers. So over here, using concepts like value streams become really important and critical. Service models, service blueprints become really important for us to be able to understand what that line of visibility is. The backstage then allows us to identify what are our internal capabilities in terms of people, process, information, and technology, and how shall we compose them, arrange them, assemble them, and mix them so that we are delivering the best experience to our customer every time. So that tends to be a backstage view. The customer has no idea of what that arrangement looks like, only we do inside. But in order to deliver these capabilities across people, process, information, and tool, we hit the next line of interaction, which is our line of internal interaction. So quite often, this is where process architectures come into play, because we can use the process architectures to also help us identify not just the process, but your data and information. Who are the people? Who are the systems? Who are the actors who are required for these interactions? and what is the technology platform that is enabling these interactions to occur. So what we're doing is assembling our organization's resources to now deliver the capability outcomes. So again, we're very familiar with models in this space, process models, service interaction models, our class models, our data models. But at the end of the day, everything needs to be supported by the foundations of our business. What do we need to support? And this is the last line of support, which allows us to fine-tune all of our resources and assemble them in a way that then delivers the capability outcomes and requirements. So I call this the change context, because in order to deliver the strategic context, it is critical that we understand what the change context is right across these lines of interaction, so that when we bring them all together and we model them as business architects, we understand how each of these layers interact and are assembled together to deliver our strategic outcomes. So this is pretty much what we want to try and do as practicing business architects. We help our enterprise architects and we help our business people to define what the strategic change is. We participate in portfolio prioritizing initiatives and activities. We help to scope and define programs of work based on the impact of change on capabilities. We then come across and work with our process architects to now help design how the change should be affected across people, process, information, and technology. And we change and embed it within the new capabilities and the capability improvements that are being delivered. So at the end of the day, we have a well-tuned, well-oiled operations model that is delivering wows to our customers. So I call this space the change delivery space, where we have strategy aligned with execution, and we embed the change in the business to make sure that all those improvements that we're now offering stick within the organization. The other role that business architects need to remember that they have is in governance. So as part of the enterprise architecture governance team, making sure that you are supporting change to be delivered effectively is a critical role for you to have. I love this framework. It actually originated from Gartner. And I love it because it brings together all the concepts and the practices that architects need to get involved in, not just business architects. But I'd like to challenge you to identify how can you participate in an approach like this that allows you to take a problem, to look at it and understand it through using very rapid methods to build prototypes and bring the business in to assess these prototypes in terms of desirability, viability, and feasibility, and select the right projects to then go and either create new products or services or improve the ones that you have, and then also make sure through a series of adoption activities to embed the change within your organization. I can tell you, having practiced this, using this framework to practice business architecture myself, I have been involved in each one of these activities that you see on the screen today. I like to call it the customer first approach. It brings together design thinking, human-centered design thinking. It brings together investment planning, lean, agile, value management, all into one framework where you can now operate as a business architect in with a multidisciplinary team to make our products and services stronger and deliver that wow much better. So right now I'm going to take you through some of the models that I've worked with over time. I've done some work for Evolve and Amplify. So you'll see some of their models in this pack as well, because they are really good examples to share with you. And I hope it leaves you with an appreciation of, we don't just talk about it, we actually do it as well when we're practicing in terms of business architecture. So in terms of strategic thinking, you've heard many people through the day talk about concepts and models like the business motivation model, the business model canvas, and the value proposition canvas. I think collectively these three models can be used quite successfully, whether you use one or whether you use them all. They complement each other to help you as a business architect to facilitate the strategic conversation across the business. The business motivation model comes from the object management group. It's a very simple, easy to use specification to help you to understand and appreciate your organization's strategic motivation. It gives you structure. There's a really rich meta model underneath that specification, which helps you think about the strategic context. It helps you think about drivers and levers and what's putting pressure on the organization to change. What is the course of action can you invest in or suggest your business invests in order to achieve its desired results as well? So on all the projects I do, because they're involved in changing business models, I always start with this model to help understand what the North Star of this particular client's company is. So you've seen Terry showed you some examples of the business model canvas and value proposition canvas as well. Again, these are complementary models. They're not meant to be mutually exclusive. So when you start practicing using your strategic thinking context, you will find it very simple to use these models with your business key stakeholders, any other stakeholders for that matter, to show them what might be possible if they made different choices to redesign their business model in a different way to deliver innovation at the end of the day. So these are a couple of examples that I created for a not-for-profit organization. So again, people quite often are afraid of using these models in the public sector or for not-for-profits. But I can tell you as a practitioner, they were equally useful to use to model the value propositions of not-for-profits as well. So on the top left-hand side is the business model canvas for a food and agribusiness network, a group of people here on the Sunshine Coast that come together and work as a community to market their products and to grow their businesses in a way where they leverage the network strength to be successful. So on the bottom right-hand side is their value proposition canvas. And we built it in stages by working with their customers and stakeholders, understanding their personas and persona profiles, and using that as an input to help use these two models to have discussions with their board in terms of what their target operating model should look like. So those were models used to help you think about strategy. Here are some examples of models you can use to help facilitate change within the organization. So again, examples of these models have been shared with you earlier today. So I'm going to show you some of my models. We're going to look at some service delivery models, service blueprints, persona profiles, as well as how I've used capability models to help drive and support the change agenda in organizations as well. I've got an example here of an engagement model that I created for the enterprise architecture team. So I hope you find these models and examples useful. So as a business architect, we need to extend ourselves beyond just capability modeling, beyond just business motivation modeling. as Prashant's presentation, in Prashant's presentation, you would have heard him talk about his company taking a human-centered design approach. And that is really critical because in our day of delivering and transforming our services to be more digital, we need to be using things like psychographic analytics, profiling our personas, getting closer to them, truly getting into the mind of our customers, so that when we design for the future, these designs are aligned to what the data is telling us needs to happen. So over here, you've got examples of work that we did through Evolve and Amplify, where we used data and conducted interviews with people, you and me out there, Joe Blow, to try and understand what are the personas that we need to engage with, and then profiling them in a more detailed way, so that when it came to now creating and documenting the customer journeys, we understood these journeys better. We understood the emotions. We could empathize with these customers when we redesigned and offered them a new architecture and a new operating model. Experience design models like your product roadmaps and your service blueprints are, again, very critical models for you to learn how to draw as a business architect, because it's important to connect experiences. Remember, we're connecting the front stage with the backstage. So if we know what product and service delivery we want to offer, we can then better align what happens on our backstage through the actual product design and service design and the support of our systems and solutions to deliver better experiences. So the service blueprint that you can see on the bottom right-hand side is actually quite complex and detailed. This is not something that I would present just like this to a customer. I'd actually walk them through this model to tell the rich story of how we're working to connect our front stage with our backstage. Next, using capability models. So this is a client I did some work for in Southeast Asia, where we offered them a capability model and showed them how to use the capability model to forecast their maturity over time, so that they could see, appreciate, and understand what they needed to do and what they needed to invest in order to deliver their digital transformation. So again, getting involved in using these tools becomes a critical part of your architecture story as a business architect. This is another way we have used the capability models to now become the support of investment planners. As a business architect, I can now use the capability model to now highlight and place overlays. So what I'm doing here is connecting data with insights. I'm connecting where should the organization invest in order to uplift the capability maturity across people, process, information, and technology as well. So now not only am I helping the business to make better investment decisions, on the bottom right, I'm connecting those investment decisions with moments that matter. So I'm bringing together and integrating investments and directly correlating them with, if you invest in this way, these are the moments that matter on the customer side that you will be contributing to. If we don't invest in these capability improvements, our customers are not going to have great experiences. And if we have a failure in any of these moments that matter, we are at risk of losing our customers. This is an example of a business engagement model for enterprise architecture services. So again, a very simple model that you as a business architect should be able to whip up in a couple of hours. Maybe it will take you a day. But having very simple models that shows how you connect customer with the service that you offer is really important for you to be able to have conversations with. What do you do? What value do you offer? And why should you, as a business or a customer, come to me to receive a service? So having models on a page that can comprehensively articulate how the business finds you and receives value from you is really important. So you can apply the skill set on behalf of the business as well and show them what their customer engagement model looks like as well. You can do similar things for employee engagement models. So if we're redesigning our employee capabilities, our HR, finance, IT, whatever that is, use these same techniques as you would with the business to design customer experiences, to now design employee experiences as well. Use the models in workshops to take people along on journeys with you so that they buy into the change that you then propose. Journey mapping doesn't belong to the customer side alone. It also belongs to employee interactions, and employee experiences are as, if not more important than customer experiences. Simply put, if customers aren't having great experiences using your digital tools or your tools of your business, they are not going to be offering the best experiences to your customers. So making sure that people have the right tools to do their work allows you as a business architect to support your own backline. So I've shown you a lot of models that you as a business architect should be doing, and the ways in which you can practice using those models in the business today. So I'm coming towards the end of the presentation, and what I wanted to cover with you now is what skills do you need to practice business architecture today? I think you've seen through the presentation and have a good comprehension of the technical skills that business architects need. Modeling is one of the top ones. But I'm going to go through what the left-hand side of this slide says, because I think they are actually more critical for business architects to have today. The soft skills, and you heard Daryl talking about Bart Papagai and what he thinks is important for architects to have in terms of skills. Bart also emphasizes soft skills, and maturing our soft skills is critical for us to practice any type of enterprise architecture. So hence, very critical for us in business architecture as well. Listening. This is one of the first things, one of the first lessons I learned the hard way. My customers are not here for me to teach them about business architecture. My customers are not here my customers are here to listen, to have me listen to them in terms of what are their problems, what are their challenges, what is it that they're trying to do. And by listening, to then build empathy for what those challenges are, to have an appreciation for them. Yesterday, I ran a strategy workshop with a client, and towards the end, the client actually said, Christine, one of the things that you have to appreciate when we are defining the vision for our digital services is that our customers only reach out to them during their worst moments in their lives. And therefore, that immediately drew on my empathy skill, that when I'm trying to define a vision statement for digital services, I have to make sure I use my own empathy to build empathy into that statement as well, because it's going to direct the rest of the organization to be empathetic as well. Leadership being another soft skill that, again, a lot of organizations invest time in growing leaders in their organizations, but the leaders, these trained leaders, very rarely get to practice or are supervised to practice what leadership actually means. So leadership means walking that talk, doing what you say everybody else should be doing. So if your own business architecture practice is not working well, you can't expect to be then going out and advising other people in the business how to set up their own business models and optimally deliver products and services. So start by leading and showing people through leadership on how to be successful at business architecture. Business architects need to learn how to connect things, and that's what I mean by networking. We need to be able to connect the right people and the problems with the right solutions. And the only way we can do that is by building a significant network, whether it's within your organization or it's outside your organization. You need that network because it allows you to accelerate how quickly you can connect solutions with problems and deliver well. To be inquisitive is another critical skill, because when you're inquisitive is when you get to innovate. If you are constantly in the mode of challenging the status quo, it allows you to broaden your ability to practice business architecture and add a lot of value to solving the problem that you're looking at right now. I always say business architects and enterprise architects and all architects need to be brave. And that comes with challenging respectfully, not doing things the same way because that's the way it's always been done. Business architects need to lead the change in the business, and therefore to be brave and immerse yourself in the business to show people in a safe way how they can change effectively and how can they embed this new change within their business areas. A skill I've had to draw on quite often as a business architect is negotiating. I've always felt that business architecture tends to become the meat in the sandwich, where the business wants things to happen really quick, and IT on the other side perhaps is not delivering it or understands what the business wants to deliver. So I've always found I've had to negotiate between these two groups in organizations and with vendors and with risk managers and with security, especially cybersecurity, to negotiate a solution that would work well for everyone. And quite often I find that as a business architect, I end up being more like the UN in the company, being objective in the assessments in terms of what the business wants and being objective in assessing what's the best solution to offer up to solve the problem. I'm not going to drain the slide in terms of technical skills because I think through the presentation, you've got a fairly good understanding of what business architects need to have in order to be successful as a practitioner. And we've only got 10 minutes left. So the last section of my presentation, I want to leave you with thinking about what can you do to help shift mindsets? What can you do to help people think more about business architecture? And what support you need as a business architect to support your business as well. So I love this particular slide, which I used to teach quite often on the Applied Business Architecture course with EA Learning. This slide shows you where our practice in terms of architecture is moving. I still see a lot of clients practicing architecture in phase A and phase B, where what we're delivering is what I like to call useful architecture. We're helping people to reduce costs. We're reducing complexity in the organization by rationalizing our technology portfolios. We're doing little bits of improvement projects in terms of improving systems and how they work. And because we're doing that, we're kind of improving business processes as well. over the last 10 years, I've seen more of a shift into the trusted space, where people are now working more on business capability modeling and using capability planning as a tool to build trust with the business and therefore to improve business performance. We're seeing still not enough practice in phase D and E. We are seeing some companies really embrace human-centered design and human-centered ways of delivering great experiences to customers and citizens and so on and so forth, but not enough. Because a lot of people who are going down that digital transformation path are actually only doing useful architecture. They are not doing what I call partnership architecture. And what I mean by partnership architecture is where we have not just our business architects, but our enterprise architects as well, embedded in the business and working together with them at the same table on the same level to improve the way experience are delivered, to improve the way the business operates, and to make decisions together as a group rather than working like a service provider. So therefore, we can be part of that change. We can bring that change together by now participating in multidisciplinary teams using a framework like this, where we can bring the right solution delivery teams and the people with the right knowledge of what the problem is that we're trying to solve, so that we can work together to solve problems and innovate. We can now participate not just in governance, but in the actual delivery of change, right from strategy through to when change is embedded in the organization. We can participate in each one of these other capability areas across portfolio, program, project, and change management as well. We can be part of the change as business architects to now deliver the wow. We can help the business to look at different ways of how to increase desirability, how to assess viability, and how to ensure that we have the right skills and resources to feasibly implement the outcomes that our business is after. And on that note, Daryl, I'm done with 6 minutes to spare.
Fantastic, Christine, thank you for that. I'm just going to click on this button here and just pop up this comment from Strategic Architects. And yeah, just a comment there about informative and contemporary and very valuable. So yeah, thank you for that comment, and I agree wholeheartedly. So as I said at the top of the session, just spend an hour with Christine. You'll walk away with new ideas and new perspectives, and you'll be a better architect as a result of it. So appreciate your time in sharing all of that with us, Christine. Look, I have a bunch of questions. Sure. We only have 5 minutes left, so it's going to be difficult. I might just pick a couple. And I know that we're going to be talking as part of a panel in an event a couple of weeks from now, so maybe I'll keep some of those questions and ask you some difficult ones on the day. But yeah, do appreciate you spending some time with us. And let me just tweak that a little bit. There you go. And so let me ask you a couple of questions. I'll make an observation, I guess, when you were talking about empathy, that back a few years ago, I was working for one of the major banks here in Australia, and I used to sort of jokingly say that we offered architecture and counselling services. Because there was always that human element of the people that we were dealing with, and they were always challenged by a lot of complexity. And being able to sort of help them with the change that was going on in their world, as well as them helping us to sort of architect the change that the business was asking for. So yeah, I take the point on that. I did want to ask a little bit about language. And it reminds me of a situation I had a couple of years ago where there was a desire to adopt an industry reference model. But a reluctance to do so from the business because they didn't recognise the terms that are in it. And I was just wondering what your experience was in determining an effective vocabulary to use with a business when you're trying to help them understand.
It's a good question, Daryl. And, you know, there are two dreaded words in TOGAF, which I actually really love. It's called the enterprise continuum, right? It's a really good framework because I think people don't understand how to use industry reference models. An industry reference model can never just be taken off a website or picked up from a network drive and used immediately in the business. If you do that, that's when the business will never want to use it because, as you said, the language is unfamiliar. What's important for us as architects is to convert the industry reference model. It's only meant to be used as a reference. You need to convert it into the language that your business uses and where they immediately recognize themselves in the model. If they don't recognize themselves in the model, they will never use it. The other key thing is when you're developing a reference model, and I had to do one for a stockbroking company I've been supporting, there is no industry reference model to use. So what the heck where do you start from? So I think in both these cases, it's really critical to take your business on the journey with you when you're developing the model so that they can understand and appreciate the struggles and challenges with building your model. And they can offer their insights and their perspectives on how things should be assembled and organized and laid out. And when they do that, they buy in and they're willing to use it. So in this particular stockbroking company, they have now reached the CEO of the organization by just doing a simple investment overlay on the capability model. Where are we spending all our money, right? And that's an amazing success story because we went from nothing.
Yeah, that's a great point. A comment there from Terry. I always love listening to your work, Christine. So thanks, Terry, for that comment. And that brings us to the end of the hour. So Christine, thanks very much for sharing your knowledge with us again, and really looking forward to the next time. No, it's great.
Always
great having
appreciate
you. Always great having you, Christine. So I'm sure we'll talk again soon. All right.
Absolutely. See you, Daryl.
Right. Bye. All right. So now we're going to move on to our next presentation. And it was really good that towards the end of Christine's presentation that we started talking about capability modeling. It seems without any real intent that we've strung these, particularly these Australian presentations together. This is, I think, 3 hours into the Australian sort of sector now, and all of the talks seem to be feeding into each other, which is awesome. And it continues again with our next speaker, Jen Seat, from here in Perth with me, so not too far away, and. He's the CEO and founder of Agility, which is a capability-based planning tool. So I am going to hand over to you, Chen, and you're going to be talking to us about the 6 steps of Agility.
Yes, thank you very much, Daryl, for inviting me, and hopefully you can hear me all right. The tech's working?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks everyone for inviting me to speak at this event. I think it's fantastic to be able to gather around the world and share our learnings. So without further ado, I'll launch straight into it. And let me know if everything's working.
Yep.
You can see my, let me share my slides.
If you can share off of a screen, it might be better rather than sharing from within the platform, but either way is good.
Screen. You have to apologize for a bit croaky voice too.
All right, there we go. I've just popped that up. So over to you.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm presenting to you what we've accumulated in terms of years of experience in undertaking capability-based planning. And through that learning, we've had the opportunity to simplify a particular method down to what we now call stability steps, which is just a simple 6-step method. And so for this presentation, I'd like to take the opportunity to explain to you this simple capability-based approach for translating strategic vision and goals into a roadmap. And before we launch into that, let me just explain why we do that. In this presentation, we will talk about why capability-based planning, and how does that differ from traditional program project-based planning, experience of undertaking this and how we came up with the method. And we will go into detail with a specific example. I'd like to just showcase a particular example. So it's not just talking about the theory of agility 6 steps, but also looking into a specific example and how you can apply this in an iterative, incremental manner to create what I call a minimum viable strategic roadmap. And then finally, I'll show you how you could potentially use these 6 steps in a myriad of tools. So why capability-based planning? As a consultant, having done a lot of strategic road mapping type work with various clients around different places, it's very common to actually walk into a client and they would no doubt have some sort of a strategy that's been developed. Whether that strategy is, sometimes it's just a one-line statement, a vision of intent. Sometimes there's a whole document that articulates a strategy. And the reality is there's lots of different ways that organizations go about creating this strategy. And there's tons of books on it, right? But what's very common for most organizations is most organizations then struggle to translate that strategy into a plan. So what's the plan, Stan? And what we found is that a capability-based planning approach is a really great approach for bridging the gap between strategic vision and goals and execution planning. So when you apply a simple capability-based planning approach, that enables you to create a capability-based roadmap. So this is a high-level roadmap that can articulate how you're going to get from A to B to achieve your strategic vision and goal. And that high-level roadmap is a great starting point to get your stakeholders on board, the consensus building, as well as getting the agreement as to what's in scope and the timeline for when you can achieve it. And that's a really good input into then the more detailed execution planning. Right. So we think that a capability-based planning approach, and in particular a capability-based roadmap, is the bridge between strategic vision, goal, and execution planning. So why capability-based planning? So in my mind, there are 5 key reasons why capability-based planning works really well. One is that it really helps you to focus on what needs to change rather than jumping first into the solution. So it's actually not uncommon to see a lot of people when they have an outcome or a vision, goal that they need to achieve, they gather a bunch of people together into a brainstorming session and they just literally dream up or burp up a bunch of initiatives that they need to execute. And then from there, they try to then understand, well, if these are the initiatives that we need to execute, what's the capability that's going to change? Well, actually, capability-based planning approach takes a more capability-driven mindset to it, which is, let's look at what capability needs to change first. And then on the basis of that capability change, that's when we determine what initiatives or actions we need to take to make that change to the capability, not vice versa. The other reason for capability-based planning is that it helps us to shift away from a functional departmental view of the world. So we're not hung up about how we're organizing ourselves. We're looking at, irrespective of how we're organized, what capabilities do we actually have? What capabilities do we need to change? So you take a capability view of the world rather than a functional departmental view of the world. And it breaks down some of that silo mindset that a lot of stakeholders have, which is, hey, that's my function. I'm focused on just that function. Number 3 is build consensus with business stakeholders with common understanding of capabilities. So this is the common language thing. As an architect, when you can talk about capabilities with business in terms of business capabilities, then you can actually relate with the business stakeholders, and they can relate with you because you're talking the same language. And one of the beauties of a capability mindset and capability-based planning approach is that when you're thinking about capabilities, you're looking at holistically, what are all the capabilities that makes up that area that I'm looking at that needs to be analyzed? And that holistic view allows you to then make sure that you haven't missed anything in identifying what needs to change. A capability-based planning approach, number 4, helps us to also create a substantiated roadmap. Now, if you take a methodical, systematic approach to how you formulate what needs to change based on capabilities, and you're able to provide linkages of this back to the why you're making the change, then that will help you to create a substantiated roadmap. So back to my story at the beginning, if you just have brainstorming session, you're just dreaming up initiatives, it's actually very hard to substantiate. How did you come up with those initiatives? And the last point there is that a capability-based planning approach and taking capability viewpoint actually does help architects, enterprise architects in particular, to narrow in and know which area of capabilities I should focus on in taking the next step in doing the detailed modeling. Having done an enterprise architecture assignment in previous life, I'm on one of the culprits where in the past I would have gone into an organization and I may have gone about and tried to model the entire enterprise, current state and target state. By the time you finish that, the world's changed and you're forever trying to catch up. And I'm an advocate now that, hey, if you took a much higher level view and you formulated a business capability viewpoint first, and that's a great way to then identify, having seen which capability needs to change, that's the area that you potentially could dive into as an enterprise architect to model into the next layer of detail. So they're the 5 key points I think that is good to remember in terms of why capability-based planning. So let's have a quick walk through then what's the difference between capability-based planning and your traditional program project planning approaches. Now, this is just a very simple view of it. And in a traditional program project planning type mindset, you might start with what's the scope, and you may even determine what's the outcome we may need to achieve. And you would typically take a work breakdown structure, decompositional view, top-down view, and break that down into what's the work we need to do to achieve the outcome. And that work could be comprised of a series of projects, if it's a program, or if it's a project, and they're all just a bunch of tasks, and that might be broken down into finer things. So the mindset here is really about what work needs to be done. And with a capability-based planning approach, it's not dissimilar in the sense it's top-down. We also start with what's the problem we're solving for and what's the objectives that we need to achieve to solve those problems. But we're taking a different tack to it, which is we're not looking at what work needs to be done first. We're looking at, well, what capabilities have we got that needs to be changed, or what new capabilities would we need so that we can meet our objectives and solve our problems. So we're taking a very capability-based thinking to it first, rather than work-based. And it's on the basis of what capabilities that needs to change. That's what drives the formulation of what work would need to be done. So in the nutshell, the key difference really between what's a traditional program project sort of decompositional view, how you formulate that, and a capability-based planning approach is one's very focused on what work needs to be done, the other's focused on what capability change needs to be done. So we took that sort of line of thinking and said, okay, well, what if you could combine these two from a top-down, bottom-up approach? What if we took a capability-based approach that's top-down, and then you fed that up in a bottom-up approach with a program project planning line of thinking. That's really the basis of how we derive what we now call agility steps. So agility steps are made up of 6 steps: challenges, objectives, capabilities, actions, initiative, and roadmap. And you can see how they correspond to this diagram, which is that challenges aligns to what's the problem we're solving for. Objectives are what's the outcome we need to achieve. Capabilities are capabilities. And out of there, when you formulate a list of actions, you can then feed that in a bottom-up approach to a project formulation mindset, which is given the work we need to do to make changes, capabilities, how do we then group these into packages of work that we call initiatives that could ultimately land on a roadmap that we can execute? So that's really how we came up with the agility 6-step method. So as a consultant, as I mentioned before, and having engaged with different stakeholders in business, we've previously applied lots of different methods to how we go about doing this type of work. And one thing we notice is that, hey, we start to engage, as Christine described, partnering with business people on formulating strategic type work. If we start talking to them in lingo and languages that's based on our favorite method, and that's not in language that they understand, then it adds complexity to that engagement. So if we start talking about motivational models and value driver trees and Archimate notation and all that, to be honest, most business people, they couldn't care less. So what we decided to do was actually simplify that down into what we now call agility steps, which is 6 simple steps in language that hopefully business people can understand. And so therefore we can be on the same page in terms of what needs to be done. So these are the agility 6 steps. And you'll notice that we don't capture here, and we don't have a first step, which is what's your vision and goal. As I said at the outset, everyone captures that and defines that differently. And so what we do on the other hand is we start by asking, whatever your vision and goals are, what's stopping you from achieving it? What's the challenges that you face, whether that's a problem or an opportunity? And then what's the outcomes or objectives you will need to achieve so that you can address those challenges? And by being able to play back those challenges and objectives, you're playing back an understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. And then in the middle, the 2 capability and action step, that's all about analyzing, well, what is it we need to change in the organization if we are to meet our objective and solve our challenges? And then finally, we have initiatives and roadmap, which is then about packaging up the actions into manageable chunks of work that we can then prioritize and lay onto a roadmap to visualize for our stakeholders how we're going to go from A to B. And that's agility 6 steps. So to elaborate that a little bit further, this diagram shows the relationships of the information between each of these steps. And this is a really simple model. And in essence, for each challenge that you formulate, you'd ask yourself the question, what's the 1 or maybe 3 objectives that you would need to describe that would help me to address that challenge? And for each objective that you formulated that's required to address a challenge, which capabilities would be required to actually meet that objective? And for the capability that's described to meet the objective to solve that challenge, what specific actions would you need to take for that capability to meet the objective to address that challenge? So you can see from challenge all the way to actions, it's that top-down, capability-based driven approach where the actions are completely driven by what capabilities need to change to meet the objective to solve the challenge. And of course, you can go about and just execute all those actions, but the reality is that you'll probably end up with hundreds and maybe even thousands of actions. It's not that manageable, right? Which is why we brought in the the bottom-up project program planning approach, which is then to go, how do we then group these actions into packages of work that we can easily manage? And so here we're now assigning actions into our initiatives, and each of the initiatives are potentially prioritized and then laid out onto a roadmap. So that's the methodology of the Jability 6 steps. And it would be good now for me to walk through how would you apply it in the real world. So before I dive into the detail of this example, let me set the scene, the context. Red Jabber is let's say it's a fictitious organization. They're a traditional toy manufacturing company, and they are a wholesaler that's more used to just selling it to a local retailer who then go about selling it to customers, than dealing with customers directly. They're a very conservative organization, but they've got a grand vision, which is to reach the heart of every child through imaginative play using their natural toys, natural way. And they're seeking to expand globally, and they are embarking on a 3-year digital transformation program to achieve this. So not unlike a lot of organizations, they may even have a one-page strategy on a page that looks like this. As I said, you go from one customer to another. Some people have just a one-line vision statement. Some people have an entire book. Right or wrong, we're not here to judge Red Jabber. They've got this one page that articulates what's their strategy or vision. They articulate here their drivers, which is, hey, they want to obviously survive and be profitable, and they want to impact generation and generation of kids. They want to be sustainable, not only economically, but environmentally, but also to be seen to be a fun and engaging sort of product company. They've identified that there are 5 key strategic imperatives. Firstly, they need to market their products through digital channels. They need to then respond by having automated manufacturing processes to be able to meet the volume demand that they anticipate. They also think they need to diversify the workforce because, being a traditional toy manufacturing company, they've got an aging workforce and who don't really understand much about the younger generation and what they're looking for. They're hoping to grow, and finally, of course, they want to create appealing products. And then on the bottom there, they've articulated some of the common business problems they face, including, some of their toy retailers that they've noticed they've all shut shop because most people buy things online now. So I hope that's helped to set the context, right? So let's go through the Jability steps in that context. So if we were to formulate what's the challenges that Red Jabber face, what they would go about doing is to list what's the challenges we face in order for us to achieve that vision in the next 3 years. And they may have formulated 40, 50 different challenges. But what we typically then do is we prioritize this when we bubble up to the top, the list of the challenges that we feel can be achieved within the time horizon, 3 years. And in this case here, again, we're not here to judge Red Jabber. They formulated these 6 key challenges they feel they need to solve for. And not surprisingly, they've articulated that there's a lack of a digital transformation leadership capability in their organization. Their organization is still stuck in old practices, and there's not much of a digital culture in the organization. Their manufacturing processes are very labor intensive. And as we mentioned earlier, they're still marketing as a wholesaler and have little to no online marketing capabilities. They currently do not collect much information or data in order to make decisions. And lastly, they are very traditional organization that's quite rigid in how they do things. So a lot of challenges in both people, process, and physical in terms of what they need to solve in order to transform. So that's the first step done in the Jability step. We formulated a set of challenges we need to solve for. So when we jump into the next step, which is objectives, here we're tasked with articulating here on the left-hand side, we can see there the 6 challenges that they formulated earlier. Now we're tasked with simply articulating what's the 1 or 3 objectives that we can formulate that'll help us to solve each of these challenges. And so the first one is, hey, we need to appoint a digital transformation lead and get that done within the next 3 months. The next one is we need to raise the digital competency across the whole organization to at least level 2. So that'll be the European digital competency framework that they're applying here. And if you look further down, there's objective number 5, which is, hey, we need to have online sales making up 70% of our overall sales. And that's the objective we would need to achieve if we are to address the challenge that we know that we are actually now an online retailer, which is the challenge number 4. So in the objectives, we're simply listing 1 to 3 objectives that we can link to each of the challenge that we have articulated. So challenge and objective, that's fairly straightforward, right? Business people can understand this. Now we move on to capabilities. In the capabilities step, what we're tasked to do is then to map out what are the capabilities that makes up this organization. Now, because of real estate on a PowerPoint slide, I'm not going to put the entire capability map onto the screen, and it's probably too much detail anyway. What I have done is I've just taken a snippet of the capability map for Red Jabber, and here you can see that across the marketing to customer success value chain, the capabilities are marketing the product, selling the product, manufacture the product on demand, order handling and shipment, pick, pack, dispatch, and then finally supporting the customer along the after sales support. So with a capability map like this, we can not only describe what are the level 1 capabilities, but we can also describe within it what's the sub capabilities, if you like, that makes up, say, marketing management. So here we've got customer experience, campaign management, brand management. All of these makes up marketing management. So in agility way of thinking, what we do is we not only map the capability, but we also describe what's the change. Is there change required? And we use this color coding as a heat mapping method to describe what's the change. So if it's blue in color, it means no change required. And if it's gray, it means it exists today, but in the next 3 years, the time horizon, it's not required anymore. So it's a deprecated capability. And if it's a yellow color capability, then it's a capability that exists today, but there's a low level of change required to it. If it's orange, it means it exists today and there's a medium level change. And red if it's a high level of change. And then finally, purple in color, they simply say it's a new capability. We don't have this at all. So through this color coding, we can see on a capability map the current state and the target state in one very simple viewpoint. Now, this does not take away the need in some organizations where enterprise architecture is done to a degree where you may want to do a current state capability map and a target state capability map and try and map the transition between one another. This is meant to be just a very simple, high-level, quick snapshot of what's the capability behind what needs to change. It's at a level that you can engage very quickly with business stakeholders to understand what needs to change. And one of the important things we do in how we approach capability mapping is that we link our capabilities to our objectives. And you can see here, customer experience is linked to objective number 5, and that's what that little tag here represents. And you can see that number 5, objective number 5, well, that's the one where online sales are over 70% of overall sales. So it's very important for us to actually link a capability to an objective, because that's how we identify, well, which one of these capabilities is actually fundamentally required so that we can meet our objectives and ultimately to address our challenges. So you can see then that we've got a few other capabilities, and some of them are even linked to more than one objective, and that can happen, of course. So on the basis of those capabilities that are linked to an objective and have been articulating as needing to change, those are the ones we need to focus our attention on. And they're the ones we need to then describe what actions we would need to take then for that capability that's linked to an objective. And you can see that although we've described that campaign management needs to change because it's an orange in color, we haven't linked to any objective, and maybe we're missing an objective, or maybe we haven't got around to it. But if that is in fact true, is not required to meet any specific objective, then we know that even though we've captured that one of the stakeholders said it needs to change, we may not spend any time trying to elaborate what that list of actions are for that capability, because doing so is just a waste of time because it's not going to help to meet the objective to solve the problems. So that's how simple it is in terms of where we should focus our attention for elaborating the capability, which takes us to the next step. Now, before I do that, let me just dive very quickly into what do we mean by business capability in the context of what makes up a capability. And I know there are different viewpoints on this, so this is how I would look at it in terms of what's a business capability. We know a business capability, depending on who you talk to, it's the building blocks in an organization that describes what it does, right? And when we think of a business capability in a classical sense, we often think about, well, who are the people involved in that business capability? What processes they use to do what they do, and what physical tools they use to do what they do. As I said, that's a classical view. The reality is that in the more modern view, there's a multi-dimensional view of what's a business capability, and information certainly is an important component to it. Well, what information do they use to do what they do? And maybe even what technology they use, where are they located, and what culture is it, and what's the organization. And you notice I've left it open here because the reality is there may be other dimensions that you may need to consider. Security might be one that comes to mind for me. Using this sort of framework, it's a really good technique for how you go about formulating actions. So how we go about it is that in the action step then, for a capability customer experience that's linked to objective number 5, so customer experience is a new capability because it's purple in color, and it's linked to objective number 5. And so the question is, what do we need to do to establish customer experience as a capability so that we can meet objective number 5, which is that online sales are over 70% of overall sales. And how we do that is to ask the question, what do we need to do for that capability when we're considering what's the people actions that we need to think about? What's all the process actions we need to think about? What's all the physical actions? So what people actions are required for establishing customer experience as a capability to meet objective number 5? What process actions do we need to think about? So this is a really good framework then to help you to ensure coverage, to have considered all the possible actions that are required to meet objective number 5 to establish that capability. Now, I've only listed some of the actions here based on this dimension. Maybe some of these dimensions are not relevant, don't matter. Maybe we haven't got around to finishing it all. But here are some examples. We need to appoint someone who's going to be the customer experience lead. We're going to design the customer experience operating model. We're going to implement the new customer experience operating model. We're going to map the customer experience digital future. And then we're going to implement a tool to how we map that. So there's just examples of some of the actions that may have been formulated as things we need to do, the actions we need to do to establish that capability to meet objective number 5. So that's what we would do in the action step. Now, you do that for all the capabilities that are linked to an objective, and you may end up with a visual map that might look like this. And that's simply saying, hey, customer experience, what's made up of all these actions? And customer relationship management, well, that's made up of all these actions, and so on, right? So that's just an example when you do that. So we move on then down to the initiative step. And as we said earlier in the initial step, we formulate a list of actions based on the capability. Then we're tasked with, well, how do we then group these actions into initiatives, package of work? And here's the example again for customer experience, which is made up of a list of actions. And now all we're doing is saying, well, which one of these actions fall into this piece of work? And we're just simply assigning the action to a package of work. Now this is the part where it can be a little bit of an art form as much as a science. It's a bit like in project planning, where there's somewhat of an art form sometimes in actually how you group activities and tasks together that can be manageable in terms of when you execute it. So what you have to do is group these related actions into packages of work and then give that package of work a name, and that would form your initiatives. Now, Agility specifically is a generic method. In terms of what you define as an initiative, well, it all boils down to the granularity of what you define as to whether an initiative is in its own right a program of work, or an initiative is a project, or an initiative is just an activity. So if you think about Agility steps, if you apply that at a board level for a large organization, then the initiatives could ultimately be a program of work. This could be a 10-year plan with 50 initiatives, and each one of these initiatives is a program of work. If you apply that at a business function level, then the initiative could be a project. You apply that to a team level where you're just doing the next 3-6 months of planning, well, that could be just a set of activities, right? So Agility can be applied at all those levels, and how you define in terms of granularity of the actions for the capability, and when you group it into an initiative, that determines whether it's a program of work, initiative, or project, and so forth. So having formulated a bunch of initiatives, then it might look like this. All the actions that have been grouped into various packages of work that we call an initiative. And now, I don't have time today to talk about how we would go about prioritizing all these initiatives, but you can certainly do that. And then having prioritized these initiatives, then you can finally then lay that out onto a roadmap that might look like this. And I say it might look like this because clearly lots of different ways of visualizing a roadmap. This is just how we prefer to visualize a roadmap. And in essence, what this style roadmap is showing me is an initiative is just represented as a dot, and that dot is analogous to a milestone on a Gantt chart, and it's simply showing me when do I need that initiative delivered by. It's not showing me when does it start. It's not showing me how long it's going to take, because at this sort of high level of planning, there's no way I know how long it's going to take to deliver this initiative. All I need to know is when I need it by. So this style roadmap helps me to understand what's the scope of all the initiatives that I need to deliver over the 3-year time horizon so that I can build those capabilities to meet the objectives and solve the challenges. And what's the sequence that these initiatives must be delivered in? So what's the bouncing ball for how we're going to get there? And that's the style of roadmap that we prefer to use. And it's a high-level strategic roadmap as opposed to an implementation plan. So when you've actually done that and you follow those steps of Agility from challenges to objectives and so forth all the way to the roadmap, and you follow that and you link those steps along the way, what you're ultimately able to do is create a substantiated roadmap. See, if I will now work backwards, well, that little dot there is the initiative called Customer Experience Mapping. And that's required, Customer Experience Map. And it's made up of these 3 actions. And those actions will derive from a capability called Customer Experience. And Customer Experience is linked to this objective. And that objective is required to solve that challenge. So that's how we create a substantiated roadmap. So the stakeholders will go, hey, well, how come that initiative on that roadmap? Well, let me explain. following the 6 steps to ability, because everything's linked, you can explain it. You can substantiate why that initiative on the roadmap. Right. Oh, what's happened there?
You've lost your screen share there, Chen. Is that was that intentional?
Nope, not intentional.
All
We're
right,
back.
let me just add that back. Yep.
Excellent. Right. So let's talk about this iterative incremental approach to creating a strategic roadmap. As much as I've explained the Agility steps are being sequential, Agility steps can in fact be executed in this iterative incremental way. And this diagram shows how you can do that. It's not surprising in some organizations who use Agility steps as a way of actually creating a roadmap that they start with initiatives. As much as I don't like the idea that we should formulate initiatives on the basis of just doing brainstorming session, the reality, pragmatically, it still happens. Executive come out of a workshop and hey, here's 50 initiatives we've just dreamt up, we need to execute. So you as an architect now could potentially start from initiatives and actually work backwards to go, okay, those are the initiatives that we said we have to deliver, and these are the actions that's required for those initiatives. Well, which capabilities will actually help us to deliver to, which objectives that help us to meet, and what challenges are solved for? And sometimes you end up with a really good substantiation of why not those initiatives, because actually they don't seem to help us solve those challenges after all. So if you apply this iterative incremental approach to creating a strategic roadmap, then the way that I prefer to work is that rather than actually start with challenges and perfecting the list of challenges, then move to objectives and perfect that list of objectives and so forth, a better way to work is actually to simply list the challenges that, to the best of your knowledge, that's the list of challenges and it's good enough. Now move forward. And then articulate the list of objectives that, to the best of knowledge, that's all you can articulate for now. Move forward. So you push forward as soon as you've got something on paper, and you keep pushing forward, and ultimately you've got a scratching of a roadmap. And you may decide to cycle through this a few more times. And if you do that, then you may end up with what I call a minimum viable strategic roadmap. It's good enough that you can actually share with your stakeholders to gather feedback on. And it might be good enough that that's, to the best of our knowledge, that's how we're going to execute. As we know, you can spend months doing this type of work, but the reality is once you've got that, a few weeks down the track, the world's changed. Something would happen, and you've got to come back and make changes. So it's better to get something quickly out the door so that you can get feedback and gain understanding from stakeholders, and then be able to adjust and adapt your roadmap along the way. And so this iterative incremental approach, I think, is the better way of applying the Agility steps than a purely sequential way of doing them. So how can you actually do this? How do you follow Agility steps? What sort of tools can you use to do that? Now we have this canvas that you could use, and you can print this as a A3 sheet, a poster, and you can actually scribble in here my list of challenges, objectives, and so forth. And I've got a little example here, and again, because of the PowerPoint slide real estate, I've broken it up into several slides just to show you. Now, in this example, using the Canvas approach, this is Red Yabba's IT strategic roadmap. This is the IT strategic roadmap in support of their digital transformation roadmap. And so here they've got challenges, which includes, the business seeking to for digital transformation leadership from IT. Oh, gee, interesting. And we list the objectives here, and you can see how we can provide the linkage between objectives and challenges by simply putting in brackets, hey, that objective, or that's linked to challenge number 1, or that objective, that's linked to challenge number 2. And then when we come to capabilities, we can list the capabilities that's required to meet each objective. So IT leadership capability, that's required to meet objective number 1, and it's a medium level change, and so forth. So we can actually list the capabilities that are required, which objectives do they help us to meet, what's the level of change. And for each of those capabilities, we can then simply list, well, what's the action required for that capability to meet that objective, to solve that challenge? And we can do that here like so. And once we've done that, we can then formulate the list of initiatives. So this is really then just reorganizing that list of actions into package of work that we call initiatives. And we've done that here. So all the actions that was formulated, then just now regroup into package of work. Once we've got this, we can now lay that down onto a visual representation of a roadmap. So that roadmap could look something like this, right? So again, the style and how you present that roadmap is really up to you. And this is just our preferred way of how we represent a roadmap. And so those verticals are what we call stages, and the horizontals are what we call themes. Another way of doing this, and thanks to COVID, products like Miro, Mural, whiteboard collaboration tools have become extremely popular. And some of our consultants use these tools, and because of working mostly remotely. And so what we can do is represent, as per this example, the 6 steps to agility as a frame within the collaboration board. So in the top there, we've got challenges. And if I was to dive in and have a look at what the challenge frame might look like, it could look something like this. And here we also use this as a collaboration workshop tool. So you can see here that we've got a 30-minute a time box that enables stakeholders to participate in the formulation of challenges. And we've got these post-it notes that they can drag onto this canvas area to articulate. Above the line are the opportunities, or above the water, opportunities, and below the water, they're the problems, right? So what's stopping this boat from sailing along and reaching its destination? What's the problem? What's the opportunities? So we can then list all these challenges in a collaboration board. And now these collaboration boards are really great for brainstorming these specific steps and collecting the information, but ultimately someone's still got to summarize it and put it into something that's more succinct and that can be articulated to everyone. So this is a really good place to start to create that content, but you may want to then harvest from this and put it into a PowerPoint deck, another tool, or whatever that you may want to use. Which leads me to my last point here, which is that, yes, there is a dedicated tool for doing this. As Daryl mentioned earlier, I'm a co-founder of Jability, and there's a tool called Jability, and there's a free plan, free license that you can use to do and follow the 6 steps of Jability to derive a strategic roadmap. And by all means, go there and check it out and see if it works for you. By the way, Jability as a step is simple, and simple enough that you don't actually have to use a dedicated tool. You can actually use PowerPoint if you want to. So wrapping it up now, I'm almost spot on time. In summary, I think the capability-based planning approach is a great way to bridge the gap between strategy and execution planning. And that the important thing is that with a capability-based planning approach, that initiatives are actually derived from capability change, not vice versa. And that's the most important point out of this, is that we should be deriving what initiative, what work we need to do on the basis of capability, not the other way around. And Jability Steps is a simple 6-step method that we've created for the basis of doing capability-based planning. And the way that things are linked in Jability Steps helps us to substantiate the initiatives on our roadmap. And finally, Jability Steps is simple enough that you can actually apply it using simple things, a sheet of paper and pencil, to a dedicated tool such as Jability. So that's it for me, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share about what we've created in terms of Jubilee Steps, and I hope this is something that you find useful and that you can actually apply in what you do yourself.
Great, thanks, Jen. I appreciate it. Great presentation. I just sort of bring up a comment that was made by Strategic Architects. So 6 steps makes a lot of sense, and I like how you can show the linkages between those 6 steps. So yeah, obviously resonating with the audience. Yep, absolutely. And it does actually remind me of some work I did a couple of years ago that had a what I called, I think at some stage I called it a linkage diagram, and other stages I called it a strategic alignment diagram, which was exactly this sort of concept. So taking the business drivers of the organisation and flowing it through to the initiatives that needed to be run and intersecting with the principles and values of the organisation at the same time. It's always a handy way to show those linkages, and I see you've done sort of something similar with this tool, which is great. Just some questions that have come in. There was one about what would you describe as the key successes that you've had in the use of this approach or this tool?
I think the key success that's come back from a lot of people who've used this tool is just that substantiation factor, right? One of the challenges as an architect in working with business stakeholders is, sometimes you're often asked to explain why that initiative. And the difficulty is not being able to defend those initiatives in a way that is in language that's simple enough to explain back to business stakeholders. And because Jubilee Steps is just 6 steps and it's in language that business stakeholders can understand, the key success then is when business stakeholders then ask why that initiative. Well, let me explain. Just as that diagram I showed you earlier, that can actually show that linkage back. That initiative is on the roadmap because this contains these actions. We said that this capability needs to change to meet that objective, to solve that challenge. It's as simple as that, right? And prior to that, we would have all sorts of different architecture models. We'd have to throw this model and them and this model. It's just too much detail, too hard to explain, right? And I think that's one of the key reasons why Jubilee works. So as much as the key factor is the ability to explain back to business stakeholders, it's also how quickly you can derive something in order to sometimes just challenge your own thinking and go and iterate again, right? And it's so easy to do that. And that enables you to evolve your thinking as well. So sometimes you might be in capability step and you're formulating some capabilities and you've got some objectives and you go, oh, well, what's going to help me solve that objective? Oh, I must be missing some capabilities, or vice versa. Well, what's the capabilities I need then to solve this? So it helps you to think through. And because of that linkage, it helps you to identify what's missing.
So in terms of getting a sense of scale of how you can apply this sort of framework and approach and tool set, what sort of organisations are we talking about? Is this something that fits more with the very large organisations, or does it scale down practically to smaller ones as well?
Yeah, so that's actually very surprising and very interesting to me, is that we've found that some people have used Jubilee, as I said, to do 10-year planning at a board level. And you think about it, the 6 steps are fairly generic, so it shouldn't matter where what we're articulating is initiatives, a large program of work or a smaller piece of work. So we definitely have people who've used Jubilee at the board level, a large multinational, down to a small not-for-profit who had 3 or 5 people in the organization. One comes to mind where originally, talking about the tool we built to support this, the tool actually supports things like estimation of, ballpark estimation costs. We rounded those numbers to $1,000 as the lowest estimate per activity or action. Sorry. This not-for-profit organization had their estimates at $100, $200, $300. We had to change our product to support them because, you know, I never anticipated someone would use it at that sort of level. But clearly it shows that Jubility as a method can be applied whether it's up here or down here.
Very good. Alnaz just commenting, thanks for the presentation, very great. So thanks for that comment, Alnaz. And yeah, it certainly was. And just a question then, sort of, it is I think possibly a deceptively simple looking approach, 6 steps, very colourful, easy to understand terminology. What do your user profile look like in terms of tool adoption? Who's using this and how are they using it?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. Recently, we did a study into the people who have been using Jubility to try and understand the persona of the people that are using it. And so we see clearly 2 camps. We see the architects and consultants, so consultants with an architecture discipline background who are using this. And they're using this predominantly not to replace their enterprise architecture tools, but as a great front-end tool to quickly grasp and engage with business and grasp an understanding of what's the problem solving for, what's the change we need, and what sort of work we need to do to establish that for our business stakeholders. On the basis of that, we'll go and model that in our architecture tool, right? So that's one side. The other side is the other user camp are VP level type people. And you think about it, they're the people who are tasked with making changes in the organization. And now they are tasked with making changes in the organization. For whatever reason, they may not be engaging with the traditional planning people, whether it's in IT, enterprise architects, or so forth, and they decide they want to do it themselves. And how I'm going to do it myself, I'm Googling, how do I do a strategic roadmap? Oh, they come across Jubility steps. That looks simple enough. Let me give that a go. So the other camp that's using Jubility are VP type people who are tasked with making a change in the organization.
That's great. It reminds me of some work I did a few years ago with an organization that was trying to sort of take the architectural approach and thinking styles back into the business environment and help people understand how you go about thinking about the organization in that way, how it's structured, how it works, how it can change. So you're seeing that sort of adoption that executives are starting to think differently about how to look at their orgs?
Yeah, so the executives certainly are very comfortable with the formulation of challenges and objectives. And the area I think that the executives probably have not had much exposure to initially is this idea of a capability-driven sort of mindset. You know, it's not uncommon for executives who are outcome-driven to just want to dive into what's the work I need to do to get this done, which is, you know, the sort of project program planning mindset. So when they come to Jubility and they start to realize, oh, how did I come up with the initiatives that I need to do? I literally came up with it on the basis of what I think needs to be done, as opposed to a methodical mindset of what do I need to change to make this happen? And so that's where I think some of the executives starting to realize the power of Jubility when they start to think that way. And it is working in that extent. So I've got a customer who's in a VP marketing type role, and she's actually managed to create a substantial roadmap and facilitate the executives the rest of the executives in the team to create a roadmap. And it clearly does show that if you make this simple enough, then business people can actually do this to some extent, you know. And it does take a mindset shift to some extent, but there are other business executives, the analytical ones, would definitely grasp this very quickly.
That's great. It did make me wonder whether or not you could introduce an alternative if they're not familiar with capabilities, whether you could introduce, say, substitute in business functions as a mechanism?
Well, yeah, certainly, you can certainly do that. I mean, to be honest, as much as I'm an advocate for capability-based planning, capabilities, hey, I'm one, I call myself a reformed enterprise architect. I won't get too hung up around whether this capabilities is strictly a capability or not a capability. Is it named correctly or not? Let's not get there. Let's not go there. What's more important about is identifying what needs to change, whether you call it a function or it's a capability. If we can pinpoint that's the thing that needs to change, that's all that matters, right? So if you decide to actually list the functions that needs to change in order, that's fine with me. If this is the function that helped me meet that objective, solve that challenge, and these are the actions required of that function, good enough. Obviously, if it's a more capability-centric view, which is looking at it from a people, process, information, technology, all those dimensional view, that's, for us in the architectural space, when we get it, so we're more willing to embrace that holistic thinking. But if a business person already starts to apply this, they miss the nuances of people, process, physical, and all those, it doesn't bother me. Right?
I wanted to interject because I caught the last of hi Daryl, hi Ted. I actually just wanted to ask a question and whether you saw the Agility tool set as it links to initiatives helping in more detailed design decisions, more giving more accurate results in how to compare and contrast options at the solution level, at the initiative level itself? Or are you seeing that people are starting to take those capability objectives pieces? So two questions. One, are you seeing it more being used at the solution level? And two, are you seeing it get pulled into the customer journey persona type levels and related in that way?
Yeah, I see that. I see people deriving initiatives on the basis of capability change, which helps them to focus the attention on where I need to focus my attention on solutionizing this change rather than solutionizing the change up front. So there's another school of thought, if you like, that sort of goes from, if I have this challenge, objectives, I need to formulate a course of action up front. So this sort of almost diving into what's my solution up front, whereas this is all about deferring the solution formulation until later.
So you've read the presentation already. Well, yeah, we call that the last responsible moment, which is a phrase that I got from Chris Cooper Bland. But we've been bouncing about, and it is interesting how late you can make decisions if you are focused on this kind of thing. What's the sort of largest application that you've seen of this in the sense of the number of people using it, and what were their challenges? How did they overcome those challenges? How did you help them overcome those challenges?
We're still in our early days in terms of our product. As a method, we've been applying this for many years now.
Yeah.
And so our own consulting company, that's the methodology we apply. And we've certainly applied that to large multinational organization down to the small organization. So we know that it as a method works, and we've certainly been successful in applying it as a method across multi-functions within large, global companies, and so that's well proven. It surprises me because it's just a simple method. I think the reason why it's so applicable, irrespective of which industry, irrespective of which level an organization, these 6 methods is just as applicable. So there's no barrier, I think, to using this in any organization, because fundamentally what these 6 steps is all about is if you've got a need to make a change, follow these steps up to understand and articulate what you need to do to go from A to B, right? So yeah, I mean, one of the first customers that bought our product is a large oil and gas company. I can't name them, but it's a large oil and gas company. And one of the beauty and one of the reasons why I love the product is they were able to then substantiate back to the stakeholders why we're not going to do these initiatives. You keep lobbing these initiatives over the fence for us to do, but I can tell you now why we're not going to do them, because when I map it all out, it doesn't solve these challenges we've just agreed that we need to solve for.
Yeah, so it's a good no saying method, right? I mean, because we always say if you say yes to everything, then you're saying no to everything at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the weakness for a lot of us in our industry is this inability to substantiate why not or why. Yeah,
absolutely. All right. Well, we better move on the event, but thanks, Chen, for sharing your thoughts, your experience, and that really, really useful approach to capability-based planning with us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Chen.
See you.
And now we move on to our next presentation, and this is an easy one for me. It's Paul Price, CEO and founder of ISA. I get to introduce the guy that was crazy enough to come up with the built idea in the first place.
One of these days, Daryl, we're going to have 2 streams running for 24 hours.
One of these days, and I can't wait.
It's my dream. 48 speakers in one day.
We'll get there. We will get there. And also I'm looking forward to the very first live built event as well. That's something that I know we've been talking about for a little while. So you just got to pick a nice city somewhere in the world, and maybe a little bit closer to where you are, and we'll all get together and talk about this stuff.
It depends on the time of year. I think, I think we're all due a trip to Hawaii. I mean, I think it's time to bring back the original conference. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If we can get our companies to pay for it, that is.
That's a very good point. All right. So, Paul, I believe you're going to be talking about value stream for solution architects, business architects, well, everybody, I guess, because that's what it should all be about. So I'm going to stop talking and hand over to you.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Thanks, Daryl. This is a majorly important conversation. It actually plays so well into what Chen has found during as a part of the Agility work. We've gathered up so many wonderful ideas over the last 10 years, I guess, or so. I love that notion of the reformed enterprise architect, because I guess, as we learned in the, from 2000 to 2010, and then learned even more deeply from 2010 to 2020, as we've been doing ISA, as we've been studying architecture practices, we've seen that the value is in the value is in the outcomes. And the outcomes come from change. The change is driven by the customer and possibly the stakeholder, but primarily the customer. Now, that also might mean member, citizen, mission, objective. But fundamentally, this notion that driving change is about outcomes, it has created this sense of a horizontal change activity that we are calling value streams these days, and we'll talk about what those are. But the learning has been something that we've noticed with successful architecture teams, and that is business and solution and business and solution and business and solution and business and solution, with the different types of architects leading a solution change. So, a senior software architect might lead a large software initiative, but there's infrastructure, information, there's cloud initiatives, things of that nature. And those technologies have become fundamental to business success. And yet we still talk about change like it's top down, and we still talk about change like it's can be planned 3 years in advance, as opposed to this world where one minor thing in our ecosystem might change everything for us. So this presentation is about the partnership between business and solution architects. And again, we're gonna define a little bit about what those terms mean. ISA is unbelievably rigorous about the application of the term architect first, and then the application of a specialization to that. And I won't go too much into that in this presentation, but as Daryl said, I'm the founder, CEO of ISA. I had a harebrained idea, and it's exactly as he described it. I had a harebrained idea in 2001 to start a user group, and because of the success of that user group in Austin, Texas, 2002, I started ISA. And the goal of ISA has been to study architects and to promote them, and to of all types. We want infrastructure, information, software solution, business, enterprise, chief, cloud, AI, name your architect brand, and we want them to work together as a profession. So keep that in mind as we go through some of the slides, the presentation here, because the notion that the horizontal is more important than the vertical now is going to be one of the keys. That effectively the change happens at the edges, if you want to think about it instead of vertical, horizontal. But how we organize change towards objectives is based on this sensing of our environment and our ecosystem of change, and that we need to respond to, whether that be business or technical change, and that the business to solution architects are utterly perfectly positioned, if they work well together, to make this smooth, continuous, experimental, risk-free, you name your objective type, and they're perfectly positioned to make this happen. Now, again, I want to talk just for, or say for a second, that our definition of architecture is surprisingly simple. Notice that it doesn't say the connection of business items and organizational objectives to outcome-driven models. It doesn't say, the organization of components and how they're interrelated interfaces. But we don't have to define architecture. Architecture is what architects do. What we have to define is the value proposition of architecture, meaning it has to be so simple that I always just call it the grandma test. It has to be so simple that my grandma can understand what architects do. And this is a point of contention, especially in a business architecture conference. But keep in mind, business architecture is a fundamentally important thing in the ISA model. We call the definition of architecture the art and science of designing and delivering valuable technology strategy. Now, notice that it doesn't say valuable business strategy, because a lot of software architects, while delivering portions of business strategy, would never be able to identify with that. Also, the art and science of designing valuable business strategy is owned by business management. We already have business consultants. They make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing that thing. They've done it for decades. It's already a field. And it doesn't cover the technical skill set that makes us into what we call digital transformers, or ultimately achieving what we call digital advantage, which is a very unique skill set. So the valuable and strategy part of that, though, speak directly to what you just heard from about Jability, and what you've heard all along about business architecture. Again, we think of this more as a competency model and a reason why people hire any architects, not just one type, because we are looking for value propositions for all of the architects together. Now, all this is going to make a little more sense as we go through these rules of the road for why this is important. So I effectively just made this point, right? 68% of global business leaders list digital transformation as a top priority for their business. Now that's gone up. This is actually an old statistic. The technology is business. Business is technology. When the CEO of an international bank says, we're not a bank, we're a technology company, you know the world has changed. So what we're saying is that we need to get away from the notion that, that business and technology are somehow at odds. Just like we got away from the notion that finance and business. I mean, when nobody says, it's about the business, not finance. Nobody says it's about the business, not marketing. See, it's our rhetoric that actually gets in our way in providing the kind of change advantage that we so love. Now, part of that represents this concept that I want to introduce first, and that is outcome ownership. Now, as we dig into this model of being owners of change, owners of outcomes, what we end up with is a very clear seat at the table. And there's a difficulty in current business and solution and enterprise architecture thinking in that we tend to think either as facilitators or as documenters. And I don't know about you, but I've been at meetings where there was somebody documenting, where I had an ownership stake at the table, and it wasn't me. And I've been at meetings where we had facilitators and they were valued, but they were not a part of the ownership field, right? Marketing, finance, sales, operations, technology. What we needed in the world for a long time, and what we've heard at every conference, is that on the technology side is you got to serve the business. And what we translated that to is that everybody else in the company is the business instead of us. Well, what we've discovered is that, in fact, architecture is an amazingly, intensely cool way to own strategy, to execution, which we hear all the time, through delivery of technology strategy, and that delivery gives us an ownership stake. We actually end up becoming more of the change agents than we do the established structural norm agents, which is one of the things that Daryl brought up today, and I'm going to have to get the quote exactly right because it's going into the lexicon of the things that I talk about. But in this, I want you to think, if you were to pay a building architect some number of millions of dollars to build your dream home, you're not paying them because you want to design a kitchen. You're paying them because you want them to translate their vision into ownership of an outcome for you. And that's how our stakeholders want to see us. And when we behave that way, we begin to see real change. Now, it isn't just behavior. It's not about, I'm going to have the seat at I'm going to be at the head of the table. It's about having that stake in the outcome creates a mentality of value-driven decision-making. And I'll say quite simply, decision-making at velocity in complex environments is at the heart of all architectural activities. And that's where we get to this whole concept of form and what do we do and what is all this business architecture stuff. Now, this is a museum. I visited the Walmart museum. I visited and took this picture. And it's kind of a funky looking place in a picture. You know, obviously it has kind of like, you get that sense of like, that looks like a bug shell or something like that. But much like when I walked into Notre Dame the first time, or, you know, the Duomo in Milan, or the Sydney Opera House, it gave me that wow factor. You know, wow, this was created, and it creates value for me. And in building architecture, that's called form. Now, here's a quote: "Form in architecture starts in the eye of the beholder," or, and this is the one that I'm thinking of most, "in a deep process that transcends human existence." And that comes from a software architecture book, which I find quite interesting, because we talk about these deep changes in society and the world at large, and how that works, and how that's going, and what's going on, and how our customers are changing, and how we have to change with them, and how our objectives change quickly, and how, you know, processes are dynamic now, and many of them automated, and AI is kicking in, and metaversing, and we're doing all of these things, Web 3.0, and all of these technology things, but also people are changing, right? Moving out of the cities in some cases because of technology, in some cases changing the way our work habits and teams work, and changing the way we hire and fire, changing the way we outsource, changing the way we think about finance and investment. Like literally the whole world's changing underneath of us. And so we have to start thinking very carefully about how we deal with those changes. And that's what this form is for ISA. For ISA, form is what we call digital advantage. Now, at all the conferences you hear digital transformation, but I think digital transformation is a consultant's word. I think digital transformation is where you spend money with consultants and on products. And it's all nifty and good and stuff like that, and we talk about it, but it is outcomes, advantage, that we're spending all that money for. And this, and why, so why am I talking about this with business architecture? Well, because business architecture isn't just about the discovery of capabilities. It is actually a representation of the entire architecture team within individual business units. So while yes, you're working on capabilities, and yes, you're working on OKRs, and yes, you're working on organizational dynamics and structure, and yes, motivations, and yes to value streams, really the rest of the architecture practice is also depending on you to represent the rest of architecture, and to have that ownership seat at the table. And it changes the nature of your relationship with your business units. I just came from a very large organization with a lot of business, about 16, I guess it's not very large, it's only 16 billion. And one of the things we were talking about is effectively that they are trapped behind the Iron Curtain. They're trapped behind the IT curtain. And this is where business architects are so free and potentially so valuable, is that they are actually in the day in and day out with other business units, with our business partners, our business equals. Notice, I always use quotes when I say the business, because I think that IT is just as much the business as finance is. In fact, in a digitally transformed world, it could be argued that IT is more the business than any of the other business units. Oops. The notion that architecture then can drive digital advantage comes from exactly what we've seen. And this very simple ADDT model is baked into what we call the Bitterbox. And I'm going to show a few tools and a few things today that will help you understand why this is so important. It means being involved and being actively driving the innovation lifecycle, which is a whole talk in and of itself, because there's lots of kinds of innovation. Ideas come from everywhere from crowdsourcing ideas all the way to the lowest level employee. Turning those ideas into a program investment. How do we think about change? And what change do we decide to change do we decide to invest in? And that program investment thinking can is a whole series of talks that we do based on the difference between, for example, agile investment strategies, where you have small team of investors, or large corporate budgets, or government funding, or grants. There's lots of investment, or VC capital, that change the way that we create our entire socio-technical systems, the way we organize teams and the way that we organize capability transition. So you can see kind of natural. It's like, I mean, you can see that this capability transition is really what we're after. We're after changing our capabilities in ways to either automate them or to enhance them, or even to just change them in normal people and process ways. All of that, though, needs to be driven and understood through value management. Again, doesn't matter if we change something if we don't know if we changed it well. And again, each one of these is an area of research and exploration at ISA, and one that we hope that you'll participate in. And I'll show you how. Now, a lot of us as architects have always focused on operational excellence. Operational excellence is how you run the static structure of an organization, how you keep the lights on, whether that be people, process, or technology, doesn't really matter. It's, we got to take orders, or I got to go on 6 sales calls a day. That's operational excellence. The rest is about innovation. And all of this leads us to what we're going to talk about related to an engagement model. Now, I want to say that in the last years, we've learned that top-down doesn't work for architects. We organized ourselves originally based on scarcity. So, okay, there's not enough solution architects for every project, so let's create a domain architect that looks over lots of solutions. That we need to do we need to be involved in the consumer banking group. So let's create an enterprise architect for consumer banking. And they'll look at everything. And this top-down hierarchical structure mirrors what we've seen in traditional industrial style management, or Industry 2.0. However, for professions, it doesn't work. There is no medicining the hospital, right? No, that sounds silly to say, but we always say architecting the enterprise as if we can fix everything with a decision at the top. And yet complexity arises, change arises, and innovation arises from the edges, from the most simple one-to-one little thing. We noticed customers were drinking, were refusing to use our straws until we switched to sustainable straws. And then all of a sudden they bought more drinks because it made them feel better. Those little tiny things. Innovation, change, but also complexity, which happens in this model at the bottom. And here's what the significant failures are. Here's the reason it's an anti-pattern. The too large a coverage area, you lose skill and you become a manager. You become a top-down thinker. You start serving your boss more than you're doing architecture. And to think about this, if the chief of medicine hadn't seen a patient for 20 years, how would they still be a doctor? So it isn't about that we can't be at that level of scope. It's about the coverage that we are trying to think about. And this gets really tricky. Domain architects lose delivery focus, or business architects lose this whole concept of delivery. That's more, it ends up being just like it always was. Throw it over the wall to those IT architects. And we begin to break apart. We have seen this in thousands of surveys. We begin to see chasms form between these groups. And then obviously the last step of this is that solution architects become too technical and don't not know anything about business at all. So we end up with no shared language and all of these broken communication channels in what should be a practice model. What we have found is that a much more successful organizational strategy for architects, and again, I say organizational, not in the reporting structure, because we have found that reporting structure is less important, not unimportant, than the community of architects being able to work effectively together towards value creation. And so we've created what we call value stream architecture, which pairs business and solution architects at the value stream level. Now that's normally, depending on the size of the value stream, that's normally a one to many or a many to many. There are many business architects to many solution architects, but that they have a strong bond. Now, the reason that we have those other architects information software infrastructure is that solution architects is just a general term. That a solution architect may be a solution architect that has an information architecture background and is working on a huge knowledge management and knowledge creation. So that pairing we've found is important. Now notice we also didn't leave out your SI and your vendor community, because they are a fundamental aspect of the success of this method. Meaning you need them, but you also need them to be saying the same things as you. And right now, this is not the case. Every SI trains its architects differently. Every vendor talks about architecture differently. They'll roll out a new architecture method and it will be and I'm not going to name an SI or vendor because it'll seem like I'm picking on them, but we all know this, right? So some of them will send us somebody who's basically just a senior coder and they'll say, what do you mean business? And some of them will send us a business architect that's all about executive level engagement. Sometimes we get these competing things. With this method, all architects are part of the practice. And what we've done in our program is we've given enterprise architects a promotion. So it's not that we don't feel that that architects need to work at that executive scope. And notice that the chief architect being with IT, that isn't necessarily a reporting thing. It just means over all the other architects. But by using the concept of chief of instead of enterprise architect, we end up with something very interesting. Chief of consumer banking, chief architect of security, chief architect. By having more chief of architects, you actually look a lot more like a hospital than you look like a traditional organizational management chain. And we have seen that this method actually creates a much stronger professional practice. Now, the value stream architecture works as a horizontal. It works to create integrated value outcomes. And that's what we're going to be talking about. So my number 2 rule for business architecture success is you're designing an ecosystem. You're not designing an enterprise. Excuse me. That should be you're designing into an ecosystem, not designing an enterprise. It's a bit of a hubris, a bit too much like hubris to think that we could design an ecosystem, much less an enterprise, which is itself an ecosystem. I'd like business architects and all architects to begin thinking more like we are introducing changes in a complex environment that behaves in ways that are unexpected. We've all had this perfect example. We've heard it from 1,000 talks. It happened, however it began with something small that changed the way the whole world worked. And this happens in lots of industries. Some little tiny thing changes and we all have to respond to it. I mean, we can use the Uber and Airbnb examples if you want, right? Like all of a sudden taxi companies are going out of business because there's this new app out there. An ecosystem then is important to understand because it means that business ecosystems become further involved in terms of platforms and interchangeable parts. We actually have to start thinking in terms of co-opetition becoming more important and then the improvement of our product. See, SIPOC diagrams and business models and internal capability thinking is all well and good. But when the universe is changing around you every day, you actually, and there are 25 players in every space, you actually have to start thinking about co-opetition, about how do we play in this ecosystem? How does our business model work? I always use the example here of flying, and that very few of us, except for those of us that can afford private jets and that kind of thing, actually enjoy the process of flying. We enjoy vacation, but that's about being on a beach somewhere with the little martini glass or whatever, the little, umbrella and all that. The process of going to the airport and getting on a plane, the people that like that are few and far between. Now, I happen to be one of those because I actually like travel as opposed to just getting somewhere. But the weird part about it is the airline industry actually was one of the first to recognize the ecosystem model and platform business models, circular business models, sustainable business models, co-opetition-based business models are something that you as a business architect can help the rest of the architecture team derive towards. Now, just so you can understand where this comes from too, and how this plays in, I'm gonna show just real quickly one of the ISA business model components. This is just a few of our ecosystem models that we use. And notice that this is business and customer views. This is a public Miro board, which I'll put up in the comments. But notice that we all are familiar with the business model canvas. But as we think about, and this is for a make-believe company, Tinkelman, that's a coffee company. Notice that those business views link into so much more: prioritization, objectives, road mapping, business cases, which link into stakeholders and stakeholder initiatives and how stakeholders think about change in their environment. So I'm going to be coming back to this, but this platform business model challenge is one of the areas that we want to think most about. The second is that the world is driven by customers that change daily, new tools, new ecosystems, new costs. Customers are now involved, and the world is now involved in a pseudo information environment where expertise comes from literally anywhere and everywhere, and we have no idea the level of trust that we can have in that expertise. Just the simple fact that the phrase fake news exists is challenging. But it comes from the fact that we are bombarded with pseudo information every day. If you were to believe most of the outlet chain commercials for hamburgers, if you were to believe the information you get from that commercial, then you would be, a muscular 12% body fat, person wearing a $2,000 suit, all because you ate their hamburgers. Right? What's fundamental to us is that we have to change the way we understand transactional value with customers, the way that we understand change outcomes, and the way that we drive that through these more traditional tools where business architects like to play now. So what I'm trying to get you to do in this is to become a part of the engine of innovation in an ever-changing ecosystem. So that is part and parcel to that second rule of you're designing in an ecosystem. Now, my third rule is design may emerge, but architecture is proven. Meaning, we use architecture and understand not just the art, but the science and we work together to do so. Now, this is a place where architects this is a place where we need a lot of work, and we need you to be involved in that work, because architecture is proven means that we need to have the science behind its proof, and it needs to be readily available to the lowest level architect, starting straight out of university or in university or before university, and that we have to prove the math. What is the relationship between cloud transformation and digital native or cloud native kinds of activities and its impact on customer behavior? What happens in wearables, in IoT, in the metaverse, and how does that impact the actual thing? It's going to really bother me, for example, that if I have to, I like Reeboks, and if I have to buy a pair of Reeboks in 3 worlds, I'm going to be really bothered by that. It's great for Reebok, but it bothers me more, because once I buy that real world version, I think I should get the digital versions for free. But anyway, the point here is structure and science is how you create things. Structure creates and realizes form. And we're going to talk, we have another axiom for business architects that I want us to do it. But think back to that beautiful, maybe you thought it was beautiful, but what I thought of was a beautifully architected outcome, that museum. This is what it looked like underneath. And the structural reasoning, what we often call systems thinking, or sometimes design thinking, but the real term is structural reasoning or systems thinking, is what creates those outcomes. This is why architecture itself requires so much change, because without that structural reasoning, you can often end up with a functional environment, but not necessarily something you'd want to pay to take your family to see. So again, I've used this concept before because the whole notion about this is that that all of this results in decisions at runtime, at execution. We talk about strategy to execution. We use all these big rhetorical comments and blah, blah, blah. But it boils down to, which freaking thing did we actually put out there? And who built it and who made the decision about that thing? And decision rights and decision records are the fundamental transactional elements of all good architectural practice. And we'll talk about why that's important, because the reason why architecture is a profession and not just some group of roles is because we're one of those groups that have to be able to hold competing mindsets directly in our heads without thinking, without too much challenge. There's an old joke that we tell each other. I don't know if anybody else ever tells it, but the joke goes, if you put 3 architects in a room, you have 12 opinions. And the reason that is because we are decision engines, change management engines, constantly balancing and rebalancing the variables of the environment and the ecosystem that we're working with. And you don't get that overnight. That doesn't happen from just, accidentally. Now, there are some people out there that are naturals. That I have to admit, I've met a few of them, and they just think that way. But even they had to practice over and over and over again these multiple mindsets: business, technology, people, stakeholders, ecosystems, objectives, decision records, technology depth, technology breadth, business depth, business focus. And even though one architect can't know it all, as a group, we can. Just like in any practice, you have specialists. Notice that the practice mindset, when you say the word practice instead of the architect team or I'm the VP of architecture, which is very hierarchical and like they all belong to me. When you say the word practice, you think, no, there's IP lawyers, or there's neurologists, or there's, financial, special financial focus kinds of accountants, or that a practice has different pieces to it, but it's still a living practice. And basically, this allows us to work and build to the last responsible moment. And this is something that we talk about all the time, is that decisions in a complex ecosystem need to be held until you have as much information as possible, but no later. Now, that means you make some decisions early or earlier. Some decisions get made just in time. But again, the velocity and the decision rights come from years of practice and experience, because nothing is ever as it seems. Now, again, this is that making the connections between outcomes and design are absolutely necessary. And I want to dive into that to a degree, but I'll come back to that towards the end. Architecture then must reflect both strategy and complexity. And that means we have to work together, and not work together like, well, I work with Jane, we're colleagues, but Jane and I are on the same team doing the same thing, even though she works way over there with directly with those business units all day long, every day. And I work way over here with these techies. But if we're not on the same team, then these connections break. And that's the fundamental argument for this, is that architecture is the important stuff, whatever that is. And we all quote Martin on this. It was a great quote. Number 5, quality attributes are business concerns. Every single one of your organizations is evaluating the impact of security right now because of the Ukraine war, because of the hacking, the world of hacking. That's just security, performance, reliability, resiliency, usability, flexibility are all business concerns. They impact everything. They are cross-cutting. If we handle them well and we're prepared for them, we survive. And that means we can't afford business architects that don't understand what security is. I'm not talking about that you went and implemented the authentication and authorization methods in Microsoft Azure yesterday. I mean that world isn't scary and is in your past, that you have some technical skills and that you maintain a portion of those to understand how quality attributes impact your business objectives and that change environment, that you understand that patterns and structures that we put in place are about business outcomes. And I'll just bring this up, even though I didn't circle it, this retry pattern. Oh, I did. The retry pattern over here on the right. You can't see me do that. I should use my little mouse. The retry pattern. I just came from a bank that was losing loan applications, all because one programmer didn't implement a retry pattern. They were taking loan applications, the service wasn't available that accepted loan applications, and it would just drop them. Now let's just talk about that for 2 seconds. It's a bank, it's loan applications. They weren't getting them. Is that a technical concern? No, that's about real business. That's about business outcomes. So the direct small technical implementation can fundamentally enhance or diminish your architecture or your outcomes. So it's perfectly fine to say, oh, well, that's the programmer's job, and they should just all know that. And I'm going to work on my business capability model, and we're going to have our conversations. Except you're a part of an architecture practice, and we as a team can own this. So this is why I say you don't get certainty. Rule number 6. You get comfortable with uncertainty. And this is something that I think the world of architects could learn from business architects. It is one of my favorite, it is one of my greatest honors to get to it is a great honor to get to work with people like Daryl Carr and Wendy Keene because they have to deal with uncertainty on a regular basis, right? That at the enterprise architecture level, the chief architect level, and the business architect level, no one knows the answer. Everybody's guessing. Now, we may guess better, some may guess better than others, but we're all working together towards the answer. Only engineering mindsets try to look for certainty. The decision at velocity with complexity is the heart of uncertainty, right? We get value, benefits, functionality, quality attributes, requirements, options, and and decisions, and these things spin up in 1,000 different ways every day at all different levels of scope. But these decisions create outcomes. Other business environment system, ecosystem areas constrain options like regulatory requirements. Business architects and solution architects working together make design and decision velocity go faster, become more reliable, and most importantly, become more valuable. We see that these decisions link to each other. Business cases and investment roadmaps and complexity analysis ends up linking to decision records and context views and the way that decisions cascade. The number 7 rule, it's called a minimum valuable product. Can we please stop talking about something as minimally viable? I'm sorry, it's just the word minimum and viable really bother me, because it sounds like I'm getting the cheapest thing for the least amount of money. When what I want is amazing outcomes for my customers. Yeah, do so at a reasonable cost. Yes, do so in a time frame that is as reasonable as possible. Make that time frame as short as possible and that cost as low as possible. But why is that our focus? Why is our focus always that? It's because we still think like IT operations. Even our business architects out there still think, oh, minimize cost, gotta minimize cost. And what I've been trying to talk about with business architects is you are our method for achieving valuable products. And it basically looks like this: goal, business case, requirement, decision, delivery, use, measurement. This is the virtuous cycle for architects. Now, if you happen to have business architects and solution architects working together, this would be a kind of handoff. But if you don't, all this stuff ends up being up to the solution architect or whoever's doing the project, or no one does it and you end up with suboptimal results. This notion of handoff to handoff to handoff, that we are constantly cycling from goal to measurement, goal to measurement, goal to measurement, not business case to delivery. Because delivery, if anybody knows anything about break-even points and anything about the way investors think, you'll know that at delivery, we've spent the most amount of money and gotten nothing in return other than this thing. We don't know if this thing works. The thing is there to change the outcomes. Number 8, healthy tension is a good thing. We're not supposed to agree on everything with each other or with our stakeholders. Healthy tension, though, doesn't mean that we're all off playing our own games going, oh, those IT architects, they're just ruining everything. They're all so technical, or worse on the other side. And I speak at software architecture conferences and talk about similar things. So I like to piss people off equally. Healthy tension is a good thing. It means that business architects deliver value streams, solution architects deliver solutions within the value streams, specialists deliver as consultants and or service owners, and enterprise serve as chief of, with skin in the game. And I'd love it if architects started to have budgets, because somebody's got to pay for the stuff that other people just don't want to do, but needs to be done. But this tension, this healthy tension, creates a balanced outcome between business and technical, between stakeholder and customer, between constraint and requirement and functionality, and also it creates a much greater ability to deliver. Now that means that all architects have to have these core skills, and I'm just going to mention the human dynamics, business technology strategy, IT environment, design skills, and quality attributes are the 5 pillars of architecture. If you have these competencies, you are an architect. On top of that, we build business architects, solution architects, information architects, software architects. But notice that when you have these 5 pillars, all the architects speak the same language. Now, we don't have the same experiences. We don't have the same background. We aren't perfect duplicates of each other. As business architects, you're going to spend a lot less time writing code than you do. Well, and you may not have written code for a while, but it gets me really nervous when you're working with a solution architect and you don't know what code is, that you've never checked code into production. And I've asked Wendy this question. She is my #1 go-to example of what a business architect should be. And Wendy has put code in production. Does that mean she does it today? No. Does she have to today? No, of course not. She's busy being the spearhead of the architecture practice. And this is what I love about it when great specialists work together. The rule number 9 is it's not just people skills, it's about active stakeholder management. It is about actively understanding your stakeholder community. It's not about emotional quotient. Yes, bedside manner is nice, but they're just stakeholders. They're not gods. They don't run us. We as architects need to have a plan for what we as owners believe the change needs to be for our organization to succeed. They are stakeholders with sometimes similar view, but many cases I find the more we take ownership, the more people go, wow, you guys are great. I'm happy to work. I don't want to work on a product or a project or a program or a business solution or an enterprise strategy without my architects there, because they really come in knowing how to own an outcome. They don't coddle me and treat me like I'm a baby who's stupid. They work with me like professionals. So again, I go back to surgeons. Surgeons are infamous for not having any bedside manner at all. I don't think that's true. I think that's probably, a misnomer and whatnot. But the point is, if you're capable, they're just stakeholders and you treat them as such. There are tools inside of the BITABOK for that as well. We call this a stakeholder empathy map. It's a way of understanding the drivers of your stakeholders and coming up with a plan to engage with them. It doesn't mean that we're not nice to people. I'm not talking about, again, growing a super arrogant attitude. Trust me, we as architects, me very much included, already have enough attitude to go around. What we need to talk about is the opportunity to think of stakeholders as participants in a change process, not as the client. Get an engagement model now. If you don't have one, if you don't know what that is, then you're just I used to say that old thing that a fool with a tool is just dangerous. People like to say, you can give a carpenter, you can give somebody a hammer, it doesn't make them a carpenter. I always say you can give somebody a nail gun and it just makes them dangerous. And that's exactly what we've been doing. Building complex things with unskilled people is stupid. And that's what we do today. We build complex things with randomly skilled people. The world needs to professionalize, and our world more than most. And I love this guy. Just it's what I feel like half of those models are. Engagement models are not that hard to understand. You can look at the BITABOK. It gives you, it is complex, but it gives you a complete guide to value streams, to it has all the cool ideas from the from the BA book. It has so many of the cool ideas from TOGAF. It has so many of the cool ideas from the software architecture activities out there, all built into how to run an architecture practice. You'll find value streams, competency models, decision management, technical debt, coverage, principles, strategy, agility, business models, business capabilities. It is customer based. It is digital business model based. It is digital employee based. And all of that has been worked out in a set of Miro canvases and a set of other tools to help you design engagement models for your organization, and to do so actively, to design an architecture practice. We've seen two types of engagement models in the world: internally focused, notice value stream, type-based roles, type-based meaning the specialization-based roles, not hierarchical roles; outcome-oriented, innovative instead of governance-focused, with only one exception, and that is where human life or high-risk environments do need to be more governance-focused than the other retail kind of types. Engagement models are things that you can design: governing, delivery, value. All of these things are the tools that ISO works with large organizations to design practices, and we've been doing the same thing. So that's my presentation, and I made it under the hour. So I saw that Daryl came back on just to remind me, because he knows me very well.
Yes, I'm in control of this one, Paul. I just love just sitting back and listening to you talk. There is so much passion that comes from you in terms of the architecture discipline. I may not agree with everything you say, but I just love the passion that you have for the role. And I tell you, if there was ever anybody in the world that was destined to start up a podcast called The Argument, I feel it was you.
Well, you know what, Daryl, let's have you on. Let's have you on, because I love that you don't agree with everything I say. I love that. I used to say a big part of the Bitterbuck is getting really capable, intelligent people who disagree in a room and letting them debate, discuss, and argue until they come to a balanced reasoning thing. That's why I see that healthy tension is everything. And I love that we disagree. I think that disagreement leads to me learning, you learning, and the world learning. So thank you for that.
Look, when I work with organizations, I often talk about the idea of having robust conversations. And that is how you push things forward. That's how you change things.
It is.
By understanding where you don't agree and figuring out what the best compromise is.
It is.
Absolutely. Look, I wanted to say thank you for sharing all of that. There was a couple of things that I was going to add in, and we've sort of run out of time, but I just wanted to highlight that little bit about MVPs that you mentioned, and the fact that whenever I talk about MVPs in organizations, if I draw it up on the whiteboard, I oversize the V. And so that I want people to concentrate on the fact that it has to be a viable solution. It has to be compelling, if not complete. It has to create a sense of value. Otherwise, you're not really, all you're doing is sort of spending money on enjoyable exercises, not actually generating value for your business.
Well, Daryl, why don't you just join me in a set of blog on a set of blogs that we'll just type it over and over and over again. Minimum valuable product. It works.
Compelling but not complete.
Minimum valuable product. I mean, everything you just said was built right into that one word. It's like just exactly right. Yeah, I'm thanks for noticing that. It's a great point. I think all the the good architects in the world have stressed those pieces. So yeah.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you, Paul. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure you'll be hanging around for the rest of the event and jumping in whenever you like to ask some questions. We've got some great speakers coming up. We are, I believe, 16 hours in now. We have 3 more hours to go. So really looking forward to the next 3 sessions. Thanks, Paul. All right, it's time to start the next hour. So with us is Suleiman Barada. So Suleiman, I believe you're coming to us from Beirut. Is that correct? And I think you're muted at the moment.
Indeed. Hi, everyone.
Yes,
Hi.
Great to have you on the broadcast today. We're really looking forward to it. And we've had this sort of happy coincidence throughout the day today where the talks all seem to relate to the previous one. And Paul was just talking about driving value. And sure enough, you're going to be talking about value creation and force multipliers in the world of business architecture. So I'm fascinated and I'm looking forward to learning from you. So I'm going to hand over to you and let you take the reins.
Thank you very much, Darren. Thanks again for having me. And first of all, I would like to really empathize with all of you guys behind this event for bringing it all together and for staying all these long hours to deliver value to the community. So really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I can share my screen, right? I will do that.
So you should be able to hit the share button, and the share screen button is at the bottom of that.
Just a little bit of granting settings.
Yes, you shouldn't need to upload the file. There should be a share screen option at the bottom of the share menu.
Just bear with me a second.
How are you going there, Suleiman? Oh. And we've just lost Suleiman just for a moment. I'm sure he'll rejoin the stream in a sec, and we'll get him live, and we'll get underway with the next session.
So let's start the argument while we're there. What did you disagree with? Come on, man. I mean, we're waiting for Suleiman, and we're working on it in the back end. So
I don't know that I necessarily disagreed with anything specifically, Paul. Just I love your enthusiasm, and sometimes your way of putting things just has an edge that I think is important. All right, Suleiman, you're back.
I am back.
Right. Let's try this again.
There you go.
And I can see your screens coming up. I've put them up on the screen.
Okay, so let me put it full screen and let me know if it's still on.
I'm still seeing the presenter view at the moment, not the audience view. So I'm just going to remove it for a second, then add it back in, and we'll see if we still getting the presenter view. So I think we're getting the wrong screen from you, Suleiman.
How about now?
Just waiting for it to refresh. No, still getting the presenter view, not the full screen version.
All right. Now you can see only the file open, right?
I'm seeing the PowerPoint view.
I may have to run through this, and we see how it goes. Is it clear enough? Is it big enough?
It is. Yeah, we can see it pretty well.
The moment I switch to slideshow, even if I'm putting the audience view, it still shows the presenter view at your end for some reason. So
okay, that's all right. That's all right. Let's go with the way it is, and we'll let you know if there's any issues.
Okay, perfect. All right, thanks. So moving on. The title of my presentation is Unlocking Value Creation, Force Multipliers of Business Networks with Business Architecture at Scale.
And so I think we've been hearing, I've tuned into the event several times since yesterday, since it started, and I think a lot of good and excellent advices were delivered, and talks were delivered to with regards to applying business architecture within an organization, within an enterprise. The angle that I'm gonna bring to the table here is when you apply business architecture at scale, and by that I mean we leverage business architecture for a business network, and I will define that in the subsequent slide. But all that is to say that this is not to indicate the value that business architecture would bring to individual organizations, but rather to a group of organizations coming together under a business network. So a little bit of background about myself. I'm a business architect and a strategy execution advisor, and a digital business transformation practitioner as well, from strategy to execution. I spent 22 years of my career, delivering value through large-scale deployment of solutions in terms of, through consulting, program management, solution selling, and all the rest of the possible activities within the space of technology deployment and solution deployments. Going into the topic, and let's start with the definitions first, just so we frame the value proposition or the ideas that I'm trying to bring to the table here. So applying business architecture into business networks, and let's define business networks first. Business networks could either be business association, a group of companies that come together to form a member base, not-for-profit body that represents the shared interest of the members. And it's often for non-commercial nature, to defend the interest of member organizations within the local market, within the local jurisdiction, to share knowledge and experiences, to develop standards, to research, to deliver capacity building across the business network. So these activities are of a non-commercial nature. So that's one category of business networks, the business association of any sort, really. So what I have provided here are only a few examples of these business networks. The other category is company aggregation, and that is more of a group of companies that are coming together for a commercial goal, to fulfill a commercial goal. And they come together in the form of a legally binding business alliance to meet specific market objectives within their territories, be it industries or geographies or whatever their addressable market might be. And they come together and they work together to deliver joint go-to-market tactics, joint bidding on projects and opportunities and so forth, so on. But the overarching really objective of these company aggregations is to fulfill commercial aspirations of the individual members of that business network. So there could be some other derivative, types and categories of business networks, but they either would fall under an association type or an aggregation type. An association type for non-commercial goal or goals, and an aggregation type or category for a commercial goal. So that's the type of business networks that I'm going to be addressing in my talk today, and the idea is to visualize what if we were to apply business architecture within a business network, within each and every member organization, and aggregately for the entire business network, which is a scenario that's still a little bit uncommon globally, and I think there are values that can be there are additional values that can be unlocked if it was to be applied within that context. So business architecture at each and every individual member level of that business network, and then an aggregate view of that business architecture at the business network level. We will see the details of that value proposition in the subsequent slides. So that is applicable to trade associations, industry associations, cross-border development organizations that are given a mandate to deliver development initiatives within a region or an industry, a geography, and so forth. Not-for-profit communities of practice and standards with members being organizations that belong to a shared practice and that work together within that community to share best practices and develop standards and guidelines for each and every member to benefit and to tap into. Cross-industry alliances and coalitions, these are of mainly commercial alliances that could cross multiple industries. Example could be healthcare with financial services, with insurances coming together under one coalition to deliver combined value and combined value propositions to their end constituents. Vendors partner ecosystem, and that is a common structure that we come across within the large technology vendors and solution vendors and any other vendor of any nature that distributes its products and services through channels. So with well-established distribution channels. We see a lot of those partner ecosystems, across the globe, and I believe that the concept of business network could easily apply to that nature, that type of partners ecosystem. Innovation hubs is something that has been emerging globally almost everywhere. So we come across innovation hubs that would act as incubators for the startup ecosystem within a geography, or even within a vertical and across all geographies. But there's a lot of effort, energy, and investments that are being put into these innovation hubs, and those are giving birth and an existence to a lot of the future enterprises. So a lot of startups would start there and then scale and become the next enterprises, large scale ups, and in many cases also unicorns. So if we plant the seeds of intentional ecosystem architecture through business architecture applied to that business network within the innovation hubs, I think the members will become more ready to leverage the power and the value that business architecture will bring to their enterprises as they scale up into their businesses. So there could be some other examples of where it might apply, but these are the ones that I've come across personally, and I've kind of throughout my 20 years I've kind of worked with many of those, and in many cases have seen the gaps and the pain points that I'm going to be addressing through applying business architecture at scale in my presentation. So the current state of business networks, within a business network, the members of that business network are committed to the mission of the business network, which is primarily around research activities, capacity building through a variety of formats, training, working groups, events, PR and communication to advocate the interests of the members, and standard development. So we see a lot of those business networks that I have just mentioned very intensively, focused on research activities that benefit the member organizations, capacity building to their member member organizations and to their employees as well. So we see a lot of capacity building activities happening within those business networks, in terms of training and events and conferences and forums. We see a lot of that. So the reason why I'm mentioning also events and conferences is that we see a lot of events and conferences, but we also see very little impact happening right after those activities, those ad hoc activities, are over. So everybody goes home, and then we see you next time we see you. And another activity that has been also emerging is working groups. That involves a higher level of engagement from members and their staff and employees into some co-creation activities of some nature. Okay, but there are limitations to what what creation could happen within these working groups, and I'm gonna be highlighting those limitations in the next slides. So what I'm saying here is that even though capacity building is happening, it is limited by certain. It is constrained by certain limitations that has to do with competitive advantage and some other considerations that I will talk about later. Standards development is a common activity also within business networks that come together to develop, the next guideline of delivering, value within an ecosystem or within the network. The next compliance guidelines, the next efficiency guidelines and safety guidelines and so forth, so on. So we see a lot of that happening within business networks to serve the community at large. The missing part is value co-creation. So despite all of those activities that I've just highlighted, there's a missing part, which is value co-creation. And that is missing because of the points that are listed here, and maybe some other points. But primarily, business networks avoid matters that may influence the competitive landscape within their sphere of operation. So we see a lot of business networks, despite having a huge convening power, the topics and the subjects that they bring into the conversations and the dialogue across the business network and the activities across the business network would steer away and would stay away from topics that may influence the competitive landscape within the network. And that is not to create. That is done. That avoidance is really done to maybe assure members that if they come and share ideas and thoughts with others, that is not going to affect their competition when they go back to the market and compete against each other. Because oftentimes these business networks are made of companies and organizations that compete in the marketplace. So that's why business networks, avoid these subjects and matters. Members of the business networks prefer to only participate in initiatives that do not entail the disclosure of trade secrets and
competitive advantage. So that is an elaboration of the first point, but this is from the point of view of the members, not the business network operator per se. So members would come and participate in the business network activities, but they will participate only to the extent that does not entail the disclosure of their trade secrets. So they remain, so they can maintain their competitive advantage, and I have seen that in a lot of places. I have seen that, avoidance in a lot of places and a lot of business networks. Whether it's justified or not, this is the reality today. Working groups, when they happen, gradually become passive with outcomes limited to generalities with little to no impact. So, given the first two, showstoppers of participating in value creation without limits, these working groups, when they are brought together, they often end up, like gatherings, like social gatherings where